Beneath a boundless sky where the wind whispers secrets across endless plains, a journey begins. In a land of wild hearts and untamed dreams, one soul dares to chase freedom amidst the thunder of hooves and the shadow of danger. Bonds are forged, truths unearthed, and choices made that will echo beyond the horizon. Step into a world of dust and courage, where every step forward tests the spirit, and every dawn promises redemption. Listen and ride into the unknown. Chapter 1. Where the Wind Carries Whispers. The wind was a constant companion out here, a restless spirit sweeping across the vast, sun-bleached grasslands of the Montana Territory. It tasted of dust and distance, carrying the scent of sagebrush, dry earth, and sometimes, if you breathed deep enough, the wild, musky tang of the mustangs that roamed these horizons. For Ruth Calloway, that wind was the breath of freedom itself, a song only her heart truly understood. She sat astride Diablo, her coal-black gelding, his coat gleaming like polished obsidian, even under the fine layer of trail dust. They paused on a low rise overlooking a shallow basin, where a ribbon of creek water, sluggish in the late summer heat, snaked through stands of cottonwood trees already showing the first hints of autumn gold. Below them, maybe 2 miles distant, a scattered band of mustangs grazed, their coats shimmering in the shades of dun, bay, and paint under the fierce blue sky. Ruth's gaze, the color of strong tea, softened as she watched them. They were magnificent, untamed, the living embodiment of the land itself, fierce, resilient, beautiful in their very wildness. This land, these horses, they were her inheritance, not the deed to the Calloway Ranch nestled in the foothills miles back, though that was hers too, wrestled from hardship and her father's stubborn pride. No, her true legacy came from her mother, Elena, a woman whose spirit had been as untamed as the mustang she'd adored, a woman who dreamed of capturing not their bodies, but their essence, gentling them, not with force, but with patience and understanding. Elena had seen the Calloway name built on cattle, on land fenced and owned, but her heart had belonged to the horizon, to the thunder of unshod hooves on open ground. She'd passed that yearning to Ruth, a quiet ember glowing within her daughter's practical soul. Ruth, at 25, carried the weight of the ranch, the responsibility of keeping it solvent, in a land that demanded everything and gave back only what grit and sweat could extract. But out here, with Diablo steady beneath her and the wild herd shimmering in the distance, the burden felt lighter. Here she wasn't just Jed Calloway's daughter, the capable woman running the spread since his passing 3 years prior. She was Elena's daughter, too, chasing a dream that felt both foolishly romantic and deeply necessary. Taming mustangs wasn't just about adding horseflesh to the ranch's stock. It was about keeping a piece of her mother's spirit alive, proving that strength could coexist with gentleness, that the wild didn't always need to be broken. A low whistle carried on the wind from her right. She turned, seeing Cal Brody and young Jimmy Evans cresting the adjacent ridge, waving hats to signal their position. They were the core of her small crew, loyal hands who'd worked for her father and stayed on, respecting her quiet competence, even if they sometimes scratched their heads at her preoccupation with the wild horses. Today was roundup day, not for cattle, but for a small selection from the Mustang herd. Not to break them in the traditional brutal way, but to begin the slow process Elena had championed, offering feed, water, and gradual contact within spacious, secure corrals back at the ranch, hoping to gentle a few, integrate their strong bloodlines into the ranch's quarter-horse stock. It was a long game, one that drew skepticism from neighboring ranchers who preferred quicker, harsher methods. Ruth lifted a hand in acknowledgement, then gathered Diablo's reins. The air shifted. the lazy peace of the morning tightening into anticipation. The mustangs below sensed it too. Heads lifted, ears swiveled, nostrils flared, testing the wind. The lead stallion, a powerful grulla with a ragged scar across his flank, snorted a warning, bunching the mares and foals closer. "Easy now," Ruth murmured, as much to herself as to the horses. "Just want to look." She urged Diablo forward, not directly at the herd, but angling down the slope in a wide, slow arc. Cal and Jimmy mirrored her movement from the other side, their experienced patience evident. This wasn't a charge, it was a careful pressure, designed to guide the herd gently towards the wide, shallow valley mouth where, miles away, temporary wing fences funneled towards a holding pen. The wind picked up, whipping strands of auburn hair loose from Ruth's braid, stinging her eyes with dust. The prairie grasses hissed around them. The stallion tossed his head, mane flying like dark silk, and issued a sharp, challenging whinny. Then, with sudden, explosive power, he wheeled and led the herd in a thundering gallop away from the riders. The ground trembled. Dust billowed, thick and choking, turning the air ochre. Ruth leaned low over Diablo's neck, letting him have his head, his powerful legs, eating up the rough terrain. This was the moment, the chaos, the adrenaline, the raw, untamed energy that both thrilled and terrified her. It was a dance on the edge of control, rider and horse moving as one, anticipating the swerves and dodges of the panicked herd. Cal and Jimmy were flanking them, keeping the mustangs from scattering too wide, their calls sharp and clear above the drumming hooves. They pushed the herd for miles, the pace relentless under the climbing sun. Sweat plastered Ruth's cotton shirt to her back, the leather reins slick in her gloves. Diablo breathed hard but steady, his training and stamina holding true. They navigated dry washes, skirted prairie dog towns, their focus narrowed to the churning mass of horseflesh ahead. It was near a treacherous patch of broken ground littered with loose rock and hidden washouts that disaster struck. Not within the herd itself, which flowed around the hazard like wild water, but just beyond it. A lone rider, seemingly appearing from nowhere, had apparently been caught unaware by the stampede. His horse, a sturdy-looking bay mare, had shied violently, stumbled on the uneven ground, and gone down hard. Ruth saw it happen in a sickening flash, the mare's legs buckling, the rider thrown clear, but then horrifically pinned, as the panicked animal scrambled, then lay still, sides heaving, one foreleg bent at an unnatural angle. "Whoa, hold up!" Ruth shouted, pulling Diablo back sharply, his hooves skidding in the loose soil. Cal and Jimmy, seeing her halt, reined in as well, their expressions grim as they took in the scene. The Mustang herd, sensing the lessened pressure, continued its flight, disappearing into a haze of dust and distance. The immediate danger of the stampede was past, but a different kind of peril lay starkly before them. Ruth didn't hesitate. She swung down from Diablo, looping his reins securely around a sturdy clump of sagebrush. "Cal, see to the mare. Jimmy, stay with the horses." Her voice was calm, clipped, taking charge despite the knot of dread tightening in her stomach. She moved quickly towards the fallen rider, her boots crunching on the dry earth. He lay unnervingly still, half buried under the weight of the downed horse, his face obscured by dust and shadow. He was dressed in worn denim and a faded blue shirt, clothes that spoke of hard travel. A low groan escaped him as she knelt beside him, confirming he was alive, at least for now. "Easy there," she said softly, her voice pitched low and steady. "Don't try to move. We'll get you out." She could see now where the mare's flank pinned his leg just above the knee. Blood stained his trousers, a dark spreading patch against the dusty fabric. His face, when she gently brushed away some of the grime, was lean, angular, etched with lines that spoke of hardship, and maybe something more guarded, more dangerous. Dark, sweat-dampened hair clung to his forehead. His eyes fluttered open, unfocused at first, then sharpening with a jolt of awareness and perhaps pain. They were a startling shade of gray, like storm clouds gathering over the plains, wary and assessing even his compromised state. "Who?" His voice was rough, barely a whisper. "Name's Ruth Calloway. My men and I were running Mustangs. Didn't see you till it was too late." She kept her tone practical, avoiding any hint of blame or apology. "Accidents happened out here. Assigning fault was a luxury few could afford." Cal joined her, his weathered face etched with concern. "Mare's got a bad break, Ruth. Foreleg. Nothing to be done for her, I reckon." His voice was low, regretful. Putting down a horse was never easy, but necessary. Ruth nodded curtly, her focus on the man. "All right. Let's see about getting him free. On 3, Cal. Try and lift her shoulder just enough for me to pull him clear. Careful now." The man's gray eyes flickered towards Cal, then back to Ruth. A muscle tightened in his jaw. He seemed to brace himself. "Ready?" Cal grunted, positioning himself. Ruth gripped the man's dusty shirt, preparing to pull. 1, 2, 3. Cal heaved, straining against the dead weight of the injured horse. The mare groaned, a pitiful sound. For a tense moment, nothing moved. Then slowly, agonizingly, the pressure eased just slightly. Ruth pulled hard, dragging the man backwards, ignoring the sharp intake of breath that hissed through his clenched teeth. She got him clear just as Cal had to let the mare settle back down. The man lay flat on his back now, gasping, his face pale beneath the dust and grime. His injured leg was clearly broken, the bone perhaps splintered, judging by the unnatural angle and the swelling already beginning. Ruth quickly knelt again, examining it with practiced hands, her touch gentle but firm. Her mother had taught her basic field medicine, skills honed by years of tending injured livestock and the occasional ranch hand. "Looks like a bad break," she confirmed quietly. "Might be other injuries, too. We need to get you somewhere safe. Get this tended to." He pushed himself up slightly on his elbows, wincing, his gray eyes scanning the surroundings, the vast emptiness of the prairie, the distant Calloway ranch hands, the dying horse, and finally Ruth herself. There was a raw intensity in his gaze, a flicker of something untamed that reminded her, disconcertingly, of the Mustangs they'd just been chasing. It wasn't just pain she saw there, but a deep, ingrained wariness, the look of a man accustomed to trouble finding him. "Don't need no fuss," he rasped, his voice stronger now, though still strained. "Just help me sit up. I'll manage." Ruth almost smiled at the absurdity. "Manage? With a leg like that? You won't be walking anywhere soon, mister. And leaving you out here isn't an option." The sun was already beating down fiercely, and the prairie offered little shelter. Vultures circled lazily high overhead, patient opportunists. "Who are you?" she asked again, more directly this time. "What's your name?" He hesitated, his gaze flicking towards the horizon, as if searching for an escape route he couldn't take. "Locke," he finally bit out. "Sam Locke." The name meant nothing to her, but the way he said it, clipped and reluctant, sparked a flicker of unease. Drifters were common enough, men moving through, looking for work or just passing by. But there was something about Locke's stillness, the coiled tension beneath the surface, even as he lay injured and vulnerable, that felt different. He looked like a man running from something, or perhaps towards something he dreaded. Cal returned from dealing with the unfortunate mare, the grim task completed. The sharp crack of his pistol shot had echoed briefly across the plains a moment before, a sound Ruth always hated, but understood as a necessary mercy. He wiped his hands on his trousers, his expression somber. "All right, Ruth, what's the plan?" Cal asked, looking from her to the injured man. Ruth looked down at Sam Locke. His eyes were closed now, his face tight with pain, but she sensed he was listening intently. Her practical side warred with a deeper instinct, a flicker of the compassion her mother had embodied. Leaving him was unthinkable. Taking him back to the ranch, that felt like inviting the unknown across her threshold. He was a stranger, potentially trouble, carrying secrets as surely as he carried the dust of the trail. But his vulnerability was undeniable, his need immediate. Elena Calloway would have helped him without a second thought. Jed Calloway might have hesitated, assessing the risk versus the reward. Ruth found herself caught somewhere in between. The wind sighed around them, whispering through the dry grass, carrying the scent of distant rain and the faint, metallic tang of the blood-soaking Locke's trousers. It felt like a moment suspended in time, a choice point on the vast, indifferent canvas of the prairie. "We'll need to make a travois," she decided, her voice firm, pushing aside her unease. "Jimmy can ride back, fetch the wagon if he pushes hard, but it'll take too long. A travois will be rough, but faster. We'll take him back to the line cabin near Willow Creek first. It's closer, defensible if need be, and I can tend to his leg there without bringing uncertainty right to the main house just yet." Cal nodded slowly, accepting her judgment. "Sensible. Cabin stocked enough for a few days. Got water. Safer than moving him all the way back to the ranch tonight." Ruth glanced back at Locke. His eyes opened again, pinning her with that unsettling gray gaze. She couldn't read his expression. Gratitude, suspicion, resentment? Perhaps a mixture of all three. He didn't protest her plan, just watched her with an unnerving stillness. "All right, Locke," she said, meeting his gaze directly. "Looks like you're stuck with us for a bit. Try to rest easy. We'll get you situated." She stood up, brushing the dust from her sturdy denim trousers, already mentally calculating the supplies needed, the time it would take, the potential complications. She spared a glance for the fallen mare, a pang of sadness hitting her. Another casualty of this harsh, beautiful land. Then her gaze drifted towards the horizon where the Mustangs had vanished, their wild freedom a stark contrast to the scene before her. She had chosen to interfere, to bring this broken stranger into her world. The wind gusted again, swirling dust around her boots, seeming to carry whispers of consequence, of paths now irrevocably altered. The roundup was forgotten, replaced by the weight of this single, battered man and the unknown future his presence promised. Chapter 2. A Storm in Still Waters. The construction of the travois was a rough, necessary affair, born of desperation and the materials the prairie offered. Cal, with his years of experience in making do, took the lead. Using stout lengths of fallen cottonwood dragged from the nearby creek bed and lashed together with strips of canvas Ruth produced from Diablo's saddlebag and sturdy lengths of rawhide lariat. They sacrificed one of the horse blankets to create a crude sling between the poles. Sam Locke watched them work, his face a mask of sweat-sheened pallor, his jaw clamped tight against the waves of pain that visibly washed over him. He offered no suggestions, no complaints, just that unnerving, watchful stillness that seemed his default state. His gray eyes tracked their movements, missing nothing, yet revealing little. Getting him onto the makeshift stretcher was agonizing, both to watch and, undoubtedly, to endure. Despite Ruth and Cal's careful efforts, every shift, every lift, drew a sharp, choked gasp from Locke, though he bit back any louder cry. Perspiration beaded on his forehead and upper lip, and the skin around his mouth was pulled white with the strain. Ruth found herself holding her own breath, her hands gentle, but firm as she helped support his weight, acutely aware of the lean muscle beneath the worn fabric of his shirt. The heat radiating from his body feverish, perhaps, or just the body's fierce response to trauma. Once settled, lashed loosely but securely to prevent him from sliding off on rough terrain, the journey began. Diablo, steady and reliable, was hitched between the poles, pulling the travois slowly, carefully, across the uneven ground. Ruth rode alongside on Cal's horse, Sage, a sturdy buckskin mare, while Cal led Diablo, his eyes constantly scanning the ground ahead, choosing the smoothest possible path. Jimmy had already departed, riding hard back towards the main ranch with instructions to bring the wagon with supplies, water, and word of their situation. Though Ruth knew it would be late the next day at the earliest before he could possibly return. The sun beat down, relentless. The air hung thick and heavy, shimmering with heat waves that distorted the horizon. Dust rose in fine clouds with every step, coating everything in a gritty film. The only sounds were the rhythmic plodding of the horse's hooves, the creak and groan of the travois poles dragging over rock and earth, the buzz of unseen insects, and the occasional low groan Locke couldn't quite suppress when a particularly bad jolt sent fire shooting up his shattered leg. Ruth watched him, her gaze troubled. Pity warred with suspicion. He looked utterly broken, helpless, yet there was an unyielding quality to him, a hardness in the set of his jaw, in the depths of those storm-gray eyes when they occasionally flickered open to meet hers. Who was he? What trouble had found him out here, miles from any town, any trail? His horse hadn't looked like it belonged to a simple cowhand, good stock, well cared for before the accident. And Locke himself? He had the calloused hands of a man who worked hard, but there was an edge to him, an awareness in his posture, even lying prone, that spoke of something else. A man used to watching his back. She remembered the feel of his skin, the tightly controlled tremor running through him as they'd moved him. An unwelcome intimacy forged in crisis. She pushed the thought away, focusing on the practicalities. Reaching the line cabin before dusk was paramount. Getting his legs set, cleaned, preventing infection that was the immediate battle. Questions could wait. The Willow Creek line cabin wasn't much more than a crude shelter, built years ago by her father for cowboys riding fence or caught out in bad weather. Tucked into a shallow draw, partially sheltered by a cluster of weathered pines and junipers, it was small, sturdy, built of rough-hewn logs chinked with mud and straw. A single window covered by a worn wooden shutter and a heavy plank door faced east. Inside it was sparse, a built-in bunk layered with old blankets, a rough table, and 2 stools, a small pot-bellied stove black with soot, and shelves holding basic provisions, tins of beans, coffee, jerky, flour, salt, a few medical supplies in a battered tin box. The air smelled faintly of wood smoke, stale dust, and the faint, resinous scent of the pines outside. It took their combined strength, Ruth and Cal, to carefully maneuver Locke off the travois and through the narrow doorway. The effort left Locke breathless, his face bleached of all color, his eyes squeezed shut. They eased him onto the bunk, propping his injured leg as gently as possible on a rolled blanket. The movement disturbed the dust motes dancing in the single beam of light slanting through the open door. Outside, the sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the western sky in bruised shades of orange and purple. "All right," Ruth said, her voice low, taking charge again. "Cal, build up the fire in the stove. We need hot water and plenty of it, and light the lamp." Cal nodded, moving with efficient, practiced motions. Soon the small stove began to radiate a welcome warmth, chasing away the slight chill that crept into the cabin as the sun dipped lower. The flickering yellow glow of the oil lamp pushed back the encroaching shadows, casting their elongated shapes onto the rough log walls. Ruth turned her attention back to Locke. He lay still, his breathing shallow but regular. She pulled over one of the stools and sat beside the bunk, opening the medical tin. It held precious little carbolic acid for antiseptic, rough linen for bandages, a few sutures, some laudanum for pain, though she was hesitant to use it unless absolutely necessary. "Locke," she said softly. He didn't respond immediately. Then his eyelids fluttered open. His gaze seemed unfocused for a moment, clouded with pain. "I need to tend to your leg now, clean it, set the bone as best I can. It's going to hurt." He swallowed, his throat working. "Just get it done," he rasped, his voice barely audible. He shifted slightly, trying to brace himself, his knuckles white where he gripped the edge of the rough blanket. Ruth took a deep breath, steeling herself. This was the part she dreaded. She took the heavy shears from the tin and carefully began cutting away the blood-stiffened denim of his trousers around the wound. The flesh beneath was mangled, swollen, bruised, a sickening purple and black. Dirt and grit were embedded in the torn skin. Worst of all was the clear, sharp jut of broken bone pushing against the skin from within, threatening to pierce through entirely. A compound fracture, dirty and dangerous. Infection was the great enemy here. Cal brought over a basin of steaming water, the acrid scent of carbolic acid stinging the air as Ruth added a few drops. She dipped a clean cloth into the hot water, wrung it out, and hesitated for only a second before gently beginning to clean the area around the break. Locke inhaled sharply, his whole body tensing like a bowstring. A low sound, half groan, half growl, escaped his clenched teeth. His eyes screwed shut, lines of agony etched deep around them. But he didn't cry out, didn't thrash. His control was formidable, almost unnerving. Ruth worked methodically, her hands surprisingly steady despite the tremor she felt deep inside. She cleaned away the dirt, the dried blood, trying to assess the damage beneath. The bone was badly shattered, a clean break impossible. Setting it would be brutal, inexact, relying on traction and immobilization. "Cal," she said, her voice tight, "I'm going to need your help. When I say I need you to pull steadily on his foot, keep traction, while I try to align the bone ends." Cal moved to the foot of the bunk, his weathered face grim. He looked at Locke, then at Ruth. "Ready when you are." Ruth looked at Locke. His eyes were open now, fixed on the rough ceiling beams overhead, but she knew he was aware, bracing for the inevitable. His breathing was ragged. "All right, Lala," she said, her voice softer than she intended. "This is it. Bite down on something if you need to." She offered him a folded piece of leather from her saddlebag supplies. He shook his head almost imperceptibly, his jaw set like granite. "Now, Cal," Ruth instructed. Cal gripped Locke's dusty boot and began to pull, applying slow, steady pressure. Locke arched his back off the bunk, a strangled cry tearing from his throat this time, raw and uncontrolled, his hands clenched into fists, digging into the thin mattress. Ruth ignored her own flinch, her focus narrowing entirely on the task. With Cal maintaining traction, she used both hands, her fingers probing gently but firmly through the swollen tissue, feeling for the broken ends of the tibia. Finding them, she maneuvered them, trying to bring them into approximate alignment. It felt crude, horrific, like manipulating shattered pottery. Sweat beaded on her own forehead, stinging her eyes. Locke's ragged breathing filled the small cabin, a counterpoint to the crackle of the fire and the low moan of the wind outside. Finally, feeling the bones grate slightly as they came closer to position, she nodded sharply. "Hold it there, Cal. Steady." Working quickly now, she packed the wound area loosely with clean linen, soaked in carbolic solution, then began applying splints. Smooth pieces of wood Cal had prepared, padding them with more cloth and binding them tightly around the leg from ankle to thigh, immobilizing the fracture as best she could. Every wrap, every adjustment, seemed to cost Locke, though he had lapsed back into that terrifying, rigid silence, his face gray and slick with sweat. By the time she tied the last knot, her arms ached, and she felt emotionally drained. Cal eased the traction, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. Locke lay utterly still, his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling in shallow, rapid breaths. He looked depleted, vulnerable in a way that chipped away at the wary defenses Ruth had erected against him. That's the best I can do for now," Ruth murmured, sitting back on the stool, suddenly aware of how cramped her own muscles were. "We need to keep it clean, watch for fever. Hope it knits." Cal nodded soberly. "You did good, Ruth. Better than most doctors I've seen." He glanced towards the door. "Reckon I should see to the horses, make sure they're settled for the night. Give you two a bit of space." He gave Locke another long look, a mixture of pity and lingering suspicion in his eyes, before quietly letting himself out into the gathering dark. The silence that descended in the cabin felt thick, heavy. Only the crackle of the fire, the sigh of the wind against the log walls, and Locke's strained breathing broke it. Ruth stayed seated, watching him, her thoughts a confused jumble. She had saved him, tended to him, inflicted necessary pain upon him. She had touched his broken body, felt the life force flickering within him, fragile, yet stubbornly persistent. And she still knew almost nothing about him except that his name was Sam Locke. He had startling gray eyes, and he endured pain with a silence that spoke volumes more than any cry. She rose quietly and went to the small shelf, pouring some water from the canteen into a tin cup. She knelt beside the bunk again. "Locke," she whispered, "can you drink some water?" His eyelids flickered open. He looked at her, his gaze bleary but direct. He nodded almost imperceptibly. Ruth carefully supported his head, holding the cup to his lips. He drank slowly, carefully, his eyes never leaving hers. There was something raw in that gaze now, stripped bare by pain and exhaustion, a vulnerability he couldn't quite mask. She saw the flicker of thanks, quickly shuttered, replaced by that habitual wariness. As she gently lowered his head back to the blanket roll, his lips moved, forming words so faint she had to lean closer to hear. "Devlin, find me." The name meant nothing, but the tone, it wasn't just words, it was a fragment of a nightmare spoken from the depths of pain or delirium. "Devlin, find me." It sounded like a foregone conclusion, a dark certainty. A chill traced its way down Ruth's spine, colder than the night air seeping through the cracks in the cabin walls. The storm she sensed that wasn't just in his eyes, it was gathering on the horizon, and she had just pulled its unwilling harbinger into her small, fragile shelter. The wind howled outside, a lonely, mournful sound, echoing the sudden turmoil in the still waters of her carefully ordered life. Chapter 3. The Weight of a Stranger. The name hung in the small cabin's silence long after Sam Locke had succumbed again to the heavy pull of pain and exhaustion. Devlin. It echoed in Ruth's mind, a discordant note against the steady crackle of the fire and the low sigh of the wind pressing against the sturdy log walls. "Devlin, find me." Not a plea for help, but a statement of grim expectation. Whoever Devlin was, Locke seemed certain his arrival was inevitable, and unlikely to be friendly. Ruth sat on the rough wooden stool beside the bunk, the flickering lamplight casting her shadow long and distorted against the wall. The acrid smell of carbolic acid mingled with the scent of wood smoke and the faint, metallic tang of blood that clung stubbornly to the air despite her efforts. She watched Locke's chest rise and fall, the shallow breaths seeming to catch sometimes, punctuated by a low, involuntary groan that escaped his lips even in sleep. His face, relaxed from the fierce clench of agony during the setting of his leg, looked younger, almost vulnerable beneath the lines etched by sun and hardship. But the peace was superficial. A tension still emanated from him, a coiled readiness that even unconsciousness couldn't fully erase. Cal had returned briefly, his face etched with the weariness of the day and the grim necessity of dispatching Locke's injured mare. He'd checked the horses, Diablo and Sage, ensuring they were watered and secured nearby, where a small patch of graze offered some sustenance. He'd looked towards the bunk where Locke lay still, his expression unreadable in the dim light. "Fever?" he'd asked quietly, his gaze meeting Ruth's. "Not yet," she'd replied, dipping a cloth in the basin of cool water she'd set aside and gently wiping Locke's forehead. His skin felt hot, dry, but perhaps not yet truly feverish. It was hard to tell the difference between the body's natural heat battling trauma and the first insidious creep of infection. But the risk is high. Dirty wound, bone broken through. Cal had nodded slowly. "Nasty business. This Devlin fella he mentioned. Mean anything to you?" Ruth shook her head. "Never heard the name. But the way he said it sounded like trouble walking." "Most strangers carry some kind of trouble," Cal had observed dryly, though without malice. It was simply a fact of life on the frontier. Men drifted through, shedding old lives, sometimes running from the law, sometimes just running from themselves. You learned to be wary, to keep your distance until intentions became clearer. "Just hope his trouble don't find its way here too quick. Jimmy won't be back with the wagon and supplies till tomorrow afternoon. Maybe later if the creek's running high." "We'll manage till then," Ruth had assured him, though a knot of apprehension tightened in her stomach. They were isolated here, just the two of them, and an incapacitated, potentially dangerous stranger whose past seemed poised to catch up with him. "Get some rest, Cal. You've done enough for one day." He'd hesitated, clearly reluctant to leave her alone, but exhaustion pulled at him. "All right. Holler if you need anything. I'll bunk outside by the horses. Keep an ear out." He'd given Locke one last lingering look before slipping out into the moonless night, pulling the heavy plank door shut behind him, leaving Ruth enveloped in the charged intimacy of the small cabin. Now alone with the injured man, the weight of his presence felt immense. It wasn't just the physical burden of his care, the constant vigilance required. It was the weight of the unknown, the potential danger he represented. Every creak of the cabin logs, every gust of wind rattling the wooden shutter over the window made her jump. Was that just the night settling, or was Devlin already out there? A shadow moving across the dark prairie, drawn by some invisible thread. She rose and added another small log to the pot-bellied stove, the flames flaring briefly, illuminating the stark confines of their temporary shelter. She checked the splint on Locke's leg, ensuring the bindings were secure but not cutting off circulation. His skin felt warmer now, definitely warmer. She frowned, laying the back of her hand against his forehead again. Yes, the heat was building. Fever. The enemy was making its move. Returning to the basin, she re-soaked the cloth in the cool water and gently bathed his face and neck. He murmured something incoherent, turning his head restlessly against the rough blanket roll serving as a pillow. His gray eyes flickered open for a moment, clouded and unfocused, before sliding shut again. Ruth sighed softly, a sound lost in the whisper of the flames. Her mother, Elena, would have seen only the man in need. Her compassion had been as vast and unreserved as the plains themselves, sometimes blinding her to the harsh realities her husband Jed had always kept firmly in view. Jed Calloway had been a hard man, forged by loss and the unforgiving nature of the land. He'd taught Ruth caution, self-reliance, the importance of weighing risks. "Never invite a wolf into the fold just 'cause it looks hungry, Ruthie," he'd warned her more than once. Some hunger can't ever be satisfied. Was Sam Locke a hungry wolf or just a man broken by misfortune, caught in the wrong place at the wrong time? Her instinct, usually a reliable guide, felt confused, pulled in opposing directions. The helplessness of his current state tugged at her empathy, the part of her that mirrored her mother. But the guardedness in his eyes, the way he held himself even in sleep, the whispered name, Devlin, these things echoed her father's warnings, raising alarms she couldn't ignore. She was responsible for him now. Her choice back on the open range, driven by a mixture of shock and ingrained decency, had bound their fates together, at least for the time being. She had brought him here, to this isolated cabin, placing herself, and potentially Cal, in the path of whatever trouble followed him. The weight of that decision settled heavily on her shoulders. Hours passed in a slow, watchful rhythm. Ruth dozed fitfully on the hard stool, jerking awake at every sound from the bunk or the world outside. She kept the fire fed, the water cool for bathing Locke's brow, her senses on high alert. The fever seemed to be holding steady, a low burn rather than a raging fire, but it worried her. Without proper medicine, without a doctor, fighting infection in a wound like his was a desperate gamble. Towards the gray hours before dawn, Locke stirred more significantly. He shifted, a sharp hiss of pain escaping him as the movement jarred his broken leg. His eyes opened, and this time they seemed clearer, more focused, though still shadowed by pain and the building fever. He looked around the small cabin slowly, taking in the log walls, the dying fire, and finally Ruth, sitting watch beside him. "Water?" His voice was a dry rasp. Ruth nodded, quickly filling the tin cup and supporting his head as he drank, just as she had before. He managed a few sips this time, his gaze fixed on her face. The intensity was back, that unnerving, assessing quality. "You stayed," he murmured, his voice rough. It wasn't quite a question, more an observation, tinged with something she couldn't decipher. Surprise? Suspicion? "Someone had to," Ruth replied simply, lowering his head gently back down. "Fever's up a bit. You need to rest." He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again, pinning her with that gray stare. "Why?" The question hung in the air. Why stay? Why help a stranger who might bring danger down on her head? Why tend to his wounds when leaving him? Might have been the safer, more practical choice. She thought of her mother's gentle hands tending the wounded bird, of her father's grudging respect for sheer grit, of the stark reality of leaving a man to die alone on the prairie. "Because it was the right thing to do," she said finally, the words sounding simple, perhaps naive even to her own ears. "Out here, sometimes all we have is each other, even strangers." A flicker of something unreadable crossed his face. Cynicism, maybe, or a weariness that went bone deep. He didn't reply, just turned his head slightly, looking towards the rough wall as if the conversation was over, or perhaps too difficult to continue. The silence stretched again, filled now with unspoken questions, with the vast gulf between their lives and experiences. Ruth got up stiffly, her muscles protesting the long hours spent on the uncomfortable stool. The first pale light of dawn was beginning to seep through the cracks around the shuttered window. Daybreak brought a small measure of relief, pushing back the formless fears of the night. But the underlying tension remained. She needed to check on Cal, see to the horses, perhaps try to make some broth if Locke seemed able to keep it down. Before leaving, she paused, looking down at the injured man. His few belongings lay in a small, dusty pile near the foot of the bunk, where Cal had placed them: a worn bedroll, a near-empty canteen, a battered leather saddlebag that had survived the fall. Curiosity, sharp and insistent, pricked at her. Knowing more about him might help her gauge the risk, understand the man she was sheltering. It felt like an intrusion, searching through his things while he lay helpless, but the unease spurred by the name Devlin gnawed at her practical sense. Hesitantly, driven by a need for answers, she knelt beside the saddlebag. It was old, the leather cracked and softened with use, the buckles tarnished. She unfastened the straps, her fingers fumbling slightly. Inside, the contents were sparse, reflecting a life lived on the move. A change of shirt, rough spun and clean but well mended. A small tin containing tobacco and rolling papers. A straight razor, honed sharp, wrapped carefully in oiled cloth. A small dog-eared book poetry, surprisingly, judging by the look of the verse on the one page she glimpsed. And tucked deep in a side pocket, something small and hard. Ruth drew it out. It was a photograph, a tintype, housed in a simple hinged metal case. She opened it carefully. It showed a woman, stern-faced but with kind eyes, her dark hair pulled back severely, standing beside a younger Sam Locke. He looked barely out of his teens, his face smoother, lacking the hard lines and weary caution he wore now, but the same intense gray eyes stared out from the image. He stood stiffly, awkwardly, one hand resting on the woman's shoulder. It wasn't the image of a hardened drifter, let alone a wanted man. It hinted at roots, at connection, at a past life vastly different from the impression he now gave. Who was this woman? His mother? A wife? Tucked behind the tintype was a folded piece of paper, yellowed and brittle with age. Ruth unfolded it carefully, her heart suddenly beating faster. It wasn't a letter, but a wanted poster. The ink was faded, the drawing crude, but the name was clear: Samuel Locke. The description matched him, though it emphasized the scar on his left cheek she hadn't noticed beneath the grime and stubble. Wanted for robbery and questioning in the matter of the death of Deputy Sheriff Harmon Pike, Clayton County, Kansas. Reward, $500. $500. A fortune. Enough to make a man hunt another across territories relentlessly. Enough to explain the presence of someone like Devlin. A cold dread washed over Ruth. Robbery. The death of a lawman. This wasn't just trouble. This was serious, deadly trouble. The man lying helpless on the bunk wasn't just a drifter. He was a fugitive, potentially a killer. The weight of the stranger suddenly felt crushing, suffocating. She had brought a wanted man, a man implicated in the death of a deputy sheriff, into her sanctuary. Her act of compassion had potentially endangered everything: her ranch, her hands, herself. Her hand trembled as she carefully refolded the poster and slipped it, along with the tintype, back into the saddlebag, fastening the straps exactly as she'd found them. She stood up, backing away from the bunk, her gaze fixed on Locke's sleeping form. He looked no different, still pale, still breathing shallowly, still radiating that low, feverish heat. But now the vulnerability she'd glimpsed seemed like a dangerous illusion, masking a past steeped in violence and desperation. The first rays of full daylight now streamed through the cracks, striping the cabin floor. Outside, a bird called, oblivious to the storm that had just broken within the four walls of the isolated cabin. Ruth felt trapped, caught between the harsh law of the land and the undeniable humanity of the injured man she had saved. Who was Samuel Locke, really? And what would happen when Devlin, or the law itself, inevitably found him here? The fragile peace of the prairie morning felt like a lie. Thin ice over dark, churning water. She had taken on the weight of a stranger, and now she feared it might be heavy enough to pull her under. Chapter 4. Scars Beneath the Surface. The rising sun did little to dispel the chill that had settled deep within Ruth Calloway. It wasn't the cool morning air seeping into the small cabin, nor the lingering fatigue from her night-long vigil. It was the cold, hard weight of the knowledge contained in that folded, yellowed wanted poster tucked away in Sam Locke's saddlebag. Robbery. Death of Deputy Sheriff Harmon Pike. $500 reward. The words cycled relentlessly through her mind, each repetition stripping away another layer of the cautious sympathy she had begun to feel for the injured man. She moved about the small cabin with a forced quietness, her actions mechanical. She checked the fire in the stove, adding small pieces of wood until it burned steadily again, warding off the dawn chill. She measured out coffee grounds into the battered pot, adding water from the bucket Cal had filled from Willow Creek the previous evening. The familiar ritual, usually grounding, felt alien today, performed under the shadow of a terrible secret. Every few minutes her gaze strayed towards the bunk. Locke lay still, seemingly asleep, though his breathing remained shallow, occasionally catching with a soft hitch of pain. The fever hadn't broken. If anything, his skin felt slightly drier, hotter to the touch when she briefly rested her hand against his forehead. He needed constant care, fluids, vigilance against the infection threatening his shattered leg. And he was, potentially, a killer. The irony was bitter. She who cherished the untamed freedom of the Mustangs, who sought to gentle wildness with patience rather than force, was now harboring a man who might represent the most dangerous kind of wildness, the human kind, driven by desperation and perhaps violence. Her mother would have prayed for his soul. Her father would have reached for his shotgun. Ruth felt caught in an impossible space between them, paralyzed by conflicting impulses. She heard movement outside Cal stirring, seeing to the horses. Relief washed over her, quickly followed by a fresh wave of anxiety. Could Cal tell something was wrong? Could he read the turmoil in her eyes? She smoothed her expression, schooling her features into a mask of weary competence before stepping towards the door. "Morning, Cal," she said, pushing the heavy plank door open. The morning air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. The vast blue sky stretched overhead, indifferent to the dramas unfolding beneath it. Cal stood by the small fire he'd built near the tethered horses, pouring himself a cup of coffee from his own pot. Sage and Diablo nickered softly, their breath pluming in the cool air. "Morning, Ruth?" Cal turned, his weathered face assessing her quickly. "How's our guest?" "Fever's still holding," Ruth replied, keeping her voice even. "He's resting, mostly. Slept through the worst of the night, I think." She omitted the detail of his delirious whisper, the name Devlin, and the devastating discovery in his saddlebag. Sharing that burden felt impossible right now. It would make the situation real, forcing a decision she wasn't ready to make. Telling Cal would obligate them both, potentially putting him in danger too. For now, the secret was hers alone, a heavy stone in her gut. "Reckon Jimmy ought to be showing up sometime this afternoon, if he made good time and the wagon held," Cal remarked, sipping his coffee. "Be good to get proper supplies, and maybe think about moving him back to the ranch if he's fit." Ruth's stomach tightened. Moving him to the ranch felt unthinkable now. Bringing a wanted fugitive, a man implicated in the death of a lawman, onto Calloway land. It risked everything her father had built, everything she fought to maintain. But leaving him here indefinitely wasn't feasible either, and turning him in, the thought sent a different kind of chill through her, handing over a man so broken, so vulnerable, regardless of his past. It felt like a betrayal, not of him, perhaps, but of some fundamental tenet of decency her mother had instilled in her. "Let's see how he fares today," she temporized, forcing a calmness she didn't feel. Moving him too soon could make things worse. The wagon ride will be rough. Cal nodded slowly, accepting her reasoning, though his gaze lingered on her face for a moment longer than usual, as if sensing something unspoken. He was a perceptive man, loyal and steady, but he respected her authority as owner of the ranch. He wouldn't push, not unless he saw clear danger. Ruth turned back towards the cabin, needing to escape his quiet scrutiny. Inside, Locke had shifted slightly on the bunk. His eyes were open, tracking her movements as she entered. The fever lent them a brighter, almost brittle intensity, but there was a lucidity there that hadn't been present during the night. "Morning," he murmured, his voice still rough but stronger than before. "Morning," Ruth replied, her tone carefully neutral. She walked over to the stove, busying herself with the coffee pot, avoiding his direct gaze. The simple act of looking at him now felt fraught with complication. Every detail she noticed: the way his dark hair curled slightly where it was damp with sweat, the strong line of his jaw now visible beneath the stubble. The surprising length of his lashes against his pale skin felt like a betrayal of her newfound knowledge. "Smell good," he offered, his voice strained. "Coffee," she confirmed curtly, pouring a steaming cup. She hesitated, then added a careful measure of water to cool it slightly before carrying it over to the bunk. Supporting his head again felt different now. Her touch was clinical, efficient, lacking the unconscious gentleness she might have offered 12 hours earlier. She was acutely aware of the warmth of his skin and the slight tremor that ran through him, the vulnerability of his position, and the potential for violence lurking beneath that fragile surface. He drank slowly, his gray eyes watching her over the rim of the cup. Did he sense the change in her? The withdrawal, the sudden wall she had erected between them? His expression was impossible to read, a mixture of pain, exhaustion, and that ever-present, watchful guardedness. As she lowered his head back down, her gaze inadvertently fell on his left cheek near the jawline. Partially obscured by grime and several days' growth of beard was a faint, pale line, a scar, just as the wanted poster had described. It wasn't prominent, easily missed unless you were looking for it, but it was there, a physical confirmation of the paper's grim tidings. Ruth felt her breath catch, quickly looking away, busying herself with tidying the already sparse medical supplies. "How's the leg?" he asked, the word catching slightly as if acknowledging the severity without wanting to dwell on it. "Swollen. Feverish. That's expected after a break like this, especially one left untended for a while," Ruth replied, her voice professional, detached. "The real worry is infection setting in deep. I cleaned it as best I could, but—" She left the rest unsaid. They both knew the risks: gangrene, amputation, death. These were the grim possibilities that haunted injuries on the frontier. He didn't press. He simply closed his eyes again, a muscle working in his jaw. Was he contemplating his own mortality or just fighting another wave of pain? Ruth couldn't tell. She felt a pang of something that might have been pity, quickly suppressed. Pity was a luxury she couldn't afford, not when dealing with Samuel Locke, wanted man. The morning wore on, measured by the slow creep of sunlight across the cabin floor. Ruth forced herself to eat some jerky and dry biscuits, washed down with coffee, though she had little appetite. She checked Locke's bandages, relieved to see no immediate, alarming signs of worsening infection, though the heat radiating from the limb remained intense. She offered him water frequently, which he accepted silently, his eyes often closed, conserving his strength. Conversation was minimal, fragmented. Ruth avoided asking personal questions, unwilling to navigate the treacherous territory of his past. He, in turn, offered nothing. The silence between them grew thick with unspoken thoughts, with her secret knowledge and his unknown history. It was a different kind of silence than the companionable quiet she sometimes shared with Cal, or the peaceful solitude she found out on the range. This silence was tense, watchful, like the stillness before a lightning strike. Around midday, she decided to try offering him some broth. She found a tin of condensed beef soup among the meager supplies and heated it with water over the stove. The rich aroma filled the small space. When she brought a cup over to the bunk, Locke's eyes opened. He looked hesitant. Might help, Ruth said, her tone still carefully neutral. Need to keep your strength up. She helped him sit up slightly, propping him against the log wall with the spare blanket rolled behind his back. The movement clearly cost him, his face tightening, but he bore it with that same stoic silence. He took the cup in his own hands, though they trembled slightly. He sipped the hot broth slowly, cautiously, as if testing his body's tolerance. As he drank, his shirt shifted slightly, revealing more of his neck and collarbone. Ruth noticed other marks on his skin, older scars, faint white lines against the sun-darkened flesh. One, a puckered indentation just below his collarbone, looked suspiciously like an old bullet wound. Another, a thin, jagged line near his shoulder, could have been from a knife. These weren't the marks of an ordinary ranch hand or farmer. They were the calligraphy of a life lived dangerously, violently. Each scar seemed to corroborate the story hinted at by the wanted poster, painting a picture of a man familiar with conflict, perhaps even defined by it. He finished the broth, handing the empty cup back to her with a murmur of thanks that was barely audible. He leaned his head back against the wall, his eyes closed again, exhaustion claiming him. Ruth took the cup, her hand brushing his accidentally. A jolt, like static electricity, passed between them. His eyes snapped open, meeting hers. For a fleeting second, the guardedness dropped, and she saw something else in those gray depths. Surprise, awareness, a flicker of connection that startled them both. Then, just as quickly, the shutters slammed back down. He looked away towards the single, shuttered window, his expression becoming remote, unreadable. Ruth retreated, rattled by the unexpected spark. It was absurd. He was injured, a fugitive, potentially dangerous, and she was his reluctant caretaker, burdened by a secret that could destroy him or her. There was no room for whatever that brief flicker had been. It was a mistake, a momentary lapse fueled by proximity and the strange intimacy forced upon them by circumstance. She focused on cleaning the cup, scrubbing it harder than necessary, trying to erase the feeling of his skin against hers, the sudden jolt of awareness. The afternoon dragged on. The heat built outside, pressing against the cabin walls. Inside, the air grew close, thick with the smell of sickness and confinement. Ruth found herself pacing the small space, too restless to sit still, too anxious to relax. She kept glancing towards the door, straining her ears for the sound of wagon wheels for Jimmy's arrival. His return represented a shift, a potential resolution, though she dreaded the decisions that would come with it. Locke drifted in and out of a feverish doze. Sometimes he muttered incoherently, fragmented words lost in the haze of pain and fever. Once she thought she heard the name Pike, the name of the dead deputy sheriff from the wanted poster. A cold fist clenched around her heart. Was it a confession? A nightmare? She couldn't be sure. She forced herself not to react, not to probe, just to continue her ministrations, changing the cool compress on his forehead, ensuring his splinted leg remained undisturbed. Late in the afternoon, when the shadows began to lengthen outside, Locke surfaced again into a period of clearer consciousness. He watched her as she moved about the cabin, his gaze heavy-lidded, but intense. "Galloway," he said, his voice stronger now, rasping less. Ruth paused, turning towards him warily. "Yes?" "Your man." "Cal?" Locke began, then hesitated, searching for the right words. "He seemed capable." "He is," Ruth confirmed. "Worked for my father for 20 years. Knows this land. Knows ranching. Loyal." Locke nodded slowly, absorbing this. "And you, this place? The ranch?" "It was my father's," Ruth said, keeping her answers brief, factual. He passed 3 years ago. I run it now." He considered this, his gray eyes studying her face intently. A woman, running a spread this size, alone. There was no judgment in his tone, only a kind of weary surprise, perhaps even a grudging respect. "Not alone," Ruth corrected quietly. "I have Cal and Jimmy, and I know the work." She lifted her chin slightly, a spark of defiance flickering through her unease. She wouldn't be underestimated, not even by a wounded fugitive. He held her gaze for a long moment, then gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, as if conceding a point. He looked down at his splintered leg, a grimace tightening his features. "Seems I've brought complications to your work." The understatement hung in the air. Complications. He had no idea. Ruth felt the secret pressed down on her, suffocating. Should she confront him? Demand the truth? Hand him over to the first sheriff who rode through? Or continue this dangerous charade, protecting him out of some misguided sense of duty or compassion, risking everything in the process? Before she could formulate a reply, before the tension could break, a new sound intrude, faint at first, but growing steadily clearer. The unmistakable rumble of wagon wheels, the jingle of harness, the sound of horses approaching. Jimmy. He was back. Relief warred with dread within Ruth. The isolation was ending. Help, supplies, connection to the outside world were arriving. But so was the moment of reckoning. Decisions could no longer be postponed. The arrival of the wagon signaled the end of this strange suspended time in the cabin and the beginning of the next uncertain chapter. Locke heard it too. His body tensed, his head lifting slightly, his eyes fixed on the door, his expression instantly sharpening into alert, hunted readiness. The transformation was startling, the ingrained instinct of a man long accustomed to listening for danger. He looked at Ruth, his gray eyes searching hers, a silent, urgent question in their depths. What would she do now? Whose side was she on? The weight of the stranger, the weight of her secret pressed down on Ruth, heavier than ever before. Chapter 5. Campfire Confessions Half Told. The rumble of the wagon wheels and the jingle of harnessed metal were sounds both welcome and deeply unsettling. Jimmy Evans pulled the sturdy ranch wagon to a halt near the cluster of pines sheltering the line cabin, his young face etched with dust, fatigue, and a burgeoning curiosity as he took in the scene, Cal tending a small cook fire, Ruth emerging from the cabin doorway with a strained expression, and the undeniable tension that hung in the air like heat haze. "Miss Ruth! Cal!" Jimmy swung down from the wagon seat, stretching his lanky frame. He was barely 20, earnest and eager, having worked for the Callaways since he was old enough to muck stalls. His gaze immediately sought the cabin door, trying to glimpse the reason for this unexpected detour. "Made it all right. Roads weren't too bad. Got everything you asked for, I think." He gestured towards the wagon bed, laden with canvas-covered supplies. "Good work, Jimmy," Ruth managed, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "We appreciate you pushing hard." Cal nodded his agreement, adding a fresh log to his fire. "Good timing, son. Coffee's near ready." Jimmy's attention, however, was fixed on the cabin. "The fella, the one who got hurt, he all right?" "He's holding on," Ruth said vaguely, stepping aside slightly as if to block the view, though the door remained open. "Broken leg's bad. Got some fever." At that moment, from within the shadowed interior, came the sound of movement, followed by a low groan as Locke shifted position on the bunk. Jimmy's eyes widened slightly. Cal shot Ruth a quick, questioning look, but she kept her expression carefully neutral. "All right, let's get these supplies unloaded," Cal said, breaking the momentary tension. "Sun'll be down proper soon." The next hour was a bustle of practical activity. Jimmy, full of youthful energy despite his long ride, helped Cal unload burlap sacks of oats for the horses, tins of food, fresh water barrels, blankets, and, most importantly, a more comprehensive medical kit Ruth had insisted he bring from the main house supplies. Ruth directed the placement of items, assigning some to the cabin for Locke's immediate needs and others for the camp Cal and Jimmy were establishing outside. She took the medical kit inside, grateful for the distraction. The presence of Jimmy, his uncomplicated normality, only highlighted the abnormality of the situation, the dangerous secret she carried. Locke watched her from the bunk as she unpacked clean linen bandages, more carbolic acid, a small bottle of quinine for the fever, and stronger laudanum than the cabin's meager stores held. His face was still pale, drawn with pain, but his gray eyes were sharp, observant, missing nothing of the interactions outside, the arrival of the fresh supplies, the subtle shift in the atmosphere. "Your boy made good time," Locke commented, his voice low and slightly raspy. "Jimmy's reliable," Ruth replied curtly, keeping her back to him as she organized the supplies on the rough table. "He grew up on the ranch. Seems loyal." Another observation, tinged perhaps with envy or just the detached assessment of a man who seemed to possess little loyalty himself or inspire much in return. Ruth didn't answer. She turned, holding the bottle of quinine and a tin cup of water. "This might help with the fever." He eyed the small, dark pills she shook into her palm. "Quinine?" She nodded. "Bitter, but it works sometimes." He swallowed the pills with a sip of water, his gaze fixed on her face. "You seem tense, Calloway. More than just worry over a broken stranger." His directness startled her. Had she been so obvious? Was her internal turmoil broadcasting itself despite her best efforts? She met his gaze, forcing herself not to flinch away, not to let him see the flicker of fear and suspicion his very presence ignited. "It's been a long day and night, and yes, tending a badly broken leg in the middle of nowhere is cause for concern." She kept her tone crisp, professional. He held her gaze for a moment longer, a faint, unreadable expression crossing his features. Skepticism, perhaps, or a weary understanding of evasion. Then he leaned his head back against the blanket roll, closing his eyes. "Suppose it is." Ruth retreated, feeling as though she'd narrowly avoided a verbal tripwire. His perception was unnerving. It made keeping the secret feel like balancing on a knife's edge. As dusk deepened, painting the vast sky in strokes of violet and rose, the air grew cooler. The scent of wood smoke from Cal's cook fire mingled with the sharp, clean smell of the pines and the ever-present dust. Inside the cabin, the oil lamp cast a warm, flickering glow, but Ruth felt drawn to the fire outside, needing the open space, the presence of her loyal hands, even if their conversation would be stilted by the awareness of the listener inside. She left Locke with fresh water within reach and the lamp turned low, stepping out into the twilight. Cal had beans and salt pork simmering in a Dutch oven nestled in the coals, the aroma rich and savory. Jimmy was tending to the horses, brushing down Diablo's dusty coat with familiar care. The scene was deceptively normal, a typical night on the range, except for the small log cabin looming nearby and the dangerous secret it held. Ruth accepted a tin plate of food from Cal and settled onto a log near the fire, pulling her worn jacket tighter against the evening chill Jimmy joined them moments later, his youthful appetite evident as he tucked into the simple fare. For a while they ate in comfortable silence, broken only by the crackle of the flames, the chirping of crickets, and the distant, mournful howl of a lone coyote. "Reckon we head back first light?" Jimmy asked eventually, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Cal glanced towards the cabin before answering. "Depends on him." He nodded towards the closed door. "Moving him too soon. Ruth's right. Could do more harm than good. Wagon ride's going to be hell on that leg regardless." "So we wait here?" Jimmy sounded slightly restless. The prospect of being holed up indefinitely wasn't appealing. "We wait," Ruth confirmed, her voice quiet but firm. "Until he's stable enough to travel, or until—" She didn't finish the sentence. "Until Devlin finds us? Until the law shows up? Until I figure out what to do?" The silence stretched again, heavier this time. The unspoken questions about the man in the cabin hung in the air. Jimmy, less constrained by years of frontier caution than Cal, finally voiced what was likely on both their minds. "Who is he, Miss Ruth? This Locke fella? Where'd he come from?" Ruth hesitated, swirling the dregs of coffee in her tin cup. "He didn't say much. Just that his horse spooked during our Mustang run, threw him, fell on him. Said his name was Sam Locke." She offered only the barest facts, the ones they already knew. "Locke," Cal mused, staring into the fire. "Don't recall hearing that name around here. Drifter, most likely." "Looks like he's seen some hard miles," Jimmy added, lowering his voice slightly. "Got that look about him, you know, like he's expecting trouble around every corner." Ruth knew that look. She'd seen it crystallize in Locke's eyes when he heard the wagon approaching. She'd seen the scars that mapped a history of violence on his skin. Jimmy's innocent observation struck closer to the truth than he could possibly imagine. As if summoned by their words, the cabin door creaked open. Sam Locke stood framed in the doorway, leaning heavily on a stout crutch Cal must have fashioned for him earlier and left inside. He'd managed to pull on a cleaner shirt from his saddlebag, though his face was still pale and etched with pain in the flickering firelight. Moving from the bunk to the door must have been an ordeal, but his expression was resolute, his gaze sweeping over the three figures around the fire. "Smell coffee," he said, his voice low but carrying in the still night air. It wasn't quite an explanation, more a simple statement of fact, but it served as his reason for joining them. A beat of surprised silence followed. Cal recovered first, gesturing with his own cup. "Plenty left. Help yourself, or, let Jimmy fetch you some." "I can manage," Locke said, his pride evident despite his obvious infirmity. He moved slowly, awkwardly, planting the crutch firmly before swinging his good leg forward, dragging the splintered one carefully behind him. Each step seemed to require immense effort and control. He made his way to the fire, lowering himself carefully onto the end of the log Ruth occupied, leaving a respectful distance between them. The air crackled with sudden, intense awareness. Jimmy quickly poured coffee into another tin cup and handed it to Locke, who accepted it with a curt nod of thanks. He held the warm cup in both hands, staring into the flames, his profile sharp and shadowed against the fire's glow. The scar on his cheek was more visible now in the direct light. "Obliged for the, hospitality," Locke said after a moment, his gaze still fixed on the fire. The words sounded stiff, unused. "Didn't expect—" He trailed off, perhaps unsure how to finish. "Didn't expect help? Didn't expect to survive?" "Accidents happen," Cal said gruffly, breaking the awkward silence. "Could have been any one of us under that horse." Locke slanted a glance at the older man, a flicker of something appreciation in his eyes. "Maybe." "Heading somewhere particular?" Jimmy asked, his curiosity getting the better of him again. "Before the accident?" Locke took a slow sip of his coffee, seeming to consider the question, or perhaps just buying time. Ruth watched him, holding her breath, wondering what carefully edited version of the truth he would offer. "West," he said finally, his voice carefully neutral. "Just west. Looking for a place to start over, maybe." "Lots of folks heading west looking for the same," Cal observed, his tone noncommittal. "Gold fever still got some in its grip up north. Others just looking for land, space." "Not looking for gold," Locke stated flatly. He shifted slightly, wincing as the movement jarred his leg. "Just quiet." The word hung in the air, heavy with irony. Quiet was the last thing Ruth associated with him now. Not with the shadow of Deputy Harmon Pike and a $500 bounty hanging over his head. Not with the phantom name Devlin echoing in her memory. "Quiet's hard to find sometimes," Ruth said softly, unable to stop herself. Her voice was barely above a whisper, but Locke's head turned sharply towards her, his eyes locking with hers across the flickering flames. He studied her face, his expression intense, searching. "Seems you know something about that, Calloway." It wasn't a question. Ruth felt her cheeks flush, caught off guard by his perception yet again. She looked away, focusing on the intricate dance of the flames. "This land demands a lot," she deflected. "Peace comes at a high price." "It always does," Locke murmured, his gaze drifting back to the fire, a profound weariness settling over his features. He seemed suddenly older, burdened by more than just his physical injury. "Sometimes the price is paid long before you get the bill." The cryptic statement settled over the small group, silencing further questions. It felt like a confession, but of what remained obscure. A confession of regret, of past sins catching up. It was a half-told story, a glimpse into a troubled past shrouded in shadow and deliberate omission. He spoke again, his voice softer, almost reflective. "Had a place once. Small ranch, back east." He paused, the firelight catching the haunted look in his eyes. "Didn't work out. Lost it. Lost—" He stopped abruptly, his jaw tightening, the vulnerability vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. He took another swallow of coffee, the moment of openness sealed shut again. Ruth felt a strange pang. The man from the tintype, the younger, stiffer Locke, standing beside the stern-faced woman, was that who he was remembering? What had happened to that place, that woman? Was it tied to the trouble in Kansas, to Deputy Pike? The questions burned within her, but she couldn't ask, couldn't reveal what she knew, couldn't risk shattering the fragile truce that held them together in this isolated pocket of the prairie. The silence deepened, punctuated only by the night sounds. The horses shifted restlessly nearby, snorting softly. Cal added more wood to the fire, sending sparks spiraling up into the immense, star-dusted darkness. Locke finished his coffee, his movements slow, deliberate. He seemed to be gathering his strength, or perhaps his resolve. "Reckon I'll turn back in," he said, pushing himself up carefully with the aid of the crutch. "Don't mean to be a burden longer than I have to." "You rest up," Cal said gruffly. "Healing takes time." Locke nodded curtly, not meeting anyone's eye. He turned and began the slow, arduous process of making his way back to the cabin, his silhouette stark against the warm light spilling from the doorway before he disappeared inside, pulling the door shut with a soft thud. His presence lingered by the fire, an invisible weight. The half-told fragments of his past, the hints of loss and trouble, hung in the air, weaving themselves into the fabric of the night. He'd revealed almost nothing concrete, yet Ruth felt she understood him slightly better and, paradoxically, feared the unknown even more. He was a man running from ghosts, carrying scars both visible and hidden deep beneath the surface. "Well," Jimmy said quietly after a long pause, "he ain't much for talking, is he?" Some men carry their words heavy, Cal replied, poking the fire. Learned it's safer that way. He glanced at Ruth, his expression thoughtful in the firelight. You all right, Ruth? Seem quiet tonight. Ruth forced another smile. Just tired, Cal. Thinking about the ranch, about getting him fit to travel. She stood up, dusting off her trousers. I should check on him again before I turn in. Make sure the fever hasn't spiked. She walked towards the cabin, the soft glow of the lamp visible through the cracks around the shuttered window. The weight of the stranger felt heavier now, layered with the ambiguity of his half-confessions. He hadn't lied, perhaps, but he hadn't told the truth either. He existed in the gray spaces between, a man defined by what he didn't say. As her hand reached for the cabin door, a sudden sound made her freeze, the sharp, unmistakable snap of a twig breaking in the darkness beyond the firelight's reach. Cal and Jimmy heard it too, their heads snapping up, hands instinctively reaching for the rifles propped nearby. The horses stirred nervously, ears pricked, nostrils flaring. The silence that followed was absolute, terrifying. Was it just an animal, a deer or a coyote drawn by the scent of the camp, or was it something else? Someone else. The name echoed in Ruth's mind, cold and sharp as ice. Devlin. The night suddenly felt infinitely more dangerous, the fragile sanctuary of the firelight shrinking against the vast, encroaching darkness. Chapter 6. Echoes on the Prairie. The sharp snap of the twig echoed unnaturally loud in the profound silence of the prairie night. For a heart-stopping moment, everything froze. Ruth, her hand hovering inches from the cabin door latch, felt ice water flood her veins. Beside the fire, Cal and Jimmy were instantly statues of coiled tension, their casual postures vanishing, replaced by the ingrained alertness of men who understood the deadly possibilities concealed by darkness. Cal's hand was already gripping the stock of the rifle propped against the log beside him. Jimmy fumbled slightly but brought his own weapon up, his young face pale in the flickering firelight. The horses reacted instinctively, heads jerking up, ears swiveling frantically towards the sound somewhere out in the blackness, beyond the reach of the fire's glow, near the dense stand of junipers lining the draw. Diablo snorted, a low warning rumble in his chest, and Sage shifted nervously, her hooves stamping the dusty ground. Silence pressed in again, absolute, broken only by the frantic pounding of Ruth's own heart against her ribs and the low crackle of the neglected fire. Every nerve ending felt alive, straining to catch the slightest sound, the faintest movement. Was it just a deer, startled by their presence? A coyote slinking closer, drawn by the smell of cooking? Or was it him? Devlin. The name felt like a physical presence, a cold breath on the back of her neck. From inside the cabin came a muffled thump, followed by a sharp intake of breath lock. He was awake, instantly aware of the shift in the atmosphere outside. Ruth risked a glance back through the still open doorway. In the dim lamplight, she saw him struggling to sit upright on the bunk, his face taut with adrenaline, his gray eyes wide and fixed on the doorway, searching the night beyond her. His hand instinctively went to his side, where a gun belt would normally hang, finding only empty air and the rough fabric of his borrowed shirt. The raw, hunted look that flashed across his features was terrifying in its intensity. He knew this kind of listening, this kind of waiting for danger to reveal itself. "Stay put," Cal ordered Jimmy in a low, urgent whisper, his voice tight but steady. He rose slowly, silently, cradling the rifle, his weathered face grim. He moved like a shadow, melting into the darkness at the edge of the firelight, circling cautiously towards the direction of the sound. Ruth held her breath, her gaze locked on the impenetrable darkness where Cal had disappeared. Jimmy stood rigid by the fire, rifle held at the ready, his knuckles white. The seconds stretched, each one an eternity. The wind sighed through the pines, mimicking whispers, playing tricks on overwrought nerves. Every rustle of leaves, every distant night cry sounded like a threat. She backed slowly into the cabin doorway, keeping her eyes fixed on the darkness outside, while remaining aware of Locke's tense presence behind her. He hadn't moved further, seemed to be conserving his strength, relying on those outside to assess the threat, but the coiled readiness in his posture hadn't lessened. The air inside the small space felt thick, charged with his fear and her own. After what felt like an age, Cal reappeared, stepping back into the flickering edge of the firelight. He moved with the same quiet deliberation, shaking his head almost imperceptibly. "Anything?" Ruth breathed, her voice barely audible. Cal lowered his rifle slightly, though his vigilance didn't relax. "Nothing now? Found tracks back by the junipers." He paused, frowning. "Hard to tell in this light. Could be deer. Could be shod horse, maybe. Ground's rocky there, disturbed. Can't be sure. Shod horse." The words sent another wave of cold dread through Ruth. Deer didn't wear iron shoes. A shod horse meant a rider. Someone had been out there, close enough to observe them, close enough to snap that twig, watching, waiting. "Just one set?" she asked, trying to keep the tremor out of her voice. "Hard to say for certain," Cal admitted, his gaze sweeping the darkness around them again. "Like I said, ground's chewed up, but didn't feel like, just an animal passing through. Felt watchful." He didn't need to elaborate. Ruth understood the instinct, the subtle signals the prairie gave off when something was amiss. Jimmy visibly relaxed his grip on his rifle, though his eyes remained wide. "So, they're gone now?" "Maybe," Cal said noncommittally. "Or maybe they just pulled back. Best we stay sharp tonight. Jimmy, take first watch by the fire. Keep them horses close. Holler if anything seems out of place. I'll spell you in a few hours." "Yes, sir," Jimmy agreed, his voice regaining some steadiness. Ruth nodded, swallowing hard against the dryness in her throat. The immediate alarm had passed, but the underlying fear had solidified, taken root. They weren't alone out here. Locke's past, or perhaps just random misfortune, had cast a long shadow that now touched them all. She turned and quietly pulled the heavy cabin door shut, sliding the thick wooden bolt firmly into place. The sound echoed loudly in the small space. When she faced Locke, his expression was unreadable in the dim lamplight, but the tension hadn't left his eyes. He had pushed himself fully upright against the wall now, despite the obvious pain it caused him. "Trouble?" he asked, his voice low and flat. Ruth hesitated, debating how much to tell him, how much he already guessed. Evasion felt pointless now, almost insulting to the intelligence she saw in his eyes. "Someone, or something, was out there. Cal found tracks. Maybe a rider." Locke absorbed this without visible reaction, though a muscle tightened along his jawline. He didn't ask if it was Devlin. He didn't need to. The possibility hung unspoken between them, a shared dread. "This cabin," he began, glancing around the sturdy log walls, the bolted door, the shuttered window. "It defensible?" The question, practical and grim, underscored the reality of their situation. "Reasonably," Ruth admitted. "Solid logs, heavy door, only one window, shutter tight. But we're isolated, miles from the main ranch." He nodded slowly, processing the information. "Your men, Cal and the boy, they good in a fight?" The question sent a chill down her spine. Was he anticipating violence? Planning for it? "Cal's steady. Seen his share of trouble over the years. Jimmy's young, but he can handle a rifle." She met his gaze directly. "But we're ranchers, Locke, not gunfighters. We defend what's ours, but we don't go looking for battles." A faint, cynical twist touched his lips. Sometimes battles come looking for you, Calloway, whether you want 'em or not. He shifted again, wincing, the movement breaking the intensity of the moment. He gestured towards the medical supplies she'd brought in. That laudanum, reckon I might need some tonight. Sleep's not coming easy. Ruth nodded, grateful for the shift back to practical matters, though the underlying tension remained. She measured out a careful dose of the opiate, mixing it with a little water in the tin cup. It would dull the pain, hopefully allowing him some rest, but she knew it wouldn't touch the deeper anxieties that plagued him, and now her. She handed him the cup, their fingers brushing again. This time, the contact felt less like a spark and more like the sharing of a grim burden. He drank it down quickly without comment, then eased himself back down onto the bunk, arranging his splinted leg with painstaking care. "Bolt that door good," he murmured, his voice already sounding slightly blurred by the drug's impending effect. Or perhaps just exhaustion. His eyes slid shut. Ruth checked the bolt again, ensuring it was secure. She added a small log to the stove, then turned down the lamp until only a faint, flickering glow remained, barely illuminating the cramped space. She dragged one of the rough stools near the door, slumping onto it, her own rifle propped against the wall within easy reach. Sleep felt impossible. The night crawled by. Outside, she could hear the soft murmur of Cal and Jimmy's voices as they changed watches. The occasional stamp or snort from the horses, the ceaseless whisper of the wind. Inside, Locke breathed more deeply now, hopefully lost in a laudanum-induced oblivion, though he still shifted restlessly at times, muttering fragments of words too indistinct to decipher. Ruth's mind raced. The wanted poster, the name Devlin, the tracks in the darks, Locke's scars, his haunted eyes, his half-confessions by the fire. It all swirled together into a confusing, terrifying miasma. Who was Samuel Locke? Was he a cold-blooded killer responsible for Lawman's death? Or was he wrongly accused, a victim of circumstance caught in a deadly game of cat and mouse? Could both be true? Her father's warnings echoed. Never invite a wolf into the fold. Had she done just that? Yet her mother's softer voice whispered too, reminding her of the harshness of the world, the thin line between survival and destruction, the moments of grace found in unexpected compassion. Looking at Locke's still form, the lines of pain eased slightly by sleep. The vulnerability he couldn't completely hide, she felt torn. Handing him over felt like condemning him without knowing the full story. Protecting him felt like courting disaster. She thought about the ranch, the legacy she fought to uphold. It wasn't just land and cattle. It was her connection to her parents, to the life they'd carved out of this demanding wilderness. Risking it all for a stranger, a potentially dangerous fugitive, it felt like a betrayal of their memory, of her own responsibilities. Yet the image of leaving him injured on the prairie, or turning him over to a faceless law, or a relentless pursuer like Devlin, felt like a betrayal of something deeper within herself. Sometime in the deepest hour of the night, exhaustion claimed her. She slumped against the log wall, drifting into a troubled, fragmented sleep filled with images of stampeding mustangs morphing into shadowy riders, of her mother's gentle smile dissolving into the cold, hard face of a bounty hunter she'd never seen but could vividly imagine. She woke with a start, her heart pounding, the rifle clutched tightly in her hands, the cabin still dark and quiet except for Locke's steady breathing. The fear hadn't left her, even in sleep. Dawn arrived slowly, reluctantly, painting the eastern sky in pale shades of gray and pink. The world outside the cabin seemed washed clean, deceptively peaceful. Ruth unbolted the door quietly, stepping out into the crisp morning air. Cal was already tending the fire, coffee pot simmering. Jimmy was checking the horses' tethers. The night's tension lingered in their drawn faces, the watchful way they scanned the surrounding terrain. "Anything?" Ruth asked Cal quietly. He shook his head. "Quiet as a tomb all night. Whoever it was, they didn't come back. Or they're better at hiding than we are at finding." He poured her a cup of coffee, his eyes meeting hers over the rim. "Need to decide what we're doing, Ruth. Can't stay holed up here forever. If someone is looking for him—" He didn't need to finish. "I know, Cal," she sighed, rubbing her temples. "Let me check on him. See how the fever is this morning." She went back inside. Locke was awake, his eyes clearer than the day before, though still shadowed with pain. The laudanum had worn off, leaving him looking drawn, but more alert. "Morning," she said, her voice subdued. "Morning," he replied, his gaze searching her face. "Everything quiet?" "For now." She moved towards the bunk, dipping a cloth in fresh, cool water. "Need to check your temperature. And the dressing." He submitted silently as she placed a cool hand on his forehead. The skin still felt too warm, but perhaps slightly less fiery than the previous day. The quinine might be helping, or perhaps his body was simply mounting its own defense. As she carefully unwrapped the outer layers of the bandage around his leg to check for seepage or foul odor, her fingers brushed against the rough fabric near his ankle. She felt something hard and small tucked beneath the edge of the splint's padding. Frowning slightly, she worked her fingers carefully under the padding. It wasn't part of the splint. It felt like metal. With cautious movements, trying not to disturb the leg or alert Locke to her discovery, she managed to work it free. It was a small, tarnished silver locket, oval-shaped, intricately engraved with faded floral patterns. It must have been in his boot or pocket and somehow got trapped during the frantic process of splinting his leg. She held it concealed in her palm for a moment, her heart beating faster. Another piece of the puzzle. Another glimpse into the life he kept hidden. She risked a quick glance at his face. His eyes were closed, his expression carefully blank. But she sensed he wasn't truly resting. Carefully, making her movements seem like part of tending the bandage, she slipped the locket into the pocket of her own sturdy trousers. She would look at it later when she was alone. For now, she finished checking the bandage, thankfully. No alarming signs of worsening infection yet, and rewrapped it securely. "Fever might be down slightly," she reported, keeping her voice professionally calm. "But you're a long way from fit to travel." He opened his eyes, meeting her gaze. "I don't intend to be a burden, Calloway. Soon as I can sit a saddle, even tied on—" "Don't be a fool," Ruth cut him off, sharper than she intended. "Riding like that would kill you, or cost you the leg for sure. You're here until you're stronger, and that's final." His jaw tightened, a flash of frustration or resentment in his eyes, but he didn't argue further. He knew she was right. He was trapped, dependent on her, a reality that clearly chafed against his guarded independence. The day unfolded with a tense monotony. Cal and Jimmy took turns patrolling the area around the cabin, finding no further signs of intrusion, but the sense of being watched lingered. Ruth divided her time between tending Locke, offering water, broth, checking his condition, and anxiously pacing the confines of the cabin, or staring out at the vast, empty prairie, feeling increasingly isolated, increasingly cornered. The weight of the small silver locket in her pocket felt disproportionately heavy, another secret added to the burden she already carried. What story did it hold? And would discovering it bring her closer to understanding Sam Locke, or only deeper into the dangers surrounding him? The prairie wind seemed to whisper warnings, carrying echoes of hoofbeats just beyond the horizon. Chapter 7. Dust Devils and Doubt. The day unfolded under a sky of bleached, unrelenting blue. The initial adrenaline rush following the night's alarm had faded, leaving behind a residue of nervous exhaustion and simmering anxiety. The prairie stretched out around the small line cabin, vast and indifferent, its apparent emptiness feeling more like a watchful presence than a comfort. The sun climbed higher, beating down with fierce intensity, baking the earth and stirring the air into shimmering heat waves that distorted the horizon, making distant shapes waver and dissolve like uncertain thoughts. Ruth moved through the motions of the day with a heavy sense of foreboding. She helped Cal and Jimmy check the perimeter again, finding nothing more than the ambiguous tracks from the night before, already blurred by the persistent wind. They reinforced the small, makeshift corral where Diablo and Sage were kept, ensuring the horses couldn't be easily spooked or stolen. Every task felt weighted with unspoken significance, preparations for a threat that remained unseen but palpable. Inside the cabin, the air was close and still, thick with the scent of stale coffee, antiseptic, and the low-grade fever radiating from Sam Locke. He lay on the bunk, awake more often than not now, his eyes following Ruth's movements with an unnerving intensity. The fever seemed to have plateaued, a stubborn, consuming heat that didn't worsen dramatically but refused to break, leaving him weakened, irritable, and increasingly restless. The forced inactivity chafed at him visibly. He shifted often, testing the limits of his splinted leg, his breath catching sharply whenever pain shot through him. "Water," he rasped sometime mid-morning, his voice rough. Ruth filled the tin cup and brought it to him, supporting his head as he drank. Her touch remained carefully impersonal, efficient. She was acutely aware of the small, hard shape of the locket pressing against her thigh through the denim of her trousers. She hadn't found a moment of true privacy to examine it, not with Cal and Jimmy nearby and Locke's watchful eyes often tracking her. The secret of its existence, added to the secret of the wanted poster, felt like contraband she was smuggling within her own mind. "Anything out there?" Locke asked, his gaze searching hers as she lowered his head. "Quiet," she replied noncommittally. "Too quiet, maybe." He gave a short, humorless grunt. "Quiet's when you worry most." He looked away towards the shuttered window, a muscle working in his jaw. How long, you reckon, till I can ride?" "Weeks," Ruth stated flatly, turning away to tidy the medical supplies, needing to put distance between them. "Maybe longer. A break like that, you try to ride too soon, you'll end up crippled for life, if infection doesn't take the leg first." The bluntness was deliberate, meant to quash his impatience, but also a reflection of her own frayed nerves. She heard him sigh, a sound of profound frustration. "Can't stay here weeks, Calloway." "You don't have much choice right now, Locke," she retorted, her back still to him. "Neither do we." The silence that followed was thick with resentment and unspoken fears. He was a prisoner of his own broken body, and she, Cal, and Jimmy were prisoners of the situation his presence had created. Later, while Locke seemed to be dozing, his breathing deep and regular for once, and Cal and Jimmy were occupied checking traps they'd set for rabbits down by the creek, Ruth finally found her moment. She retreated to the farthest corner of the small cabin, turning her back to the bunk, her heart thudding against her ribs like a trapped bird. With trembling fingers, she drew the small, tarnished silver locket from her pocket. It felt cool against her palm, surprisingly heavy for its size. The floral engraving was intricate, though worn smooth in places by time and handling. A tiny, almost invisible clasp held it shut. She fumbled with it for a moment, her fingers clumsy with haste and anxiety before it sprang open. Inside, nestled against faded velvet lining, were two miniature portraits painted with delicate precision. On one side, a woman, the same stern-faced, dark-haired woman from the tintype found in his saddlebag. Her painted eyes seemed kinder, softer than in the photograph, a hint of melancholy around her mouth. On the other side, facing the woman, was the portrait of a young girl, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, with flyaway blonde curls and startlingly familiar gray eyes, Locke's eyes full of childhood innocence and light. A daughter? A sister? Ruth's breath caught in her throat. This wasn't the image of a hardened killer, a desperate fugitive implicated in robbery and death. This was the image of family, of connection, of a past that held tenderness. It complicated everything. The man lying injured on the bunk, the man with the scars and the haunted gaze, had once been part of this small, intimate world. What had shattered it? What had sent him down the path that led him, broken and pursued, to her doorstep? She traced the edge of the little girl's portrait with her fingertip, a wave of conflicting emotions washing over her: pity, confusion, suspicion. Was this locket a remnant of a life he'd thrown away, or a life that had been stolen from him? Did it make him less dangerous, or perhaps more so, a man with nothing left to lose? There was no inscription, nothing else hidden within. Just the two faces gazing silently at each other across the tiny hinge. Ruth snapped the locket shut, the click sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet cabin. She quickly slipped it back into her pocket, feeling more uncertain than ever. The locket hadn't provided answers, yet it only deepened the questions, adding layers of complexity to the man she both feared and felt inexplicably bound to protect. She turned back towards the bunk. Locke's eyes were open, watching her. Had he been awake the whole time? Had he seen her looking at the locket? His expression was unreadable, masked by pain and that habitual guardedness. Ruth felt a flush rise up her neck, feeling caught, exposed, though he said nothing. She busied herself unnecessarily by the stove, her hands shaking slightly. Outside, the wind picked up, whining around the corners of the cabin, rattling the wooden shutter. Through the cracks, Ruth could see dust devils beginning to dance across the parched landscape, miniature whirlwinds, spiraling columns of earth and grit rising from the flat expanse, swirling erratically before dissolving back into nothingness. They seemed like physical manifestations of her own thoughts, chaotic, directionless, stirring up settled fears and doubts only to vanish without resolution. The heat became oppressive, pressing down, leaching energy and fraying tempers. Even Cal, usually so stoic, seemed on edge, his movements jerky, his eyes constantly scanning the horizon. Jimmy was quiet, subdued, the initial excitement of the situation replaced by a weary understanding of the potential danger. During the hottest part of the afternoon, Ruth sat outside in the sliver of shade offered by the cabin wall, mending one of Cal's shirts, the needle moving rhythmically through the sturdy fabric. Cal sat nearby, sharpening his knife with slow, deliberate strokes on a whetstone, the rasping sound a steady counterpoint to the wind's sigh. "Still thinking someone's out there?" Ruth asked quietly, not looking up from her sewing. Cal paused, testing the knife's edge with his thumb. "Maybe. Maybe not." He spat onto the dusty ground. "Could have been anyone riding through. Could have been nothing but nerves getting the better of us." He didn't sound convinced. "But him," he nodded towards the cabin. "He acts like a man expecting company he don't want. Sleeps with one eye open, even with that laudanum you gave him." "He's been through a lot," Ruth murmured, defending Locke despite her own doubts, the duality tearing at her. The fall, the break. "Maybe," Cal conceded, resuming his sharpening. "Or maybe he's got good reason to be jumpy. $500 is a lot of reason for someone to come tracking him." Ruth's head snapped up, her eyes wide. "What? How do you know about that?" Had she spoken of the poster? Had Jimmy seen it? Cal gave her a long, steady look, his expression knowing, tinged with disappointment. "Found it, Ruth. Same as you did, I reckon. In his saddlebag. Night before last, when I brought his things in. Was looking for identification, something to tell us who we were dealing with." He sighed, shaking his head slowly. "Robbery. Dead lawman. Kansas." Ruth felt exposed, foolish. Of course Cal would have checked. He was thorough, practical. She should have realized the secret hadn't been hers alone after all. "Why didn't you say anything?" she whispered, her voice tight. "Was waiting for you to," Cal replied quietly, his gaze holding hers. "Figured you had your reasons for keeping quiet. Wanted to see how you'd play it. You're the boss, Ruth. Calloway land. Your call." His loyalty was absolute, but his disapproval was clear. But harboring a wanted man, especially one wanted for killing a lawman, that's walking a dangerous line. Puts us all at risk. Puts the ranch at risk. The truth of his words hit her with the force of a physical blow. Hearing it spoken aloud by Cal made it terrifyingly real. The dust devils seemed to spin faster in her vision, blurring the edges of the world. Doubt, sharp and cold, pierced through her defenses. What was she doing? Protecting a man who might be a killer, lying to her most trusted hand, risking everything her family had built on a misguided sense of compassion, fueled by, what? A pair of haunted gray eyes? A locket with sad portraits? I don't know what to do, Cal, she admitted. The confession torn from her, raw and painful. Turning him in feels wrong. He's helpless right now. But keeping him here is asking for trouble to find us, Cal finished grimly. And if this Devlin fella he muttered about is a bounty hunter, they ain't known for their gentle ways. They won't care who gets caught in the crossfire. He stood up, dusting off his trousers, his face set in hard lines. Think on it, Ruth. Hard. We can't stay here much longer. Decision needs making. He walked away towards the horses, leaving Ruth alone with her swirling doubts and the oppressive weight of responsibility. The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery oranges and reds, but the spectacular display brought no comfort. It only highlighted the starkness of their isolation, the vulnerability of their position. Ruth felt trapped, caught between the devil of Locke's past and the deep blue sea of uncertainty. Later, as twilight settled, she went back into the cabin to check on Locke one last time before settling down for another tense night. He was awake, propped up against the wall again, the lines of pain etched deeply around his eyes and mouth. The fever still clung to him. She offered him water, tended to his needs in silence, the earlier confrontation with Cal echoing in her mind. As she turned to leave, his voice stopped her, low and rough. "Calloway." She paused at the door, not turning around immediately. "What is it, Locke?" "You're scared." It wasn't a question. Not just of who might be out there. "You're scared of me." His perception was like a physical touch, unwelcome and too accurate. She finally turned, facing him in the dim, flickering lamplight. His gray eyes bored into hers, stripping away her fragile composure. "Shouldn't I be?" she countered, her voice trembling slightly despite her effort to keep it steady. "I don't know who you are, what you've done." He held her gaze, his expression unreadable, a mixture of pain, weariness, and something that might have been regret. "Maybe you should be," he admitted quietly, the words hanging heavy in the small space. He shifted, wincing. "But ask yourself this. Why are you still helping me? Knowing what you suspect, knowing the risk." The direct question hit her squarely, cutting through the layers of duty, compassion, and fear. Why was she still helping him? Was it her mother's legacy? Her father's stubborn pride refusing to be intimidated? Or something else? Something more complex and unsettling related to the man himself, the glimpses of vulnerability beneath the hardened surface, the story hinted at by the locket still resting heavy in her pocket. She had no easy answer, not for him, not for herself. The doubt swirled around her, thick as the prairie dust stirred by the restless wind, leaving her standing silent and uncertain in the face of his challenge. The echo she heard now wasn't just hoofbeats on the horizon. It was the echo of her own heart questioning every choice she'd made since finding him, broken beneath his fallen horse. Chapter 8. The Price of Sanctuary. Locke's question hung in the dim, flickering lamplight of the cabin, stark and unavoidable. Why are you still helping me? Knowing what you suspect, knowing the risk. It sliced through the layers of Ruth's carefully constructed defenses, the practicality, the duty inherited from her father, the compassion echoing her mother. It demanded an answer she didn't possess, a truth buried somewhere beneath a landslide of fear, doubt, and a confusing, unwelcome flicker of empathy for the broken man before her. She stood frozen in the center of the small room, the silence stretching, punctuated only by the low crackle of the fire in the stove and the insistent whine of the wind outside. His gray eyes, fever-bright but intensely lucid, held hers, demanding honesty. She couldn't give it to him, couldn't articulate the tangled knot of reasons that kept her there, tending his wounds, guarding his fragile safety while simultaneously fearing the violence his presence might unleash. Was it pity? Stubbornness? A foolish adherence to some frontier code of aiding the helpless, regardless of their past? Or was it something more personal? Something tied to the glimpse of lost innocence in the locket, the shadow of profound loss in his eyes that resonated with her own grief. "You need help, Locke," she said finally, her voice low and unsteady, evading the core of his question. "Leaving you out there wasn't an option." A faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaped him. He looked away, breaking the intense connection, his gaze drifting towards the rough log wall. Disappointment? Or perhaps he hadn't expected a real answer anyway. Maybe he understood the complexities better than she did. "Obliged," he murmured, the word sounding inadequate, almost foreign on his lips. He shifted again, his face tightening against a fresh wave of pain. "Doesn't change the fact I'm bringing trouble down on you, on your men, on this place." "We're aware of the risks," Ruth said, forcing a firmness into her tone that she didn't feel. The conversation with Cal earlier had laid those risks bare, stripping away any comforting illusions. The knowledge that Cal knew about the wanted poster, that he was waiting for her lead, added another heavy layer to the burden. Locke didn't reply, lapsing back into a brooding silence. He seemed to retreat into himself, into the fortress of pain and guarded memories where she couldn't follow. Ruth felt a strange mix of relief and frustration. His withdrawal let her off the hook, yet she felt the unanswered question linger between them, an invisible barrier. She finished her checks, ensuring he had water within reach, adding a log to the stove to keep the chill at bay through the night. As she moved towards the door to rejoin Cal and Jimmy outside, leaving Locke to the dubious comfort of his laudanum lace sleep, she paused, her hand on the rough wooden bolt. The price of sanctuary. It wasn't just the risk of attack from Devlin or the law. It was the corrosive effect of suspicion, the strain of constant vigilance, the weight of secrets kept and lies unspoken. It was the way Locke's presence forced her to confront the conflicting legacies of her parents within herself, the tension between caution and compassion, pragmatism and principle. It was the slow erosion of the peace she had fought so hard to build on the Calloway ranch. Stepping outside, she pulled the door shut behind her, the heavy thud sealing Locke into his temporary prison. The night air felt cooler, cleaner than the close atmosphere of the cabin, but no less tense. Cal sat by the fire, rifle across his knees, staring into the flames. Jimmy was a little ways off, near the horses, ostensibly on watch, but looking young and weary under the vast, star-dusted sky. Ruth walked over to the fire and sank onto the log opposite Cal, pulling her jacket tighter. The shared knowledge of Locke's past hung between them, thick and unspoken. "Oh," he settled, she said quietly, needing to break the silence. "Fever's still there, but maybe not climbing, at least." Cal nodded, not looking up from the fire. "Good." His voice was flat. Ruth took a deep breath. Evasion wouldn't work with Cal, not anymore. "You were right, Cal, earlier, about the risk, about needing to make a decision." He finally lifted his head, his weathered face serious in the firelight. "Is that what you came out here to say?" "Partly." She hesitated, gathering her thoughts. "Keeping him here feels like waiting for lightning to strike, every shadow, every sound. But moving him." She pictured the rough jolt of the wagon, the miles of unforgiving terrain between here and the ranch the state Locke was in. "I don't know if he'd survive the journey back to the main house. Not yet." "So we stay?" Cal's voice was neutral, but she heard the underlying question. "For how long? And what happens when trouble arrives?" "What choice do we have?" Ruth countered, frustration edging her voice. "Leave him? Turn him in while he's like this?" The image of handing Locke over, feverish and helpless, to a bounty hunter or even a sheriff sent a wave of revulsion through her. Whatever he'd done, that felt wrong, inhumane. Cal sighed, poking the fire with a stick, sending a shower of sparks spiraling into the darkness. "There's other options, Ruth. Less, direct ones." Ruth looked at him sharply. "What do you mean?" "Mean we could move on," Cal said slowly, choosing his words carefully. "Pack up, leave him supplies, water, food, what medicine we can spare. Enough for a few days. Give him a fighting chance on his own. We fulfilled our obligation, got him patched up, sheltered him. No one could fault us for looking after our own safety then." The suggestion hung in the air, cold and pragmatic. It was a logical compromise, perhaps, a way to wash their hands of the situation, mitigate the risk to themselves and the ranch. They could ride away, leave Locke to face his demons, his pursuers, his fate alone. It aligned perfectly with her father's cautious worldview. Cut your losses. Don't throw good money after bad, or good lives after a lost cause. Ruth stared into the fire, picturing Locke alone in the cabin, the door bolted from the outside, listening to their horses fade into the distance. Alone with his pain, his fever, and the knowledge that help had ridden away, leaving him vulnerable to whatever stalked him through the wilderness. Could she live with that? Could she ride away, knowing she'd abandoned him, however justified it might seem from a practical standpoint? She thought of the locket again, the woman's sad eyes, the little girl's innocent gray gaze. She thought of Locke's grudging admission of fear, his quiet acknowledgement of the trouble he carried. He was more than just a wanted poster, more than just a threat. He was a man, flawed and dangerous perhaps, but still a man, clinging precariously to life. "No," she said finally, the word quiet, firm. "We can't do that, Cal." Cal looked at her, his expression searching. "You sure, Ruth? This ain't just about him. It's about Jimmy. It's about the ranch hands back home. It's about everything your PA worked for." "I know what's at stake," Ruth insisted, meeting his gaze steadily. "But I also know what my mother would have said. We don't abandon people, Cal, not like that. It's not who we are." The words felt true, resonating with a part of herself she hadn't realized was so strong. It wasn't just her mother's influence. It was her own conviction, forged in the crucible of this impossible situation. Cal held her gaze for a long moment, then gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. He didn't argue further. He might not agree with the wisdom of her choice, might fear the consequences, but he respected her decision. His loyalty, once given, was unwavering, even if it led them down a dangerous path. "All right, Ruth," he said quietly. "Your call. So we stay. We reinforce this place best we can. Keep sharp watch. Hope whoever's out there decides we ain't worth the trouble." "And Locke?" Ruth asked. "What do we do about him? About what we know?" Cal shrugged, turning back to the fire. "Nothing, I reckon. Long as he don't cause trouble directly for us, what he did back in Kansas. That's between him, his conscience, and whoever's hunting him. We ain't the law. We're just folks trying to survive. Same as him, maybe." It was a form of pragmatic acceptance, a way to compartmentalize the danger, though Ruth knew it wouldn't erase the underlying risk. A fragile understanding settled between them, born of shared knowledge and Ruth's difficult decision. They would stay. They would protect Locke, offering him the sanctuary he desperately needed, accepting the price that came with it. The immediate tension eased slightly, replaced by a grim determination. "Get some sleep, Cal," Ruth said after a while. "I'll take the next watch with Jimmy." Cal hesitated and then nodded. "All right. Just wake me if anything changes." He wrapped himself in his blanket near the fire, rifle close at hand, and closed his eyes, though Ruth doubted sleep would come easily to him either. Ruth walked over to where Jimmy stood watching the horses, the skyline a faint charcoal line against the deepening indigo of the night. "Everything quiet, Jimmy?" she asked softly. "Yes, Miss Ruth." "Quiet as can be," he whispered back, though his grip on his rifle remained tight. "Just the wind." She stood beside him, scanning the darkness, listening. The wind seemed to carry whispers tonight, echoes of the past, warnings of the future. The decision to stay felt right, deeply right, in a way that transcended logic. But it didn't lessen the fear. It only solidified the commitment, anchoring her to this place, to this man, and to whatever consequences followed. The price of sanctuary was steep, measured not just in dwindling supplies or sleepless nights, but in the constant gnawing awareness of impending danger, the knowledge that their small island of fragile safety could be overrun at any moment. Hours crept by. The stars wheeled overhead in their slow, silent procession. Ruth's eyes burned with fatigue, but her senses remained preternaturally sharp. Every rustle, every distant animal cry sent a jolt through her. She thought about Locke inside the cabin, trusting her for his survival, even while she harbored secrets that could destroy him. The complexity of it all made her head ache. As the first hint of gray began to soften the eastern horizon, signaling the approach of another dawn, Jimmy suddenly stiffened beside her. "Miss Ruth," he breathed, pointing towards a low ridge several hundred yards away, silhouetted against the paling sky. "Look." Ruth followed his gaze, her heart leaping into her throat. A figure stood on the ridgeline, a man on horseback, motionless, watching them. Too far away to make out details, just a dark shape against the growing light, stark and menacing. He wasn't trying to hide. He was making his presence known. He sat there for a long, deliberate moment, an ominous sentinel surveying their small, vulnerable camp. Then, as slowly as he appeared, he turned his horse and melted back over the ridge, disappearing from view. He left behind a silence more terrifying than any noise. The watcher was still out there, and he knew they were trapped. The price of sanctuary had just become chillingly clear. It wasn't just a risk anymore. It was a direct, calculated threat. The fragile peace of the dawn felt utterly shattered. Chapter 9. Beneath a Reckless Moon. The image of the lone rider silhouetted against the dawn sky burned itself into Ruth's mind, a chilling portent that overshadowed the entire day. The man hadn't approached, hadn't threatened directly, but his silent observation felt like a declaration. I see you. I know you're here. I know what you're protecting. Whether it was Devlin, another bounty hunter drawn by the lure of $500, or perhaps even the law catching up, the message was clear. Their isolation was no longer a shield, but a trap. The day passed in a state of heightened, nerve-shredding tension. Every task, from fetching water at the creek to checking on Locke, felt fraught with peril. Cal and Jimmy moved with grim efficiency, the usual easy banter replaced by curt exchanges and constant, sweeping scans of the surrounding hills and prairie. They doubled the watches, ensuring someone was always alert, rifle close at hand. The oppressive heat of the sun felt less significant than the chilling awareness of being watched. Ruth found it almost impossible to stay inside the cabin for long stretches. The confined space felt suffocating, amplifying her anxiety. Locke seemed to sense the shift, the heightened tension radiating from her and the men outside. He asked few questions, his gaze sharp and assessing whenever she entered, but mostly he remained quiet, withdrawn into his own world of pain and fevered thoughts. The low-grade fever persisted, clinging stubbornly, leaving him weak and prone to fits of restless, uncomfortable sleep. His impatience grew with his immobility, a low growl of frustration sometimes escaping him when he tried to shift position and was met with searing pain. She changed his dressing again, her hands steady despite the tremor deep inside. The wound looked no worse, perhaps even slightly less inflamed around the edges, but the healing process would be agonizingly slow, vulnerable to setbacks. As she worked, she avoided meeting his eyes, focusing intently on the task, afraid of what he might read in her expression, afraid of the questions. He might ask questions she still couldn't answer. "Saw the look on your face when you came in this morning," he murmured, his voice low and rough, startling her. She hadn't realized he was watching her so closely. "And the way your men are jumpy as jackrabbits in a thunderstorm. He was out there, wasn't he? The watcher." Ruth finished tying the bandage, her movements precise. She couldn't lie to him, not about this. "Yes," she admitted quietly. "Dawn. On the ridge." Locke closed his eyes for a moment, absorbing the confirmation. A muscle worked in his jaw. "Just one?" "As far as we could tell." He opened his eyes again, their gray depths bleak. "He won't stay alone for long. Not if he's smart. Or maybe he thinks one is enough against this." He gestured vaguely at his own helpless state, the cabin, their small group. The implication was chilling that their protector, Ruth, and her two hands were not considered a significant obstacle. "We can hold our own, Locke," Ruth said, a spark of defiance flaring through her fear. "This is Calloway land. We know it better than any outsider." A faint, humorless smile touched his lips. "Maybe. But men hunting other men, they got a different kind of cunning, Calloway. Different kind of determination." He sighed, the sound weary. "You should leave. Take your men, ride out. Now, while you still can. Leave me whatever supplies you can spare. I'll take my chances." It was the same offer Cal had implicitly suggested, the pragmatic way out. But hearing it from Locke himself, seeing the resignation in his eyes, resignation, not for himself, but for the danger he was bringing upon her, solidified Ruth's resolve. "We're not leaving you, Locke," she said, her voice firm, surprising herself with its certainty. "We made our choice. We stay." He stared at her, a complex mix of emotions swirling in his eyes, disbelief, frustration, perhaps a grudging respect, maybe even a flicker of something warmer, quickly extinguished. "You're a fool, Calloway," he whispered. But there was no heat in it, only a profound weariness. "Maybe I am," she conceded. "But I sleep better being a fool than a coward." She turned away before he could reply, needing to escape the intensity of his gaze, the turmoil he stirred within her. As evening approached, the atmosphere grew heavier, charged with anticipation. The setting sun painted the sky in bruised purples and bloody oranges, colors that seemed to mirror the tension coiling in Ruth's gut. Would the Watcher return with the cover of darkness? Would tonight be the night trouble finally arrived? They ate their simple meal of beans and jerky, huddled close to the fire, speaking little, their senses strained, listening to the encroaching night. The usual comfort of the fire felt negligible against the vast, swallowing darkness beyond its reach. Tonight the prairie didn't feel like home. It felt like enemy territory. After eating, Cal laid out their plan, his voice low and grim. "Ruth, you stay in the cabin with Locke. Keep that door bolted, rifle ready. Jimmy, you take the horses, lead 'em deeper into that stand of cottonwoods by the creek bed, out of sight. Time secure, but ready to move fast if needed. Stay with 'em, stay low, stay quiet. I'll take position up on that rise overlooking the cabin trail. Got a clear line of sight from there. Anyone approaches, I'll see him first." It was a sound defensive strategy, utilizing the terrain, protecting their most valuable assets, Locke and the horses, while providing an early warning system. But it also meant splitting their small force, leaving each of them relatively isolated. Ruth nodded her agreement, her throat tight. Jimmy looked pale but determined. "Yes, sir." "Don't go looking for a fight," Cal warned, his eyes hard. "But don't hesitate if it finds you. Aim true. We protect our own." He gave Ruth a long look. "Keep him safe, Ruth." "I will, Cal," she promised, the words feeling heavy as stones. Jimmy slipped away into the darkness towards the creek bed, leading the horses. Cal checked his rifle one last time, slung a canteen over his shoulder, and melted into the shadows, heading for the higher ground. Ruth watched him go, feeling suddenly terribly alone, despite the presence of the man inside the cabin. She took a deep breath and pushed open the cabin door. Locke was propped up against the wall, the crutch leaning beside him, his face taut in the dim lamplight. He had clearly heard Cal's instructions through the thin log walls. "So I'm the bait in the trap," he stated flatly, his voice devoid of self-pity, just stating a fact. "You're the one we're protecting," Ruth corrected, closing the door and sliding the heavy bolt home. The sound echoed like a cell door locking. She picked up her rifle, checking the load with practiced hands before leaning it against the wall near the stool she intended to occupy by the door. "Semantics," Locke dismissed with a slight wave of his hand, wincing at the movement. He looked towards the bolted door, then at the shuttered window. "One man on the ridge, boy with the horses. You, in here with a cripple. Doesn't seem like favorable odds if more than one comes calling." "Cal knows what he's doing," Ruth insisted, more to reassure herself than him. "And Jimmy's faster than he looks. Besides, maybe they won't come tonight." Locke gave a short, harsh laugh that dissolved into a cough. "Hope ain't much of a strategy, Calloway." He shifted, trying to find a more comfortable position, his breath hissing through his teeth. "That laudanum. Got any left?" Ruth hesitated. Keeping him drugged felt wrong somehow, especially now when danger felt so imminent. But his pain was real, debilitating. She measured out a small dose, less than the night before, enough to dull the edge, but hopefully not enough to completely incapacitate his senses. He swallowed it gratefully, leaning his head back against the wall, his eyes closing. Silence descended again, thick and expectant. Ruth settled onto the stool, her rifle resting across her lap, her back pressed against the log wall beside the door. She strained her ears, listening for any sound beyond the cabin. A footfall, a dislodged stone, the click of a rifle hammer. Nothing. Only the ceaseless moan of the wind, the distant yip of a coyote, and Locke's increasingly steady breathing as the drug began to take effect. Hours passed. The moon climbed high in the sky, a pale, reckless disk sailing through scattered clouds, bathing the prairie outside in an eerie, silvery light. Through the cracks in the door and shutter, she could see the landscape transformed, familiar shapes rendered strange and menacing by the monochrome illumination. It felt like a world holding its breath. Locke slept, or seemed to sleep, lapsing into stillness. Though Ruth suspected his rest was shallow, easily broken, she watched him, the moonlight striping his face, softening the harsh lines, making him look younger again, almost peaceful. The contrast between this image and the violent potential swirling around him was jarring. Who was he? The man who carried a locket with pictures of a woman and child. Or the fugitive wanted for robbery and the death of a lawman. Could he possibly be both? Her thoughts drifted, inevitably, to the locket still tucked securely in her pocket. She resisted the urge to take it out again, to stare at the miniature faces, searching for answers that weren't there. Its presence was a constant reminder of the complexities, the unknowns, the dangerous path she had chosen. Sometime after midnight, a low sound brought her instantly alert, heart pounding. A soft scraping noise coming from outside near the shuttered window. She froze, straining to hear, her hand tightening on the rifle. Was it just an animal or something else? The scraping came again, slightly louder this time and deliberate. Someone was trying to pry open the shutter. Ruth's breath hitched. She rose silently from the stool, moving with painstaking care across the few feet of floor separating her from the bunk. Locke's eyes snapped open, instantly alert, the laudanum haze vanishing in a surge of adrenaline. He saw the look on her face, heard the faint noise from the window, and understood immediately. He reached for the crutch leaning against the wall, his movements economical despite the pain. Ruth shook her head fiercely, putting a finger to her lips, silently urging him to stay down, stay quiet. Adding his limited mobility to the situation would only complicate things, make him an easier target. Reluctantly, he subsided, but his eyes burned with intensity, fixed on the window, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Ruth crept towards the window, pressing herself flat against the log wall beside it, rifle held ready. The scraping continued, persistent, methodical. Whoever was out there was trying to force the wooden shutter inwards. Sweat beaded on her forehead, trickling into her eyes. Her mouth was dry, her pulse hammering in her ears. Suddenly the scraping stopped. A tense silence fell, broken only by the frantic thudding of her own heart. What now? Had they given up? Were they moving to the door? Then, with a sharp crack, a section of the wooden shutter splintered inwards, showering fragments onto the floor. A dark shape appeared in the opening, a hand reaching inside, fumbling for the latch that held the shutter closed from within. Ruth didn't hesitate. Years of ranch life, of dealing with predators, both animal and human, had honed her instincts. She raised the rifle, sighted down the barrel at the intrusive hand, and squeezed the trigger. The roar of the shot inside the confined cabin was deafening, momentarily stunning. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. Outside there was a sharp cry of pain, followed by a string of curses, and the sound of someone stumbling away from the window, crashing through the brush. Silence slammed back down, ringing in Ruth's ears. Had she hit him? Driven him off? Or were there more? Locke was struggling to sit up, his face pale but resolute, crutch gripped like a weapon. "How many?" he rasped. Don't know," Ruth whispered back, reloading the rifle with trembling hands, her eyes darting between the splintered window and the bolted door. "Just one at the window, but—" They listened, every nerve stretched taut. Faintly, carried on the wind, they heard the sound of a horse galloping away, fading quickly into the distance. Retreating? Or going for reinforcements? Ruth risked a quick glance through the splintered opening in the shutter. The moonlit landscape outside looked empty, deceptively peaceful. No sign of movement. Think he's gone?" she breathed, her voice shaky. Locke eased himself back against the wall, his breathing ragged. "For now, maybe. But he knows we're armed. Knows we'll fight." He looked at her, his eyes gleaming strangely in the dim light. "You didn't hesitate, Calloway." There was a note of surprise, perhaps even admiration in his voice. "Had to protect myself," Ruth said shortly, though her insides felt like jelly. The recoil of the rifle still vibrated through her arms. Taking a shot at another human being, even one trying to break in, felt profoundly disturbing, a violation of some fundamental boundary. Protect you. The admission hung in the air between them. She hadn't just fired to save herself, she'd fired to defend him, the fugitive, the man who was the source of all this danger. The realization settled heavily upon her. The rest of the night passed in agonizing, vigilant silence. Neither of them slept. Ruth remained by the door. Locke sat propped against the wall, both listening, waiting. The reckless moon dipped towards the western horizon, its pale light slowly fading as the first hints of dawn began to stain the eastern sky. With the growing light came the sound of approaching hoofbeats, steady, unhurried. Ruth's hand tightened on her rifle again until she recognized the rhythm. Cal. She cautiously unbolted the door and peered out. Cal rode into view, his face grim, rifle held across his saddle horn. He dismounted stiffly, his eyes immediately going to the splintered shutter. "Heard the shot," he said tersely. "Came as fast as I could circle back. You all right?" "Shaken, but all right," Ruth confirmed. "Someone tried the window I fired. Think I might have winged him. He rode off." Cal nodded, his gaze sweeping the area. "Found tracks. One rider heading east. Fast. Some blood on the ground near the window." He looked back at Ruth, his expression hardening. "Whoever it was, they know we're ready for him now. But they also know we're pinned down. They'll be back, Ruth, likely with friends." The fragile relief of surviving the night evaporated, replaced by the cold certainty of escalating danger. The reckless moon had witnessed a skirmish, but the real battle, Ruth feared, was yet to come. And the price of sanctuary was about to become terrifyingly steep. Chapter 10. Shadows lengthen over the ranch. Dawn broke over the prairie, not with the gentle promise of renewal, but with the stark clarity of consequence. The air, cool and tasting of pine after the night's passage, did little to dispel the grim atmosphere clinging to the Willow Creek line cabin. The splintered wood of the shutter gaped like a fresh wound. On the dusty ground outside, below the window, a small dark stain marked where Ruth's bullet had found its mark, a visceral reminder of the violence that had breached their fragile sanctuary. Ruth stood beside Cal, staring at the bloodstain, her stomach churning. The memory of the rifle's kick against her shoulder, the deafening roar in the confined space, the choked cry from the darkness that played over and over in her mind. She had fired. At a man. She hadn't aimed to kill, only to stop the intrusion, to protect. But the line had been crossed. The weight of that action settled upon her, heavy and cold. Her hands, usually so steady whether holding reins or a needle, felt clumsy, unsure. "He bled all right," Cal observed, his voice low and gravelly. He nudged the stained earth with the toe of his worn boot. "Winged him like you thought, but not bad enough to stop him getting away clean." He straightened, his gaze sweeping the surrounding ridges, eyes narrowed against the growing light. "He'll be back, and he'll be madder now. Might bring friends." Jimmy joined them, leading the horses back from the cottonwood grove where he'd spent a tense night keeping watch. His young face was pale, shadowed with fatigue and the fear he tried hard to conceal. "Nothing else, Cal. No sign of him, circling back. Horses stayed quiet after that shot." "Good lad," Cal nodded, though his expression remained grim. "Keep 'em close today. Water 'em downstream. Stay sharp." Inside the cabin, Ruth found Locke awake. He hadn't slept much after the attack, the laudanum doing little against the surge of adrenaline and the gnawing pain. He looked drawn, exhausted, but his eyes were sharp, missing nothing. He watched her enter, his gaze flicking to her rifle, then back to her face. "Your man confirm it?" he asked, his voice raspy. "He's gone." "Left blood," Ruth replied, avoiding his direct gaze, busying herself by checking the dwindling water bucket. The mundane task felt necessary, grounding. "Cal thinks he'll be back." "He will," Locke stated flatly. "Men like that, bounty hunters or whatever they are, they don't give up easy, not for $500. He shifted, wincing. "Especially not after being shot at by a woman defending the man they're after." Ruth flinched inwardly at his blunt assessment. Was that all she was now? A woman defending a wanted man? The complexities of her decision, the tangled threads of compassion and duty, felt reduced to a stark, dangerous equation in his words. "We need to think about moving you," she said, changing the subject, focusing on the practical impossibility. "Soon. We can't stay pinned down here indefinitely." Locke's expression tightened. "I told you, Calloway. Leave me." "And I told you we're not," she retorted, meeting his gaze firmly this time. "But we need to face facts. Our supplies—" She gestured vaguely towards the nearly empty provision shelves. "Jimmy didn't bring enough for a long stay. We didn't plan on a siege." A muscle worked in Locke's jaw. He understood the implication. Their time here was running out, dictated not just by the threat outside, but by the dwindling resources within. "How long?" "Couple of days, maybe," Ruth admitted reluctantly. "Water's the main worry if we can't get to the creek freely. Food, we can stretch it, but not for long." The reality of their situation settled heavily between them. They were trapped not only by the watcher on the ridge, but by their own diminishing supplies. The sanctuary was becoming a cage. The day unfolded under this double shadow of external threat and internal scarcity. The sun beat down, fierce and unforgiving. The wind, usually a companion, felt like an enemy, whispering threats, carrying dust that coated everything, including their dwindling hopes. Cal spent hours reinforcing the cabin, checking sight lines, trying to make their position less vulnerable. Jimmy stayed close to the horses, his youthful energy replaced by a somber watchfulness. Ruth divided her time. She tended to Locke, cleaning his wound, checking his fever, which remained stubbornly present, offering him the meager broth she could make from their dwindling supplies. He took it silently, his eyes often closed, though she sensed he wasn't truly resting. He seemed lost in thought, his brow furrowed, occasionally muttering unintelligible fragments under his breath. The attack seemed to have subdued his earlier impatience, replacing it with a grim, brooding quietness. When not in the cabin, Ruth found herself pacing restlessly outside, her gaze constantly scanning the horizons, searching for any sign of movement. The vast emptiness of the prairie felt different now, charged with menace. She thought, inevitably, of the ranch. The real Calloway Ranch, miles away, nestled in the foothills. It seemed like another world, a haven of relative order and peace compared to this isolated outpost teetering on the edge of violence. She pictured the main house as sturdy and familiar, built by her father's own hands. She saw the familiar faces of the few other ranch hands, old Thomas the cook, young Billy who helped Jimmy with the stock. She imagined the routines, the dawn chores, the smell of brewing coffee and frying bacon, the sight of the horse herd grazing peacefully in the home pasture. That life, the life she fought daily to maintain, felt incredibly distant, incredibly fragile. The shadows lengthening over this line cabin seemed to stretch all the way back there, threatening to engulf everything she held dear. What good was saving the ranch if she lost her life, or the lives of her men, defending a fugitive out here? Her father's pragmatic voice echoed in her mind. "You're risking everything, Ruthie, for a man who likely ain't worth the powder it'd take to blow him to hell." The thought made her angry and ashamed. Locke might be dangerous, might have done terrible things, but she had seen the flicker of humanity in him, the scars that spoke of suffering as well as violence, the tenderness hidden within the locket she still carried. Abandoning him felt like abandoning a part of herself, the part her mother had nurtured. Yet the risk. She found herself touching the locket in her pocket again, her fingers tracing its worn engravings through the thick denim. Later, back inside the cabin, while Locke seemed to be sleeping, she drew it out, needing to see the faces again, the stern, sad woman, the little girl with Locke's eyes. Who were they? What happened to them? Were they the reason he was running, or were they victims of the life he'd chosen? Curiosity is a dangerous thing, Calloway. Locke's voice, low and unexpected, made her jump, nearly dropping the locket. His eyes were open, fixed on the object in her hand. He didn't look angry, just weary, resigned. Ruth felt her face flush. "I found it when I was fixing your splint." She closed her hand around the locket, feeling defensive. He watched her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "My wife," he said finally, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "Sarah and my daughter, Emily." The simple statement, the confirmation of their identities, landed like a physical blow. Wife and daughter. The words conjured images of a life, a home, love, responsibility. Everything that seemed antithetical to the man before her, the fugitive. What happened to them?" Ruth whispered, unable to stop herself, needing to know, despite the potential pain her question might inflict. Locke's eyes clouded over, a shudder falling, locking away whatever emotion threatened to surface. He turned his head away, staring blankly at the log wall. "Gone," he said, his voice barely audible, rough with suppressed pain. "Doesn't matter how, just gone." The finality in his tone silenced her. The single word, gone, held a universe of loss and grief. It didn't excuse whatever crimes he might have committed in Kansas, but it added another layer of tragedy to his story, another shadow beneath the surface. It made the decision she had made, the decision to offer sanctuary, feel both more right and infinitely more complicated. He didn't speak again for a long time. Ruth quietly put the locket away, the weight of his brief, devastating confession settling upon her. She understood now, perhaps, some of the source of the haunting in his eyes, the deep well of weariness that seemed to pull at him. He was a man not just running from the law or a bounty hunter, but from ghosts of his own making, from a past shattered beyond repair. As the afternoon shadows began to stretch long and thin across the prairie floor, mirroring the dwindling light in their own prospects, Cal returned from a scouting sweep downstream. His face was grim. "Found more tracks down by the creek," he reported quietly to Ruth, out of earshot of the cabin. "2 riders this time. Came close to where Jimmy was hiding the horses last night. Looks like they scouted our water source." Ruth's blood ran cold. They know where we get water. Cal nodded slowly. Looks that way. Didn't try anything. Just looked. But it means they can wait us out, Ruth finished, her voice barely a whisper. Cut us off from water. Force us out. The watcher on the ridge hadn't needed to bring friends immediately. He or they had simply tightened the noose. Control the water and control becomes absolute. The price of sanctuary had just escalated again. They were running out of time, running out of supplies, and now, potentially, running out of water. The shadows were not just lengthening, they were closing in. The need to move Locke, however perilous, was no longer a strategic consideration. It was rapidly becoming their only desperate option. Chapter 11. A name carried on the wire. The knowledge that their water source was compromised settled like a shroud over the small group at the Willow Creek cabin. The vast, sun-baked prairie suddenly felt infinitely more hostile. The clear blue sky mocking their predicament. Water, the most basic necessity for survival, had become another weapon turned against them. Cal's discovery of the tracks, two riders now confirmed their fears. The watchers were patient, methodical, content to let thirst and dwindling supplies do their work. A grim council of war convened by the dying embers of the cook fire as dusk bled across the sky. Ruth, Cal, and Jimmy spoke in low, urgent tones, acutely aware that their voices could carry, that unseen ears might be listening from the surrounding darkness. Inside the cabin, Locke lay silent, the door slightly ajar at Ruth's insistence, so he could hear, participate in the decisions that revolved entirely around his fate, yet powerless to influence them beyond his mere presence. They know we're low on water, Cal stated bluntly, his face etched with worry in the fading light. Or they suspect it. Watching the creek, that's a clear sign they aim to wait us out, force our hand. How long can we last on what's in the barrels? Ruth asked, already knowing the answer was grim. They'd been careful, rationing since the first alarm, but the heat, Locke's fever, and the needs of the horses had taken their toll. A day. Maybe two, if we're miserly, Cal estimated. Horses need more. And him? He nodded towards the cabin. Fever takes fluids. So we have to move, Jimmy said, his voice tight. He looked younger than ever, the weight of their predicament pressing down on him. Tonight? Moving him at night. Rough terrain, risk of ambush? Cal shook his head slowly. Too dangerous, his leg wouldn't take it. Wagon's our only real option, slow as it is. But the wagon means using the main trail for part of the way back to the ranch, Ruth argued, frustration gnawing at her. If they're watching, they'll see us. We'd be sitting ducks. Maybe not, Cal countered, leaning forward, tracing patterns in the dust with a stick. Maybe the wagon is our bluff. They expect us to try and sneak him out. Seeing the wagon pull out tomorrow, bold as brass, might make 'em think twice. Might make 'em think we ain't as worried as we ought to be. It was a long shot, a gamble based on psychology rather than firepower. And if they call the bluff, Cal? Ruth asked quietly. Then we make a run for it, Cal said grimly. Wagon can move faster than a man expects if the horses are pushed. Jimmy, you ride scout ahead. Ruth, you drive, rifle beside you. I'll ride flank. Try and discourage anyone following too close. He looked at them both, his gaze steady. It's risky. Damned risky. But staying here means we lose for certain. Thirst or bullets, the end's the same. Ruth looked towards the cabin. Locke hadn't made a sound, but she knew he was listening intently. The plan revolved around moving him, subjecting his shattered body to the agony of a jolting wagon ride, potentially straight into an ambush. Yet Cal was right. Staying was no longer an option. The illusion of sanctuary had evaporated completely. All right, she said, her voice barely more than a whisper, but firm. "We move out at first light. Load the wagon tonight, quietly as possible. We give Locke another dose of laudanum before we move him. Try to keep the pain manageable." She took a deep breath, steeling herself. "Oh, we make it look like a normal departure. Confident." "Pray it works," Cal muttered, tossing his stick into the dying fire. The hours of darkness that followed were filled with tense, quiet activity. Working by the light of a heavily shielded lantern, they loaded their meager remaining supplies and bedrolls into the sturdy ranch wagon. Every creak of the floorboards, every clink of a canteen, sounded deafeningly loud in the charged silence. Ruth padded the wagon bed with extra blankets, creating the most cushioned space possible for Locke, knowing it would still be woefully inadequate against the jolts and bumps of the trail. Inside the cabin, she explained the plan to Locke in low tones. He listened without interruption, his face pale and drawn in the lamplight, his gray eyes shadowed with pain and a weary acceptance. "It's the only way," he asked quietly when she finished. "It's the only chance we have," Ruth corrected softly. "Staying here is finished." He nodded slowly. "All right, Calloway, whatever you need me to do." The fight seemed to have gone out of him, replaced by a grim resignation, a placing of his fate entirely in her hands. It was a trust that felt heavier than any physical burden. She gave him the laudanum mixed with a little water. He swallowed it obediently, his gaze briefly meeting hers. In that fleeting moment, beneath the pain and the weariness, she saw a flicker of something else, gratitude, perhaps, or a shared understanding of the desperate gamble they were about to take. Then it was gone, masked again by his habitual reserve. Ruth spent the remaining hours of the night sitting on the stool by the bolted door, rifle across her lap, listening. The wind had died down, leaving an unnerving stillness. The silence felt heavier, more expectant than before. Were the watchers out there listening too? Did they sense the shift, the preparation for departure? Or were they confident in their stranglehold, waiting patiently for the inevitable surrender to thirst? Just before the first hint of dawn, Cal and Jimmy returned silently. Moving with practiced coordination, born of years working together, they carefully maneuvered Locke out of the cabin and onto the makeshift bed in the wagon. Despite the laudanum and their best efforts, the movement clearly caused Locke immense agony. He clenched his jaw tight, his body rigid, sweat beading on his forehead. He made no sound beyond a series of sharp, choked gasps. Ruth felt every tremor, every suppressed groan, like a blow to her own body. Once he was settled, covered with blankets against the pre-dawn chill, Jimmy took the reins of his saddle horse, Sage, preparing to ride Scout. Cal swung up onto Diablo, Ruth's powerful black gelding, his rifle resting easy across the saddle horn. Ruth climbed onto the high seat of the wagon, gathering the leather lines, her own rifle propped securely beside her. "Ready?" Cal asked quietly, his eyes meeting hers. Ruth nodded, her mouth dry. "Ready?" With a soft click of the reins, the wagon lurched forward, the wheels crunching on the dry earth. Jimmy trotted ahead, disappearing quickly into the gray twilight. Cal fell in beside the wagon, his gaze sweeping the surrounding terrain. They moved slowly at first, letting the horses pick their way carefully out of the draw and onto the faint track leading away from the cabin. The movement, gentle as it was, caused Locke to shift in the back, a low groan escaping him despite the laudanum. Ruth gritted her teeth, focusing on keeping the team steady, her knuckles white on the reins. They traveled for what felt like an eternity through the hushed landscape of breaking dawn. The eastern sky turned pearly gray, then flushed with pale pink. The air was cool, carrying the scent of sage and dust. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat, every rock formation a possible ambush point. Ruth's eyes scanned constantly back and forth, from the trail ahead to the ridges flanking them, her heart pounding a heavy rhythm against her ribs. Jimmy remained visible up ahead, a reassuring presence, occasionally signaling all clear with a subtle hand gesture. Cal rode easily beside the wagon, his relaxed posture belying the coiled tension Ruth knew he felt. So far, so good. No sign of the watchers. Had Cal's bluff worked? Had they assumed their trap was secure, allowing their quarry to walk right into it further down the trail? Or had they simply melted back into the vastness of the prairie, abandoning the hunt? As the sun finally cleared the horizon, bathing the land in golden light, they reached a fork in the faint trail. One path veered south towards the main, more established track leading eventually back towards the Callaway ranch house. The other continued west, deeper into the wilder, less traveled territory the direction Locke had claimed he was heading when they first found him. It was the moment of decision. Following the main track was the logical route home, the fastest way back to the safety and resources of the ranch, but it was also the most predictable. The route the pursuers would expect them to take if they were indeed heading home. Continuing west felt counterintuitive, dangerous, leading them further from help, but it was also unexpected. Ruth hesitated, pulling the team to a halt. Cal reined in Diablo beside the wagon, his eyes questioning. Up ahead, Jimmy paused, looking back. "Which way, Ruth?" Cal asked quietly. Ruth looked towards the south, towards home, safety, the life she knew. Then she looked west, towards the unknown, the wilderness, the direction. Locke had been traveling, running from his past. Where would the Watchers expect them to go? They likely assumed Locke was her only concern, that her goal was simply to get him back to her ranch for better care. They wouldn't expect her to continue his flight with him. A reckless idea sparked in her mind, born of desperation and a sudden, intuitive gamble. "West," she said, her voice surprisingly firm. "They'll expect us to head for the ranch. Now let's do what they don't expect." Cal stared at her for a long moment, surprise warring with the calculation on his face. It was a bolder move, riskier in the long run, taking them further from support. But it might just be crazy enough to throw their pursuers off the scent, at least temporarily. He finally gave a slow nod. "All right, west it is. Maybe we can find shelter in the broken lands near Devil's Canyon. Lose 'em in there." Ruth flicked the reins, urging the team forward onto the fainter western track. The wagon wheels rolled onto less certain ground, the jolting increasing immediately. From the back came a sharp, involuntary cry of pain from Locke. Ruth winced, but kept going, her jaw set. It was a gamble, perhaps a foolish one, but it felt like their best chance. They traveled west for another hour, the terrain growing progressively rougher, rising towards arid, rocky foothills. The sun climbed higher, beating down relentlessly. Dust coated everything. Jimmy scouted further ahead now, picking his way cautiously through the increasingly broken landscape. Cal remained vigilant, constantly scanning their back trail. Still no sign of pursuit. Had they actually done it? Had they slipped the noose? Just as a fragile tendril of hope began to unfurl within Ruth, Jimmy came galloping back towards them, his face urgent, waving frantically. "Riders, Miss Ruth! 2 of 'em, coming up fast, on our back trail." Ruth's heart plummeted. The bluff hadn't worked. Or perhaps it had initially, but the Watchers had realized their mistake, picked up their trail west. The chase was on. "How far back?" Cal demanded, pulling Diablo around, rifle already in his hand. "Maybe 2 miles. Closing fast." "They saw me, I reckon," Jimmy panted, reining in his sweating horse beside the wagon. "All right," Cal said, his voice tight, all business now. "Ruth, push this team hard as you dare. Head for those rocks ahead. See that narrow passage? Looks like it might lead into a box canyon. Might be defensible ground. Jimmy, stay with the wagon. Use your rifle if you have to. I'll try and slow him down." Without waiting for acknowledgement, Cal spurred Diablo back down the trail they just covered towards the oncoming pursuit. Ruth watched him go, a silhouette of defiance against the vast landscape, riding deliberately towards danger to buy them time. Fear choked her, cold and sharp, but there was no time for it. "Hiya!" she yelled, cracking the whip over the heads of the sturdy wagon horses. "Move! Hiya!" The wagon leaped forward, jolting violently over the uneven ground. Ruth clung to the seat, fighting the reins, urging the team towards the dark slash in the rocks Cal had indicated. It was a race now, a desperate flight towards uncertain shelter, with the thunder of pursuing hooves growing steadily louder behind them and the fate of Cal, riding intercept, terrifyingly unknown. The name Locke had whispered days ago echoed in her mind, cold and sharp as the wind carrying the rising dust. Devlin. Chapter 12. The Crossroads of Courage. The wagon careened over the rough, broken ground, each jolt sending shudders through its sturdy frame and waves of agony through the man lying helpless in the back. Ruth gripped the reins, her knuckles white, her focus narrowed to the desperate task of urging the straining horses towards the narrow opening in the rocks ahead. The thunder of pursuing hooves seemed to gain on them with terrifying speed, a relentless drumbeat signaling the closing of the trap. Behind them, somewhere lost in the dust and distance, Cal was riding to meet that threat, head-on, a lone figure buying them precious, terrifying seconds. "Faster!" Ruth yelled, cracking the whip again, not striking the horses, but urging them on with a sound and her own desperate will. The sturdy ranch team, bred more for endurance than pure speed, responded gamely, muscles bunching, breath rasping, pulling the heavy wagon over rocks and ruts that threatened to snap an axle or throw a wheel. Beside her on the seat, Jimmy clung on, his face pale but determined, his rifle held ready, his eyes scanning the back trail through the swirling dust. "They're gaining, Miss Ruth. 2 riders. Hard charges." From the back of the wagon came a low groan, followed by Locke's voice, tight with pain but surprisingly steady. "Calloway, my rifle." "In the saddlebag." Ruth risked a fraction of a second's glance back. Locke was trying to push himself up, his face contorted with the effort, his eyes fixed on the dusty leather saddlebag tucked near the tailgate. His gun. Even broken and feverish, his instinct was to fight, to contribute, not to be mere helpless baggage. "Stay down, Locke," Ruth shouted back over the rumble of the wheels and the pounding hooves. "You can't." "Give it to the boy," Locke insisted, gesturing towards Jimmy with a trembling hand. "He can use it. Better range than that pistol you carry." Ruth hesitated for only a heartbeat. Locke was right. Her own Colt Peacemaker was holstered at her hip, reliable at close quarters, but no match for the rifles the pursuers likely carried. Locke's rifle, likely a Winchester or similar repeating rifle common on the frontier, would give Jimmy significantly more stopping power, more reach. "Jimmy, get his rifle," she ordered, her eyes fixed back on the rapidly approaching rocks. Jimmy, clinging precariously to the swaying seat, managed to twist around, fumble with the saddlebag straps, and pull out a lean, functional-looking Winchester rifle. He checked the load quickly, his movements becoming more assured as he handled the familiar weapon. "Got it, Miss Ruth." "Use it if they get too close," Ruth yelled. "Don't waste shots. Make 'em count." The entrance to the rocky passage loomed closer now, a dark slash in the sun-bleached stone, promising shade and perhaps defensible ground. But the pursuing riders were closer too, maybe only a few hundred yards back, pushing their horses hard, dust billowing around them like malevolent spirits. Ruth could almost feel their predatory focus. Suddenly, the sharp crack of rifle fire echoed from behind them, startlingly loud. One shot, then another. Cal, he'd engaged them. Ruth's heart leaped into her throat. Had he hit one? Was he all right? She couldn't look back. Couldn't afford to lose focus for even a second as she guided the straining team into the narrow entrance of the passage. The wagon wheels scraped against rock walls, the space barely wide enough to admit them. The air grew cooler, the light dimmer, the sounds of pursuit momentarily muffled by the stone. The passage twisted, opening slightly after 20 yards into a small, natural amphitheater. A box canyon with steep, unscalable rock walls rising on 3 sides. A scattering of boulders littered the sandy floor, offering some cover. At the far end, a trickle of water seeped from a crack in the rock face, disappearing into the thirsty sand, not enough to sustain them long, but a sign of life. It wasn't ideal, but it was defensible. They were cornered, but they had solid ground to stand on. Oh, whoa! Ruth hauled back on the reins, bringing the exhausted, trembling horses to a halt near the center of the small canyon. She leaped down from the seat, her legs shaky, adrenaline coursing through her veins. "Jimmy, see the lock. Get him behind those boulders," she ordered, grabbing her own rifle from the wagon seat. "Keep your head down." As Jimmy scrambled to help the injured man, Ruth raced back to the narrow entrance of the passage they'd just squeezed through. She peered out cautiously. The open prairie stretched before her, shimmering in the heat. No sign of Cal, no sign of the pursuers, only swirling dust devils dancing in the distance, and an unnerving silence. Where was Cal? Had he driven them off, or had they overcome him? The uncertainty was agonizing. She strained her ears, listening for hoofbeats, for gunfire, for anything. Nothing. The silence felt absolute, terrifying. "Miss Ruth?" Jimmy's voice, tight with anxiety, came from behind her. "Got Mr. Locke settled behind the rocks. He's bad, Miss Ruth." "The ride?" Ruth turned, forcing down her fear for Cal, focusing on the immediate crisis. She hurried over to where Jimmy knelt beside Locke, who lay propped against a large boulder, his face ashen, slick with sweat, his eyes closed, his breathing shallow and ragged. The rough journey had clearly taken a brutal toll on his already battered body. His splintered leg looked unnaturally twisted, and fresh blood stained the bandages near the wound site. "Locke?" Ruth knelt beside him, putting a hand gently on his forehead. He felt dangerously hot, the fever spiking again after the exertion and agony of the ride. His eyelids fluttered open, his gray eyes clouded with pain, struggling to focus. "Cal?" he whispered, the name barely audible. "Don't know yet," Ruth replied, her voice thick with unshed tears. "He drew them off, bought us time." She uncorked her canteen, wetting her handkerchief, and gently wiped his face. "Easy now, Locke. We're safe for the moment. Got shelter. Some water, even." He seemed to drift for a moment, then his eyes focused slightly. "The rifle," he murmured, glancing towards the Winchester Jimmy had propped against the rock nearby. "Jimmy has it," Ruth assured him. "We're ready." Ready for what? The question hung unspoken in the stifling air of the small canyon. They were trapped. Defensible, yes, but trapped nonetheless. How long until the pursuers found the entrance? How long until they regrouped, perhaps brought more men, and laid siege? Their gamble heading west had bought them temporary shelter, but it had led them into a dead end. Ruth stood up, surveying their small prison. The rock walls soared high above them, offering no escape route. The narrow passage they'd entered through was their only way in or out, a natural choke point, easily guarded but also easily blocked. They had traded the open vulnerability of the prairie for the claustrophobic certainty of a siege. She walked back to the entrance, peering out again. Still nothing. The silence stretched, taut as a bowstring. Where was Cal? Why hadn't he rejoined them? The fear for her loyal friend, her father's right-hand man, threatened to overwhelm her. Had his sacrifice been in vain? Had he fallen back there alone in the dust? "Miss Ruth." Jimmy joined her at the entrance, his young face etched with the same fear she felt. "What about Cal?" "He'll come if he can, Jimmy," Ruth said, trying to project a confidence she didn't feel. "Cal's resourceful. He knows this land. Maybe he led them on a chase, lost them." Even as she said it, she didn't believe it. Two riders, determined, closing fast. Cal was good, but he was one man. They stood watch together at the entrance, taking turns scanning the prairie, listening. The sun beat down on the rocks outside, reflecting heat into their small sanctuary. Inside the canyon, the patch of shade where Locke lay gradually shrank. Thirst began to gnaw at them. Ruth rationed sips from her canteen, acutely aware of how quickly their meager supply would vanish. Locke drifted in and out of consciousness, sometimes muttering incoherently, sometimes lying unnervingly still. His fever raged, consuming his remaining strength. Ruth checked his wound again, her heart sinking. The fresh bleeding, the increased heat and swelling. Infection was taking a firmer hold, fueled by the trauma of the journey. Without proper medical attention, without rest, his chances were dwindling rapidly. The sanctuary they had fought so hard to reach might become his tomb. As the afternoon wore on, the silence outside remained unbroken. No sign of Cal, no sign of the pursuers. The lack of activity was almost more unnerving than open conflict. Were they out there, hidden, watching, waiting for them to weaken, to make a mistake? Or had something else happened entirely? Doubt began to creep back into Ruth's mind, colder and sharper than before. Had she made the right choice back at the fork? Heading west, leading them into this cul-de-sac? Heading for the ranch might have been predictable, but it also led towards potential help, towards familiar ground. His isolated box canyon felt like the end of the line. Courage. Her father had always said courage wasn't the absence of fear, but acting despite it. She had acted, made choices driven by a complex mix of fear, compassion, and desperation. But standing here now, trapped between rock walls with Locke fading, Cal missing, and unknown enemies potentially gathering just beyond the passage entrance, her courage felt thin, brittle, close to shattering. She looked over at Jimmy, standing watch, his youthful face set in determined lines, trying hard to be the man Cal expected him to be. She looked back at Locke, lying broken and feverish behind the boulder, a man haunted by ghosts, pursued by violence, dependent on her questionable decisions for his very life. She thought of Cal, loyal, steady Cal, potentially lost to them. The weight of it all pressed down on her, immense, suffocating. This was the crossroads. Not just the physical fork in the trail they'd passed hours ago, but an internal one. Could she hold on to her resolve? Could she find the strength to lead them through this, to make the right choices now when everything seemed to be unraveling? Or would fear and doubt paralyze her, condemn them all? Suddenly, Jimmy stiffened, grabbing her arm. "Listen!" Faintly, almost imperceptibly at first, then growing stronger, came a sound from the prairie outside. Hoofbeats. Not the frantic pounding of pursuit, but the steady rhythmic gait of a single horse approaching at a walk. Friend or foe? Ruth's heart hammered against her ribs. She raised her rifle, motioning for Jimmy to do the same, both of them taking cover behind the rocks flanking the narrow entrance, peering out into the blinding afternoon sun. A lone figure emerged from the heat haze, riding slowly towards the passage. As the figure drew closer, features becoming clearer, Ruth's breath caught in a sob of relief so profound it almost buckled her knees. It was Cal. He rode slumped in the saddle, his face gray with exhaustion, dust, and pain. His left arm was bound tightly against his side with a makeshift sling fashioned from his neckerchief, and a dark stain spread across his shoulder and chest. Diablo, his mount, looked spent, head hanging low, sides heaving. But he was alive. He had made it back. Ruth scrambled out from behind the rock, running towards him, heedless of any lingering danger. "Cal! Oh, Cal!" He managed a weak smile as she reached Diablo's side, looking up at him, tears streaming down her face. "Figured. You might be wondering where I got to," he rasped, his voice strained. "You're hit," she cried, seeing the bloodstain clearly now. "Took a slug." "In the shoulder," he confirmed, swaying slightly in the saddle. "Gave 'em something to remember me by, though. I'll wing one of their horses bad. Slowed 'em down proper." He grimaced. "Lost them. Back in the washes. For now." He looked past her towards the canyon entrance. "Luck? Alive," Ruth choked out. "But the ride, fever's worse." Cal nodded slowly, his eyes clouded with pain. "Had to be done." He gathered the reins with his good hand. "Help me down, Ruth. Reckon I need to sit a spell." With Jimmy rushing to help, they carefully eased Cal down from Diablo's back. He leaned heavily on Ruth, nearly collapsing as his feet touched the ground. The crossroads had been reached, a small victory won at a painful cost. Cal was back, but wounded. Luck was fading. The pursuers were temporarily evaded, but undoubtedly still out there, regrouping, nursing their own wounds, their resolve likely hardened. They had found temporary shelter, but the price of sanctuary continued to climb, demanding more courage, more sacrifice than Ruth had ever imagined. The fight for survival was far from over. Chapter 13. Whispers turned to warnings. The return of Cal, wounded but alive, brought a surge of desperate relief that was almost immediately tempered by the grim reality of the situation. They were no longer just two able-bodied defenders protecting a wounded fugitive. They were now tending two casualties, their fighting strength effectively halved, trapped in a box canyon with dwindling supplies and determined enemies, potentially regrouping just beyond the rocks. The small victory felt precarious, bought at the cost of Cal's blood, and offering only a temporary respite. They half-carried, half-supported Cal deeper into the canyon, settling him carefully beside Locke, behind the relative shelter of the largest cluster of boulders. The two injured men lay side by side, a stark tableau of the violence that had pursued them. Locke, roused by the commotion, watched with fever-bright eyes as Ruth and Jimmy worked to tend Cal's wound. His expression was unreadable, but the lines around his mouth tightened as he took in the extent of Cal's injury. Perhaps he felt responsible, another weight added to the burden he already carried. Ruth gently cut away the blood-stiffened fabric of Cal's shirt. The bullet had entered high on his left shoulder near the collarbone, tearing through muscle. Thankfully, it seemed to have passed clean through, exiting lower down his back, missing vital organs and bone, but leaving a ragged channel that bled sluggishly. It was painful, debilitating, but likely not fatal if infection could be kept at bay, a huge if given their limited supplies and the dirty nature of gunshot wounds. "Hold still, Cal," Ruth murmured, her voice calmer now as she focused on the familiar task of tending a wound. She cleaned the entry and exit points as best she could with precious water and the last dregs of their carbolic acid, her touch gentle but efficient. Cal bore the stinging antiseptic without flinching, his jaw tight, his breathing shallow. "Just a scratch," he grunted, though the gray pallor of his face and the sweat beading on his forehead betrayed the severity of the pain. "Some scratch," Ruth retorted softly, packing the wounds with clean linen strips from their dwindling medical kit. "You were lucky, old man." "Luckier than the fella I traded shots with, maybe," Cal rasped. His horse went down hard. Doubt he'll be riding anywhere soon. He paused, gathering his breath. The other one. He pulled up, went back for his partner. Bought me the time I needed to lose him in the washes. He looked at Ruth, his eyes sharp despite the pain. But they know the general area we're in, Ruth. They ain't giving up. Not now. Ruth finished bandaging Cal's shoulder, securing the dressing tightly, then fashioned a better sling to immobilize his arm. Rest now, Cal. You need to save your strength. He nodded weakly, leaning his head back against the rock, his eyes closing. Exhaustion and pain quickly pulled him under into a restless doze. Ruth turned her attention back to Locke. His condition seemed to have worsened during the commotion. His breathing was more rapid, shallower, and his skin felt scorching hot to the touch. The fever was raging, consuming him. She offered him water, which he swallowed with difficulty, his eyes barely focusing on her face. "Cal, all right?" he whispered, the effort costing him. "He'll mend," Ruth said, forcing a reassuring tone. "He's tough." She bathed Locke's face again with a damp cloth, trying to offer some small comfort against the furnace heat of the fever. His vulnerability was stark, alarming. The hard edges, the guardedness, were dissolving in the face of overwhelming physical distress. He looked utterly spent, his life force flickering like a guttering candle flame. Jimmy stood nearby, watching helplessly, his young face reflecting a mixture of fear and a dawning, grim understanding of their predicament. "What do we do now, Miss Ruth?" he asked quietly, his voice barely audible above the low moan of the wind at the canyon entrance. "We can't stay here. Not with Cal hit and Mr. Locke." He trailed off, unable to voice the fear they all shared. Ruth looked around their small, rock-walled prison. The trickle of water seeping from the far wall was pitifully slow, barely enough to keep them from immediate dehydration. Certainly not enough to sustain them or the horses for long. Their food supplies were reduced to a handful of jerky and dry biscuits. Ammunition was finite. Locke needed help. She couldn't provide real medicine. A doctor sustained rest. Cal, too, now needed care and time to heal. Staying was impossible. Leaving seemed equally so. "We rest tonight," Ruth decided, her voice low but firm, buying time, pushing back the despair that threatened to engulf her. "Cal needs it. Locke needs it. We all do. We keep watch. At first light, we see how they are. We reassess." It felt like a weak plan, a postponement rather than a solution, but it was all she could offer at that moment. The remainder of the day passed in a haze of heat, anxiety, and hushed activity. Ruth and Jimmy took turns standing guard at the narrow entrance, their rifles never far from hand, while the other tended the wounded men or saw to the horses, Diablo and Sage, who shifted restlessly in the confined space, sensing the tension. The silence from the prairie outside remained absolute, unnerving. There was no sign of the pursuers, but Ruth felt their presence like a physical weight, an invisible cordon tightening around the canyon. As twilight deepened, casting long, distorted shadows across the canyon floor, the whispers began. Not from the wind this time, but from Locke. Caught in the grip of the raging fever, he became delirious, tossing restlessly, muttering fragmented words and names that offered disjointed, troubling glimpses into his fractured past. "Sarah, don't go. Please," he pleaded, his voice choked with anguish. Then, moments later, his tone would shift, hardening into anger or fear. "Pike, damn you, wasn't my fault. Self-defense." He writhed against the blankets, his good hand clenching and unclenching. "Emily, hide, baby girl. Hide." Ruth sat beside him, bathing his forehead, trying to soothe the turmoil that gripped him, her heart aching with a mixture of pity and apprehension. His delirious words painted a confusing picture grief for his wife and daughter, tangled with the violence in Kansas, the confrontation with Deputy Pike. Self-defense? Was that the truth behind the wanted poster, or just the fevered justification of a guilty conscience? Devlin always finds you. Smell the blood, he muttered, his eyes wide and staring, fixed on some unseen horror. The name sent a fresh chill through Ruth. Whoever Devlin was, he clearly represented the darkest part of Locke's fears, the inescapable reckoning. Listening to his fragmented confessions felt like trespassing, eavesdropping on a soul laid bare by fever. Yet the whispers also felt like warnings, reinforcing the danger they were all in. Locke wasn't just running from a $500 bounty. He was running from something deeper, more personal, perhaps embodied by this relentless figure, Devlin. Cal stirred nearby, woken by Locke's tormented muttering. He listened for a moment, his expression grim in the dim light filtering into the canyon. Sounds like he got demons riding him hard, Cal observed quietly to Ruth. More than demons, I suspect, Ruth replied, dipping the cloth in the canteen again. Locke had fallen silent for a moment, his breathing harsh. Later, as full darkness enveloped the canyon, broken only by a sliver of moon, Locke surfaced briefly from the delirium. His eyes, though still clouded, seemed momentarily lucid as they focused on Ruth. "Calloway," he rasped, reaching out, his fingers brushing her arm. His touch was burning hot. "I'm here, Locke," she said softly, leaning closer. "Need to tell you." He struggled, his breath catching. If... He didn't finish the sentence, but his meaning was clear. He thought he might not make it through the night. Pike, the deputy, he wasn't clean, had dealings, land grab, threatened Sarah. His voice faded, his eyes closing as another wave of fever seemed to wash over him. Threatened Sarah? His wife? The whispered revelation added another confusing, potentially mitigating layer to the Kansas incident. Had Locke acted to protect his family? Was the robbery charge a fabrication to cover up something uglier? Or was this just more fever-induced rambling, a desperate attempt at self-justification, even on the edge of consciousness? Before Ruth could process the implications, Jimmy came hurrying back from the entrance, his face pale, his eyes wide with alarm. "Miss Ruth! Cal! Trouble!" he whispered urgently. "I saw something. Movement. Out by the big rocks, maybe half a mile out. Hard to tell in the dark, but I think they're back. And maybe more of them this time." Ruth's blood ran cold. The respite was over. The watchers had returned, likely reinforced, ready to press their advantage now that they knew their quarry was wounded and trapped. The whispers of Locke's past faded against the immediate, chilling warning of present danger. Their desperate gamble for shelter had failed. The siege was about to begin in earnest. Chapter 14. Taming the Wild Heart. Jimmy's whispered warning sliced through the relative quiet of the box canyon, instantly galvanizing Ruth and Cal. The fragile hope that their pursuers might have given up, deterred by Cal's resistance or the perceived difficulty of assaulting the narrow passage, evaporated like mist under a harsh sun. They were back, and likely in greater numbers. "How many, Jimmy? Could you tell?" Cal pushed himself up against the rock wall, his face tight with pain from the movement, his good hand reaching instinctively for the rifle propped beside him. "Couldn't see clear, Cal," Jimmy stammered, his voice trembling lightly despite his effort at control. "Moon's not bright enough yet. Saw shadows, movement. More than two, I reckon. Maybe 3, 4. Seemed like they were spreading out, taking positions. 4 against 3, and 2 of their 3 were wounded, one critically. The odds were desperately long. Ruth felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach, but outward panic wouldn't help them now. "All right," she said, her voice low and steady, forcing a calmness she didn't feel. They know where we are. They know we're trapped. They likely figure they can starve us out or pick us off if we try to break out. She looked from Cal's pain-etched face to Jimmy's wide, fearful eyes. But they don't know everything. They don't know how desperate we are. She turned towards Locke. He lay still, his breathing shallow, seemingly lost again in the fever's grip after his brief moment of lucidity. But his eyes flickered open as she knelt beside him, a faint glimmer of awareness in their depths. "Locke," she said softly but urgently. "They're back. More of them this time. We're pinned down." His lips moved, forming words almost too faint to hear. "Told you and leave?" "That time's past," Ruth cut him off gently. We need anything you can tell us. About them, about Devlin if he's leading them. Anything." He closed his eyes for a moment as if gathering strength. When he opened them again, there was a spark of the old intensity battling through the fever haze. "Devlin knows me. Hunted me before." His breath hitched. "Relentless. Smart. Patient. Prefers clean kills, but won't shy from messy if needed." He paused, swallowing with difficulty. "If it's him, he won't storm the entrance reckless. He'll probe, test defenses, look for weakness. Higher ground? Higher ground." Ruth glanced up at the sheer rock walls encircling them. Unscalable, they had thought. But was that entirely true? Was there any possible route, however precarious, to gain an advantage, a better vantage point? "Cal," Ruth said, turning back to the older man. "Those walls, any chance, any ledge, any chimney a man could climb?" Cal followed her gaze upwards, squinting into the darkness. He knew this territory and these kinds of rock formations better than anyone. He scanned the towering cliffs slowly, deliberately. "Maybe," he said doubtfully. "Way back. Left corner. It looks like there might be a fissure, some handholds near the top. But, it'd be a hellish climb, especially in the dark. One slip." He didn't need to finish. And even if someone made it up, what then? One rifleman on the rim might offer a better view, but also made a terribly exposed target. One rifle up there might keep their heads down, Ruth mused, thinking aloud. Might make them think twice about rushing the entrance. It was a slim chance, bordering on suicidal, but slim chances were all they had left. "I'll go," Jimmy volunteered immediately, his voice firmer now, eagerness overriding his fear. "I'm youngest, lightest. Climbed worse back on the ranch cliffs, looking for stray calves." Ruth looked at him, her heart clenching. He was just a boy, really, barely out of his teens, loyal and brave, but inexperienced in this kind of deadly game. Sending him up there alone. But Cal was wounded, useless for climbing. She couldn't leave Locke. It had to be Jimmy. "All right, Jimmy," she said, making the difficult decision. "But be careful. Damn careful. Don't expose yourself unless you have a clear shot, and only if they make a direct move on the entrance. Your job is to watch, to warn us, maybe discourage them. Not to win a war single-handed." "Yes, Miss Ruth." Jimmy nodded, grabbing his rifle and checking his ammunition pouch. He glanced towards the fissure Cal had indicated, swallowing hard but squaring his shoulders. While Jimmy prepared for his perilous ascent, Ruth returned to Locke's side. He seemed to have lapsed back into semi-consciousness, muttering restlessly again. His skin felt like fire. She dribbled a little more water between his parched lips, knowing it wasn't enough. He needed the fever to break. He needed rest. Healing time they didn't have. Looking down at his face, shadowed and vulnerable in the dim light, a strange mix of emotions washed over her. Fear, pity, frustration. And something else, something deeper, more confusing. A connection forged in shared danger, in the raw intimacy of caring for his broken body. in the glimpses of the man beneath the fugitive's hardened exterior. She remembered his words about his wife, his daughter. The pain in his voice, even muffled by delirium, had been real, profound. This man, whatever his past, had loved, had lost. He wasn't just a problem to be managed, a danger to be survived. He was Sam Locke. The thought startled her. When had he stopped being just Locke, the stranger, the burden, and become Sam? She gently brushed a damp strand of hair from his forehead. His skin was burning, but beneath the fever's heat, she felt a faint tremor, a vulnerability that tugged at something deep within her. In that moment, tending to him felt less like a duty and more like an act of faith, a choice to see the man, not just the fugitive. His eyes fluttered open again, focusing on her face with surprising clarity for a brief second. A flicker of awareness, of recognition, maybe even gratitude, passed through their gray depths before the fever haze reclaimed him. But the flicker was enough. It strengthened Ruth's resolve. They wouldn't just survive this, they would save him. They had to. A faint scraping sound from the far end of the canyon signaled Jimmy beginning his climb. Ruth held her breath, listening to the small sounds, a dislodged pebble, a muffled grunt of effort echoing in the stillness. It sounded impossibly difficult, impossibly dangerous. She sent a silent prayer towards the unseen climber, hoping his youthful agility and courage would be enough. Time crawled by. Ruth took up her position near the canyon entrance again, rifle ready, peering out into the moon-dappled landscape. Cal sat propped against the boulder behind her, his own rifle resting across his lap. His good hand steady, his senses alert despite his wound. They waited, listening. The silence outside remained profound, too profound. Devlin, if it was him, was playing a waiting game, letting their nerves fray, letting the heat and thirst weaken them. Or perhaps he was waiting for Jimmy to reveal his position. Ruth found her thoughts drifting back to Locke, to Sam, to the conflict warring within him, mirrored now within herself. Her father's pragmatism screamed at her to cut her losses, to prioritize her own survival and that of her men above the fate of a wanted man. But her mother's spirit, the part of her that resonated with Elena's fierce compassion and belief in the possibility of redemption even in the harshest circumstances, urged her to hold fast, to protect the life entrusted to her care. And there was something else, too, something independent of her parents' legacies. A connection to Sam himself. His resilience, his stoicism in the face of agonizing pain, the flashes of wry humor she'd occasionally glimpsed, the deep sorrow hinted at in his delirious whispers, it all combined to create a portrait of a man far more complex than the stark lines of a wanted poster allowed. She found herself wanting to understand him, wanting to believe there was more to his story than robbery and death. She felt an unexpected, unwelcome yet undeniable pull towards the damaged soul lying helpless just yards away. It felt like taming a wild heart, not breaking it, but understanding its fierceness, its wounds, its desperate fight for survival, and in doing so, perhaps, taming the conflicting wilderness within her own heart as well. Suddenly a low whistle, barely audible, drifted down from the canyon rim above, Jimmy's signal. Ruth and Cal exchanged tense glances. He'd made it. He was in position. Almost immediately, as if Jimmy's arrival had been the trigger they were waiting for, movement flickered at the edge of Ruth's vision, out on the prairie beyond the passage. A figure detached itself from the shadows of a rocky outcrop, moving cautiously towards the canyon entrance. Another figure appeared from the opposite side, mirroring the first one's movements, probing, testing, just as Locke had predicted Devlin would. 2. Coming slow, Ruth breathed, settling her rifle stock against her shoulder, sighting down the barrel. Hold your fire, Cal cautioned, his voice a low rasp. Wait till they commit. Don't give away Jimmy's position unless we have to. The two figures advanced steadily, using available cover, rifles held ready. They reached the mouth of the passage, pausing just outside the narrow entrance, clearly assessing the situation. Ruth could see them more clearly now in the moonlight, rough-looking men, hard-faced, their eyes scanning the shadows within the passage. One of them called out, his voice rough, confident. All right, Calloway. We know you're in there. Know you got a lock. Send him out now. Nobody else needs to get hurt. We just want the bounty. Ruth didn't answer. Silence was her only weapon right now. Don't be stupid, woman, the second man shouted, his voice coarser. We know your man's hit. We know you're trapped. Just give us lock. $500 ain't worth dying for. Still, Ruth remained silent, her finger resting lightly on the trigger, her heart pounding. Beside her, she heard the faint click as Cal cocked his rifle. The first man swore under his breath. Stubborn, All right, Jed, cover me. I'm going in. He started forward, ducking low, stepping into the narrow passage. Ruth tensed, ready to fire. This was it. But before she could pull the trigger, before the man took more than 2 steps into the passage, a single rifle shot cracked from the rim high above them. The sharp report echoed off the canyon walls. The man in the passage cried out, staggering back, clutching his leg and collapsing in the entrance. Jimmy, he'd taken the shot. A perfect, disabling hit. Jed, damn it, I'm hit, the wounded man yelled. The second man, Jed, who had been providing cover, immediately dropped behind a rock just outside the entrance, returning fire wildly towards the canyon rim where the shot had originated. Bullets ricocheted off the cliff face near Jimmy's position, with angry whines. Get him, Jed! Get the bastard on the rim! The wounded man screamed. Ruth saw her chance. With Jed distracted, focusing his fire upwards, the passage entrance was momentarily less defended. Now, Cal! She yelled. And together they opened fire on Jed's position, their shots echoing Jimmy's, pinning the second man down behind his rock. The night erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, muzzle flashes lighting the darkness, bullets smacking against stone, the acrid smell of gunpowder filling the air. The siege had broken open into a desperate, chaotic firefight. The wild heart of the conflict was no longer just within Locke or Ruth, but raging all around them. Chapter 15. The Hunter's Gaze. The sudden eruption of gunfire shattered the tense stillness of the night, transforming the small box canyon and its entrance into a chaotic arena of muzzle flashes, ricocheting bullets, and panicked shouts. Jimmy's calculated shot from the rim had been the spark, igniting a desperate firefight under the cold, indifferent light of the sliver of moon. Ruth and Cal, firing from the relative cover of the rocks flanking the passage entrance, focused their attention on the second man, Jed, who was pinned down behind a large boulder just outside. Jed, caught between their covering fire from below and the threat from Jimmy above, seemed momentarily paralyzed, firing sporadically first towards the rim, then towards the passage, his shots wild and ineffective in the confusing crossfire. The first man, the one Jimmy had shot in the leg, lay moaning and cursing in the dusty entrance of the passage itself, partially exposed but unable to retreat easily. He scrabbled for his dropped rifle, his movements hampered by pain. "Keep Jed pinned," Ruth yelled to Cal over the din, her voice hoarse. She took careful aim at the boulder hiding the second attacker, squeezing off a shot whenever she saw a flicker of movement. Cal, despite the agony his wounded shoulder must be causing him with each recoil, fired methodically with his good arm, his shots accurate, kicking up dust near Jed's position, forcing him to keep his head down. From the rim above, Jimmy fired again, the crack of his rifle sharp and distinct. Another bullet smacked into the rock near Jed, sending stone chips flying. Jimmy was doing exactly what Ruth had asked, not engaging in a sustained duel, but providing precise, discouraging fire, keeping the attackers off balance. Inside the canyon, behind the main boulder cluster, Locke struggled to push himself higher, his eyes wide, alert, tracking the sounds of the battle, his helplessness a visible torment. He gripped the crutch Cal had made him, his knuckles white, as if willing it to be a weapon. The firefight raged for several intense minutes, a deadly stalemate. Jed couldn't advance without exposing himself to fire from both Ruth and Cal below and Jimmy above. Ruth and Cal couldn't risk leaving the cover of the passage entrance to deal with the wounded man without potentially being caught in Jed's sights. And Jimmy, perched precariously on the rim, was effective as a deterrent, but vulnerable if Jed or any other unseen attackers could pinpoint his exact location. Where were the others? Jimmy had thought he'd seen 3 or 4 figures earlier. Were the other 2 holding back, circling, looking for another way in? Or had Jimmy been mistaken in the darkness? The uncertainty gnawed at Ruth. Concentrating their fire on the 2 immediate threats might be leaving them vulnerable from another direction. Suddenly, the wounded man in the passage let out a strangled cry and managed to retrieve his rifle. He rolled onto his side, ignoring the pain in his leg, and tried to bring the weapon to bear on Ruth's position. Ruth saw the movement out of the corner of her eye, swung her rifle, and fired instinctively. Her shot struck the rock beside his head, showering him with grit. He flinched back, dropping the rifle again, momentarily deterred but still dangerously close. "Damn it!" Jed yelled from behind his boulder. "Mick, you useless sack! Shoot back!" "Can't," Mick wailed. "Leg shattered. And that, nearly took my head off." The exchange gave Ruth an idea, a desperate gamble. "Cal," she called out, "keep Jed busy. I'm going for Mick." Before Cal could protest, Ruth took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and broke cover. She lunged forward from the side of the passage into the entrance itself, her Colt Peacemaker suddenly appearing in her hand, replacing the rifle she'd dropped. She moved low and fast, closing the few yards separating her from the wounded man, Mick. Mick, startled by her sudden appearance, fumbled again for his rifle, his eyes wide with panic. Ruth didn't give him the chance. She kicked the rifle away with her boot, sending it skittering across the dusty ground, then brought the barrel of her Colt level with his chest. "Don't move," she ordered, her voice cold, steady, devoid of the tremor she felt inside. Mick froze, terror replacing the pain on his face. He stared up at her, at the unwavering muzzle of the Peacemaker aimed directly at his heart. "Who sent you?" Ruth demanded, pressing the advantage. "Who wants Locke?" Mick swallowed hard, his eyes darting nervously towards the boulder, where Jed was still exchanging sporadic fire with Cal and Jimmy. "Just bounty," he stammered. $500? Dead or alive?" "Who's leading you?" Ruth pressed, her voice sharp. "Is it Devlin?" At the mention of the name, a flicker of something recognition, fear crossed Mick's face before he could mask it. "Devlin?" he repeated, trying to sound confused, but failing. "Don't know no Devlin, just Jed and me, and Cutter." Cutter, a third man. Where was he? "Where's Cutter now?" Ruth demanded, pressing the gun barrel slightly harder against his chest, eliciting a whimper. "Don't know," Mick cried, his voice cracking. "Circling, maybe. Jed sent him. Flanking." Flanking, just as Ruth had feared. While they were occupied with Mick and Jed at the entrance, the third man, Cutter, was likely trying to find another way up the canyon walls, or perhaps scaling the cliffs further down to get a shot at Jimmy on the rim, or even fire down into the canyon itself. "Ruth, look out!" Cal's warning shout coincided with the sharp crack of a rifle from a new direction, not from Jed's position, nor from Jimmy on the rim, but from somewhere off to their right, higher up the sloping side of the canyon entrance. A bullet ricocheted violently off the rock wall near Ruth's head, showering her with stinging fragments. Cut her. He'd found a position. Ruth reacted instantly, dropping low, dragging Mick partially in front of her as a human shield, shoving the barrel of her Colt under his chin. "Tell him to hold his fire or you're dead," she snarled at the terrified man. "Cutter, hold fire! She's got me!" Mick screamed, his voice high-pitched with panic. The shooting from the side stopped abruptly. Jed, however, seized the momentary distraction, firing a rapid volley towards Cal's position, forcing the older man back under cover. "Jed, don't shoot! It's me!" Mick yelled desperately. "Shut up, Mick!" Jed roared back, clearly furious but also realizing the changed dynamic. He couldn't risk hitting his partner. A tense standoff ensued. Ruth remained crouched behind the dubious cover of the wounded Mick, her Colt pressed against his throat, her eyes scanning the higher rocks for any sign of Cutter. Jed was still pinned behind his boulder by the threat from Jimmy above and Cal nearby. And Cutter, somewhere, above and to the right, held a commanding position, but couldn't fire without risking Mick. "All right, Calloway," Jed's voice called out, tight with frustration. "Let Mick go. Let him crawl out. Then maybe we can talk." "Not happening, Jed," Ruth called back, her voice ringing with false confidence. "You drop your weapons, both of you. Kick 'em out where we can see 'em. Then you ride out. Leave Locke to us." A harsh laugh answered her. "You think we're fools? Give up the bounty? Give up Mick's shooter?" Jed clearly meant Jimmy. "Not a chance. We got you trapped. Cutter's got the high ground now. It's over." "Is it?" Ruth retorted, trying to buy time, her mind racing. Cutter had the high ground, true, but his firing angle might be limited, and he couldn't see into the canyon well from his position near the entrance slope. Jimmy, however. Jimmy," Ruth shouted, pitching her voice towards the rim rock above. "See the third man! High! On the right slope!" A moment of silence, then Jimmy's voice drifted down, surprisingly calm. "Got him, Miss Ruth. Got a line, but it's tricky." Cutter must have heard, too. A rifle cracked again from his position, the bullet whining harmlessly off the cliff face far above Jimmy. Clearly a speculative shot trying to intimidate the unseen shooter on the rim. Ruth saw her chance. While Cutter was momentarily focused on Jimmy, she made her move. Shoving Mick hard away from her, she scrambled back towards the relative safety of the passage entrance rocks, where Cal provided covering fire. Mick, surprised by the sudden release, yelped and tried to crawl away, dragging his wounded leg. Jed, seeing Ruth retreat, opened fire again, bullets smacking against the rocks around her. Simultaneously, Cutter fired downwards again, this time aiming towards the sound of Mick's crawling retreat. But Jimmy chose that exact moment. His rifle cracked again from the rim. A choked cry echoed from the rocks where Cutter was positioned, followed by the clatter of a falling rifle tumbling down the slope. Jimmy had hit the third man. "Cutter!" Jed screamed, momentarily forgetting his own danger. He risked peering out from behind his boulder just as Cal fired again. The bullet struck Jed's rifle, splintering the stock and sending it flying from his grasp. Jed stared at his empty hands in disbelief for a split second. Then desperation took over. He scrambled backwards, away from the boulder, making a run for the open prairie, abandoning his wounded partner and his fallen rifle. "Don't let him get away!" Ruth yelled, raising her own rifle. But Jed was already weaving through the rocks, disappearing into the deceptive emptiness of the moonlit plains. Pursuing him was impossible. Too risky. Silence fell again, heavy, ringing, broken only by Mick's pathetic whimpering from where he lay exposed near the passage entrance, and the distant, fading sound of Jed's running footsteps. Up on the rim, Jimmy let out a whoop of relief and youthful triumph. They had done it. Against the odds, they had driven them off. 2 attackers down, 1 fled. The immediate threat was over. Ruth leaned back against the rock, her body trembling uncontrollably now that the adrenaline was fading. Her breath came in ragged gasps. Cal slumped beside her, clutching his wounded shoulder, his face pale but relieved. "Good work, Jimmy lad," Cal called up, his voice hoarse. "Damn fine shooting." "Just lucky, Cal," Jimmy called back, though his voice swelled with pride. Is it over?" "For now," Ruth breathed, looking out at the empty prairie, then at the groaning man, Mick, still lying near the entrance. It wasn't truly over. They still had a prisoner. And Jed was still out there, escaped but undoubtedly vengeful. And beyond Jed, there was still the shadow that started it all. Devlin. Was he connected to these men? Was he still hunting, waiting for his own moment? She pushed herself wearily to her feet. She walked over to Mick, picking up his discarded rifle, then retrieving Jed's damaged one. She stood over the wounded bounty hunter, her Colt still in her hand, though lowered now. Mick looked up at her, his eyes filled with fear and pain. "Please," he whimpered. "Don't kill me." Ruth looked down at him, at the blood soaking his trouser leg, at the terror in his eyes. He was just a man, greedy and ruthless perhaps, chasing a bounty, but still just a man. Killing him in cold blood was unthinkable, yet letting him go was impossible too. He was a witness, a loose end. "We're not murderers," Ruth said, her voice flat, exhausted. "But you're our prisoner now." She looked towards the canyon where Locke lay, still trapped in his fever but having survived another night, thanks to their desperate defense. The victory felt hollow, tainted by the violence, overshadowed by the uncertainty of what morning and the hunter's unwavering gaze might bring. Chapter 16. Shelter in the Storm. The immediate aftermath of the firefight left the small box canyon shrouded in a heavy, ringing silence, broken only by the low moans of the captured bounty hunter, Mick, and the harsh, fevered breathing of Sam Locke. The acrid smell of gunpowder hung heavy in the cool night air, a stark reminder of the violence that had erupted under the pale moonlight. They had survived, driven off their attackers for the moment, but the victory felt fragile, incomplete, purchased at a cost that was still being tallied. Ruth stood over Mick, her Colt peacemaker feeling unnaturally heavy in her hand. The adrenaline that had fueled her through the fight drained away, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness and a trembling reaction she fought hard to control. Looking down at the wounded, terrified man, any sense of triumph evaporated, replaced by the grim realities of their situation. They had a prisoner, another mouth to feed from their dwindling supplies, another wounded man requiring care they could barely provide. "Tie him up, Jimmy," Ruth ordered, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. "Use his own belt if you have to, and check him for other weapons." She couldn't bring herself to kill him, but she couldn't risk him causing more trouble either. Jimmy, scrambling down carefully from his perch on the rim, his face flushed with the residual excitement of the battle, and Cal's praise, hurried to obey. He approached Mick cautiously, rifle still ready, and efficiently disarmed him of a wicked-looking knife tucked into his boot, before using Mick's sturdy leather belt to bind his hands securely behind his back. Mick offered no resistance, whimpering slightly as Jimmy tightened the bonds. Cal watched the proceedings, propped up against his boulder, his face drawn with pain but his eyes alert. "Check Cutter, too, Jimmy," he instructed, his voice raspy. "The one you dropped up on the slope. Make sure he ain't playing possum. Take his weapons." Jimmy nodded and disappeared back towards the canyon entrance, scrambling up the rocky slope where the third attacker had fallen. Ruth turned her attention back to the core of their sanctuary where Locke lay. He seemed quieter now, the intense delirium momentarily subsided, perhaps shocked into stillness by the nearby gunfire, or simply fallen to a deeper state of exhaustion. His breathing was still shallow, his skin burning hot beneath her touch. She knelt beside him, wiping his face again with the damp cloth, her movements automatic. His stillness frightened her more than the earlier thrashing. Was he slipping away? Sam? She whispered, using his given name without thinking, the intimacy feeling strangely natural in the aftermath of shared violence. Sam, can you hear me? His eyelids fluttered but didn't open. A low sound, less than a groan, escaped his lips. He was still with them, but barely. The fever was consuming him, and their desperate flight and the subsequent firefight had likely exacerbated his condition terribly. He needed rest, medicine, piece things utterly unattainable in their current predicament. Ruth felt a surge of despair quickly suppressed. Panic was a luxury she couldn't afford. She looked at Cal, his face pale, his shoulder cruelly bandaged. She thought of Jimmy, forced to grow up too fast in the crucible of this conflict. She thought of the wounded prisoner, Mick, now their responsibility. And she thought of Jed, the escaped attacker still out there, potentially rallying other forces or simply waiting for his chance for revenge. They were surrounded by danger, crippled by injury, and running out of resources. Jimmy returned carrying another rifle and handgun, his expression somber. "He's dead, Miss Ruth," he reported quietly, avoiding her eyes. "Cut her. Took the shot right through the chest. Didn't suffer, I reckon." He swallowed hard. Dealing death, even in self-defense, was clearly weighing on the young man. One less enemy. But the news brought Ruth little comfort. It only underscored the deadly stakes of the game they were caught in. "All right, Jimmy," she said softly. "Leave the weapons here. Help me with Mr. Locke. Let's try and make him more comfortable. See if we can get more water into him." Together, they gently adjusted Locke's position, trying to ease the pressure on his injured leg. Ruth coaxed a few more sips of water between his lips, though he swallowed with difficulty. His eyes remained closed, his face unnervingly still. Cal watched them, his good hand resting on his rifle. "Need to think, Ruth," he said, his voice low and strained. "Jed, he got away clean. He knows where we are. Knows we're hurt. He won't stay gone long. Might fetch the law, claim we ambushed them. Might find other bounty hunters, or he might just come back himself, pick us off. The law." Ruth hadn't considered that possibility. If Jed spun a convincing tale, painting them as accomplices to a wanted fugitive, maybe even accusing them of killing Cutter, they could find themselves facing murder charges. The thought was sickening. They had acted in self-defense, protecting themselves and the man they had chosen to shelter. But in the eyes of the law, particularly if influenced by a bounty hunter's biased testimony, their actions could easily be twisted. "What about Mick?" Jimmy asked, glancing towards the prisoner, who lay huddled near the entrance, occasionally groaning. "What do we do with him?" "Can't let him go," Cal stated grimly. "He'd go straight to Jed, or the law. Can't kill him." His voice faltered slightly on the last words. Taking a life in the heat of battle was one thing. Executing a helpless prisoner was another entirely. A line neither he nor Ruth were willing to cross. "Means we gotta take him with us, somehow." Take him with them. Another complication, another drain on their resources, another potential source of trouble. Ruth sighed, running a weary hand through her disheveled hair. The situation felt increasingly impossible. "First light," she said, reaffirming her earlier decision, though it felt more inadequate than ever. "We have to try and move at first light. We can't survive a siege here, not with our water running low and 2 men needing serious care." She looked at Cal. "Can you ride?" Cal grimaced, shifting his weight slightly. "Reckon I'll have to. Won't be pretty. But I can sit Diablo." "And Locke?" Jimmy asked, his gaze falling on the still figure. "How do we move him again?" "A wagon ride nearly killed him." Ruth looked at Locke, then at the sturdy wagon horses, Diablo and Sage, tethered nearby. An idea born of desperation and the memory of makeshift solutions from her childhood on the ranch began to form. "Not the wagon," she said slowly. "Too rough. We need a travois, like before, but stronger this time. Padded better, pulled by one of the horses, led slow and careful." Cal considered it. "Might work. Smoother than the wagon, maybe. Slower, though. Makes us more vulnerable on open ground." "Maybe not," Ruth countered, her thoughts racing. "We don't head back towards the main trail. We stay in the broken country. Head deeper west, towards Devil's Canyon, like you suggested earlier. More cover, harder to track. Harder for Jed to follow, especially if he's alone now." It was another gamble. Moving deeper into the wilderness meant moving further from potential help, further from the safety of the ranch. But it also meant potentially losing Jed, finding temporary refuge in the maze-like canyons and ravines that characterized the Badlands. It felt like trading one kind of trap for another, but perhaps the wilderness offered a better chance of evasion than the open prairie. "Devil's Canyon," Cal murmured, his brow furrowed in thought. "Rough country. Water's scarce there, too, but there's hidden seeps, springs, if you know where to look. Good places to hide, but also good places for an ambush." He looked at Ruth, his gaze sharp. "It's a risk, big one." "Staying here is certain death, Cal," Ruth replied quietly. "Either from thirst or from Jed and whoever he brings back. Going west, it's a chance. Maybe our only one." Cal held her gaze for a long moment, then gave a slow, reluctant nod. "All right, Ruth. Devil's Canyon it is. We build the travois tonight. Move out before sunrise." The decision made, a new, albeit desperate, sense of purpose settled over the small group. While Ruth kept watch at the entrance, Cal, despite his wounded shoulder, directed Jimmy in constructing a sturdy travois using poles salvaged from the surrounding sparse vegetation and blankets from the wagon. They worked quietly, efficiently, their movements economical in the dim light. Ruth divided the remaining water, ensuring Locke received the largest share, trying to combat the relentless fever. She checked on Mick periodically, offering him a sip of water as well, ignoring his muttered curses, and pleased to be released. He was their prisoner, a burden, but still a human being. As she tended to Locke again, bathing his face in the near darkness, he stirred, his eyes opening. This time, the lucidity seemed stronger, holding longer against the encroaching haze of fever. He looked at her, then at the activity near the wagon where Cal and Jimmy were working on the travois. "Moving on again?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. Ruth nodded. "Have to, say I. We can't stay here. Jed got away. He'll be back." Locke absorbed this, his expression grim. "Devil's Canyon?" He must have overheard their planning. "It's our best chance to lose him," Ruth confirmed softly. "It'll be rough. The travois—" He closed his eyes briefly as if bracing himself. "Better than waiting here. To die." He opened his eyes again, fixing his gaze on her face. The intensity was back and burning through the fever. "Calloway, Ruth!" He struggled to lift his hand, his fingers brushing against hers. His touch was still burning hot, but there was a connection in it, a silent acknowledgement of the bond forged between them in the heart of the storm. "Be careful." "We will," she promised, her voice thick. She squeezed his hand gently before letting go. The brief contact sending an unexpected warmth through her despite the surrounding chill of fear. The hours before dawn were agonizingly long, filled with the tension of waiting and the quiet sounds of preparation. Finally, as the first pale streaks of gray lightened the eastern sky, the travois was ready. It looked sturdier than the first one, better padded, but Ruth knew the journey would still be excruciating for Locke. They moved him as carefully as humanly possible, his choked gasps tearing at Ruth's heart. Once he was secured, they dealt with the prisoner. They gagged Mick securely to prevent him from shouting any warnings to Jed, tied his ankles, and hoisted him unceremoniously onto Sage, Jimmy's buckskin mare, tying him across the saddle like a sack of grain. It was rough treatment, but necessary. Jimmy took the reins of the horse, pulling the travois Diablo, the steadier of the two mounts. Cal, pale and leaning heavily, managed to mount Sage, holding Mick's lead rope. Ruth took her own rifle and prepared to walk alongside the travois close to Locke, ready to defend their small, vulnerable procession. With infinite care, Jimmy led Diablo forward, pulling the travois slowly out of the box canyon and into the passage. They emerged onto the open slope just as the sun's first rays touched the highest peaks. The prairie stretched before them, vast, empty, and deceptively beautiful. No sign of Jed, no sign of pursuit. They turned west, away from the rising sun, towards the jagged silhouette of the Badlands surrounding Devil's Canyon, a forbidding landscape that now represented their only hope. The journey ahead would be slow, perilous, fraught with uncertainty. Locke's life hung by a thread. Cal was wounded. Jed was out there somewhere. And the shadow of Devlin still loomed, an unspoken threat. But as they moved forward, putting the bloody box canyon behind them, Ruth felt a flicker of something other than fear. It was determination, resilience, a refusal to be broken. They were battered, cornered, running on fumes, but they were still moving, still fighting. They were seeking shelter in the heart of the storm itself, hoping the wildness of the land would hide them, protect them, long enough for healing or escape to become possible. Chapter 17. Truths Unspoken, Bonds Tested. The journey west, towards the forbidding sanctuary of Devil's Canyon, was an exercise in slow, agonizing endurance. The landscape grew steadily harsher, transitioning from rolling prairie to arid, broken country dissected by dry washes, littered with crumbling rock formations, and sparsely vegetated with thorny scrub and stubborn patches of grama grass. The sun beat down relentlessly, reflecting off the pale earth and rock, creating a shimmering haze that seemed to suck the moisture from the air from their bodies. Progress was painfully slow. Jimmy led Diablo, the horse pulling the travois, with painstaking care, choosing the smoothest possible path, but even so, every small rise, every dip, every patch of loose rock sent jolts through the travois poles, wrenching low groans from Sam Locke. He lay strapped onto the padded structure, sometimes lapsing into fevered unconsciousness, sometimes staring blankly at the sky, his face a mask of sweat and dust and barely contained agony. Ruth walked beside the travois, her rifle held ready, her heart twisting with every involuntary sound he made. She offered him sips of their rapidly dwindling water whenever he seemed conscious, murmuring words of encouragement she wasn't sure he heard, feeling utterly helpless against the severity of his suffering and the relentless grip of the fever. Oh, Cal rode Sage, the buckskin mare, slumped low in the saddle, his wounded shoulder throbbing with every step the horse took. He held the lead rope to Mick, their bound and gagged prisoner, who bounced uncomfortably across the saddle in front of him. Cal's face was drawn and gray, etched with pain, but his eyes remained alert, constantly scanning their back trail, searching the shimmering horizon for any sign of pursuit. Jed's escape weighed heavily on them all. The knowledge that he was out there, possibly watching, possibly gathering reinforcements, was a constant, unspoken pressure. They spoke little, conserving energy, communicating mostly through gestures and brief, necessary exchanges. The shared ordeal forged a strange kind of intimacy between them, a bond built on mutual dependence and the stark reality of their shared peril. Ruth felt a fierce protectiveness towards her small, battered group, towards the stoic, suffering Cal, towards young Jimmy, shouldering responsibilities far beyond his years with quiet courage, and, most confusingly, towards Sam Locke, the catalyst for all this danger, the man whose secrets still lay largely hidden, yet whose vulnerability had somehow breached her defenses. By midday, the heat was suffocating. They found meager shade in the overhang of a shallow wash, pausing to rest the horses and themselves. The trickle of water they'd found in the box canyon was a distant memory. Their canteens were now dangerously low. Ruth carefully rationed out a few mouthfuls for each of them, including the prisoner, whose initial defiance had dissolved into miserable, thirsty silence behind his gag. Locke's condition was alarming. The fever showed no sign of breaking. If anything, it seemed more intense. His skin was dry and burning, his lips cracked, his breathing shallow and labored. He was largely unresponsive, lost in the depths of the fever. Ruth bathed his face with the last few drops from her personal canteen, her heart sinking. He was fading. If they didn't find water, real water soon, if the fever didn't break, Devil's Canyon might become his grave instead of his sanctuary. "We need to find water, Cal," Ruth said quietly, kneeling beside the older man as he rested against the sandy bank of the wash. "It won't last much longer like this." Cal nodded wearily, gesturing vaguely towards the west with his good hand. "Devil's Canyon ain't far now. Another hour, maybe two. There's a spring, deep inside. Hidden. Called it Whisper Creek when I was a younger man trailing cattle through here." He grimaced. "If it ain't dried up, been a dry season." "We have to try," Ruth insisted. "It's our only hope." She looked back at Locke, her expression tight with worry. "His only hope?" Cal followed her gaze, his own expression softening slightly, with a gruff sort of pity. "He's tough, Ruth. Hanging on this long takes grit." He paused, then added quietly, "But grit ain't always enough out here." They pushed on, driven by desperation. The landscape became even more dramatic as they approached the mouth of Devil's Canyon, a massive gash in the earth, carved by millennia of wind and water, its towering walls of red and ochre rock twisted into fantastical shapes, pinnacles and hoodoos. It looked like a place where the earth itself had been broken, tortured. It felt forbidding, almost malevolent, yet it offered the promise of shade, water, and concealment. Entering the canyon was like stepping into another world. The temperature dropped slightly in the deep shadows cast by the towering cliffs. The silence was profound, broken only by the echo of their own passage, the clatter of hooves on rock, the creak of the travois poles, the ragged breathing of the men. The canyon floor was sandy, strewn with boulders winding deeper and deeper into the earth's embrace. They followed Cal's memory, navigating the twists and turns, the path sometimes narrowing precariously, sometimes opening into wider basins. Cal seemed more alert now, his eyes scanning the rock formations, searching for familiar landmarks from years past. Ruth felt a flicker of hope. Maybe Whisper Creek still flowed. Maybe this desperate gamble would pay off. After nearly an hour inside the canyon's labyrinth and passages, Cal pulled Sage to a halt near a dense thicket of willow and cottonwood, clinging stubbornly to the base of a sheer cliff face. A splash of vibrant green against the red rock, a sure sign of water. "This is it," Cal breathed, relief evident in his voice. "Or it should be." Jimmy quickly tethered Diablo and hurried into the thicket. A moment later, his excited voice echoed back. "Water, Miss Ruth. Clear water. A small pool fed by a seep from the rocks." Thank God. Relief washed over Ruth so intensely it almost made her dizzy. Water. They had found water. Working together, they carefully maneuvered the travois into the shade of the cottonwoods, near the small, clear pool. They brought Cal over. easing him down gently. Then, while Jimmy watered the grateful horses, Ruth turned her full attention to Locke. She soaked cloths in the cool, fresh water, bathing his face, his neck, his arms, trying to bring down the relentless fever. She dribbled water slowly between his lips, relieved when he managed to swallow, his body instinctively craving the life-giving fluid. She cleaned his wound again, dismayed to see it looked angrier, more inflamed despite her efforts. The infection was winning. As she worked, gently tending to him, Locke's eyes flickered open again. This time the lucidity seemed stronger, clearer, as if the cool water, the temporary respite from the agonizing journey, had granted him a brief reprieve from the fever's depths. He looked at her, his gaze surprisingly steady. "Whisper, creek," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, but recognizable. Ruth nodded, managing a small smile. Cal remembered it. "We found it." He closed his eyes for a moment, a faint sigh escaping him. Relief or just profound weariness? When he opened them again, his gaze was fixed on her face, searching. "Why, Ruth?" he whispered. "Why risk all this for me?" It was the same question he'd asked before, the question she kept evading. But here, now, in the relative peace of this hidden sanctuary, surrounded by the evidence of their shared struggle, evasion felt impossible, dishonest. She met his gaze, her own turbulent emotions reflected in the depths of his fever-bright eyes. "I don't know, Sam," she admitted softly, the name feeling right now. Maybe because my mother taught me that everyone deserves a chance, even strangers carrying trouble. Maybe because my father taught me to finish what I start, no matter how hard." She hesitated, then added, her voice barely audible. "Or maybe it's because when I look at you, I don't just see a wanted poster. I see someone worth saving." The admission hung in the air between them, fragile and unexpected. It wasn't a declaration of love, nothing so simple or foolish. It was an acknowledgement of connection, of a bond forged in violence and vulnerability, of seeing beyond the surface to the complex, wounded man beneath. A flicker of surprise, raw and unguarded, crossed Locke's face. He seemed to struggle for words, his lips moving soundlessly for a moment. Then slowly, painfully, he lifted his hand, his fingers tracing a path through the dust on her cheek, a touch surprisingly gentle, almost hesitant. "You see too much, Calloway," he whispered, his voice thick with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher, regret, gratitude, perhaps even a warning. His hand dropped back, exhausted by the small effort, and his eyes slid shut again, whether from weakness or a retreat from the raw honesty of the moment. Ruth couldn't tell. Ruth sat back, shaken by the intensity of the brief exchange, by the unexpected tenderness of his touch. The truths, unspoken between them, felt suddenly louder, the bonds tested by hardship, tightening into something more complex, more dangerous than simple duty or compassion. Later, as the afternoon shadows lengthened within the canyon, Ruth shared out their last few biscuits and strips of jerky. Even the prisoner, Mick, received a share, eating silently under Jimmy's watchful eye, his earlier terror replaced by a sullen resentment. Cal seemed to be resting more easily, the cool water and enforced stillness easing the pain in his shoulder somewhat. Ruth found herself sitting near where Locke lay, watching his still form. The fever still held him, but perhaps its grip had lessened slightly. Or was that just wishful thinking? She pulled the tarnished silver locket from her pocket, opening it, gazing at the miniature portraits of Sarah and Emily, his wife, his daughter, gone. The word echoed with profound sadness. What had happened? Oh, what darkness had driven him from that life to this desperate existence? As if sensing her thoughts, Locke stirred again. His eyes opened, focusing on the locket in her hand. This time there was no surprise, only a deep, weary sadness. Sarah, she believed in second chances, he murmured. His voice raspy but clear. Said everyone deserved one. He paused, breathing shallowly. Guess I used mine up. What happened, Sam? Ruth asked softly, unable to resist the urge to understand, despite the potential pain. In Kansas? With Pike? He closed his eyes, a shudder passing through him. For a moment she thought he wouldn't answer, retreating back into silence or delirium. But then he began to speak, his voice low, fragmented, piecing together a story between ragged breaths. He spoke of Deputy Pike's corruption, his attempts to force settlers, including Locke's family, off their land using intimidation and trumped-up charges. He spoke of Pike's unwanted advances toward Sarah, his threats when she rebuffed him. He spoke of a confrontation, an argument escalating to violence, Pike drawing his gun first, a struggle, a shot fired in self-defense. Said, I robbed him first, and shot him, Locke whispered, bitterness lacing his tone. Lies. All lies. But Pike had friends. Powerful friends. Twisted it. Put a bounty. Made me a killer. He fell silent, exhausted by the effort of speaking, by the weight of the memories. Ruth listened, her heart aching. Was it the truth? Or a self-serving version, crafted over years on the run? It sounded plausible, tragically plausible, in a territory where lawmen weren't always paragons of virtue and justice could be easily bought or manipulated. It explained the wanted poster, the flight, the haunted look in his eyes. It didn't necessarily excuse any violence he might have committed, but it cast it in a vastly different light. And Sarah, Emily? Ruth asked hesitantly, dreading the answer. Locke's face contorted, a spasm of pure agony crossing his features. After I ran Pike's friends, they came back. His voice broke. Fire. There was a fire. At the ranch. He couldn't go on, turning his head away, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek before being swallowed by the rough blanket. Ruth felt tears sting her own eyes. Fire. The implication was horrifying, unthinkable. Had they died in the fire? Victims of retaliation for Pike's death? Or had they somehow escaped, only to be lost to Locke forever? The ambiguity was almost worse than certainty. No wonder he was haunted. No wonder he ran. She reached out, instinctively laying a hand on his arm, offering silent comfort, a connection in the face of unbearable loss. He didn't pull away. For a long moment, they remained like that, the truths finally spoken, hanging heavy in the air, testing the fragile bond between them, sealing it in shared sorrow and the harsh realities of the unforgiving frontier. The shelter they had found felt suddenly more profound, extending beyond the physical rock walls to encompass the tentative trust beginning to bloom in the shadow of death. Chapter 18. A Reckoning in Rattlesnake Gulch. The fragile sanctuary of Whisper Creek offered only the briefest illusion of peace. Though the cool water and deep shade provided blessed relief from the relentless sun and the immediate agony of the journey, the underlying tension remained, tightening with each passing hour. Jed was out there. The knowledge sat like a stone in Ruth's gut, a cold counterpoint to the heat radiating from Sam Locke's fevered body. They couldn't stay hidden here forever. The canyon that offered shelter could just as easily become their tomb. Ruth watched Sam sleep. If the restless, shallow state he inhabited could truly be called sleep, his confession and the story of Pike, Sarah, Emily, the fire echoed in the quiet space between them, intertwining with the fear of imminent discovery. The truth, or Sam's version of it, hadn't simplified anything. It had only deepened the complexity of her feelings, solidifying a protective instinct that felt increasingly reckless, increasingly dangerous, yet undeniably right in the core of her being. He was no longer just a fugitive. He was a man pursued by tragedy as much as by the law or bounty hunters, a man whose past was a wreckage he couldn't outrun. Saving him felt less like harboring a criminal and more like shielding a flickering flame against a gale-force wind. Cal, propped against a smooth section of rock wall, dozed fitfully, his face pale and drawn beneath its weathered tan. Even in sleep, his good hand rested near his rifle. Jimmy, ever watchful now, sat near their prisoner. Mick occasionally checking his bonds, his young face set in grim lines that didn't belong on someone his age. Mick remained sullenly silent behind his gag, his eyes darting nervously towards the canyon walls, perhaps hoping for Jed's return, perhaps fearing it. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the towering canyon walls in shades of bruised orange and deep purple, Ruth knew they couldn't delay any longer. Jed would use the cover of dusk or darkness to make his move if he hadn't already pinpointed their location. Staying put meant waiting passively for the attack. "Cal," she said softly, rousing the older man gently, "we need to move again, before dark." Cal's eyes opened instantly, alert despite the pain etched around them. He nodded slowly, understanding immediately. "Where to? Deeper in?" "Deeper in," Ruth confirmed. "Try and find a place. Less obvious than the only reliable water source for miles. Some side canyon, a cave, anything." She looked towards the west, where the main canyon continued its winding path into the heart of the Badlands. "There's a place marked on some of the old survey maps. Rattlesnake Gulch. Branches off the main canyon about a mile from here. Narrow, treacherous, they say. Maybe we can lose him in there, or find a better spot to make a stand if we have to." Cal frowned, considering. "Rattlesnake Gulch? I know the area, aptly named. A nasty piece of ground, easy place to get boxed in. Easier still to stumble into an ambush, but..." He sighed, rubbing his good hand over his weary face. "Might be our best bet to shake Jed. He might not risk following us in there alone, especially if he thinks Cutter's still watching our backs." He assumed Jed didn't know Cutter was dead, a small deception perhaps, but maybe a useful one. The decision made, the familiar, tense routine of preparation began again. Ruth checked lock, coaxing a little more water down his throat. He seemed marginally more aware, the brief rest perhaps granting him a sliver of strength, though the fever still burned fiercely. "Moving again, Sam," she told him quietly. "To Rattlesnake Gulch. Try to rest." He gave a faint nod, his eyes closing, conserving what little energy he possessed. They secured him onto the travois, the movement eliciting only low moans this time, as if his body was too exhausted even for sharp cries of pain. Mick was hoisted back onto Sage, gagged and bound, a miserable, unwilling passenger. Cal, grimacing, pulled himself into Diablo's saddle, taking Sage's lead rope. Jimmy took the lead with the travois horse, his rifle held ready. Ruth walked beside the travois again, her senses on high alert, her gaze sweeping the towering cliffs above, searching the shadows for any sign of movement. Leaving the relative sanctuary of Whisper Creek felt like stepping back out into the storm. The main canyon floor was cast in deep shadow now as the sun dipped below the western rim, but the air remained heavy, oppressive. Every sound the clatter of a hoof on the loose rock, the cry of a canyon wren, the sigh of the evening breeze funneling through the passages, seemed amplified, potentially menacing. They traveled for what felt like an eternity, the silence stretching their nerves thin. The entrance to Rattlesnake Gulch, when they finally reached it, was little more than a narrow, jagged fissure in the canyon wall, easily missed, partially obscured by a cluster of weathered boulders. It looked dark, uninviting. "This is it," Cal confirmed, peering into the shadowed opening. "Gets tighter further in. Floor's uneven. Watch your footing, Jimmy." Jimmy nodded grimly and guided Diablo carefully into the fissure. The travois poles scraped against the rock walls as they squeezed through the narrow entrance. Ruth followed close behind, her hand resting near the butt of her Colt, her eyes scanning the darkness ahead. Cal brought up the rear with Sage and the prisoner, the horses shifting nervously in the confined space. Inside, the gulch lived up to its name. It was a tight, twisting passage, barely wider than the wagon horses in places, the rock walls sheer and close, blotting out most of the remaining twilight. The air felt stagnant, tasting of dust and dry rock. Loose scree littered the floor, making footing treacherous. It was a natural trap, claustrophobic and dangerous, if Jed was waiting in here. They moved slowly, cautiously, deeper into the gulch. Every corner held potential danger, every shadow a possible ambush. Ruth's heart pounded against her ribs. This felt wrong, reckless. Had she led them into a worse trap than the one they'd left? Suddenly Diablo, the travois horse, snorted nervously and shied, pulling back against Jimmy's hold. "Easy, boy, easy," Jimmy murmured, trying to soothe the spooked animal. "What is it?" Ruth whispered, peering ahead into the gloom. Before Jimmy could answer, a voice echoed down from the rocks above them, cold and chillingly familiar. "Dropped something, Calloway?" "Jed." He was above them, somewhere hidden in the rocks lining the narrow gulch. He must have anticipated their move, circled around through the complex canyon system, and laid his trap here, in this treacherous passage. Instinctively, Ruth shoved Jimmy and Diablo back against the rock wall, seeking cover, raising her rifle. Cal, behind them, reacted just as quickly, pulling Sage and Mick back, trying to get them out of the direct line of fire from above. "Show yourself, Jed," Ruth shouted, her voice echoing eerily in the confined space. A harsh laugh answered her. "Now why would I do that? Got you right where I want you, like rats in a trap." Another voice, Mick's, muffled by the gag but clearly terrified, started making frantic noises from Sage's back. "Let him go, Jed," Mick seemed to be pleading. "Shut up, Mick, you useless coward," Jed snarled back. "Should have left you for the buzzards." A shot rang out from above, striking sparks off the rock wall inches from Ruth's head. She ducked instinctively, pressing herself flat against the cold stone. "Just give me Locke," Jed yelled, his voice tight with anger and perhaps desperation. "Give him up, and I'll let the rest of you walk away. Maybe even let Mick live." Ruth risked a glance towards the travois. Sam lay frighteningly still, oblivious to the immediate danger, lost in his fever. Giving him up after everything? It was unthinkable. "Not happening, Jed," Ruth yelled back, trying to pinpoint his location from the sound of his voice. He seemed to be slightly ahead of them, higher up on the right wall. "Suit yourself," Jed retorted. Another shot cracked, closer this time, whining past Cal's position. Cal grunted. Whether from the near miss or the jarring movement to his shoulder, Ruth couldn't tell. They were completely exposed here, pinned down in the narrow gulch with Jed holding the high ground. He could pick them off one by one. They needed to move either forward or back, but both options seemed suicidal. Suddenly, from the travois, came a low, rasping voice. "Left pocket. Derringer." Ruth looked back, startled. Sam's eyes were open, surprisingly lucid again, fixed on her. He was trying to gesture weakly towards his own side with his chin. His Derringer. A small, concealable backup weapon. Had he managed to keep it hidden all this time? Understanding dawned. While Jed's attention was focused on her, Cal, and potentially Jimmy Sam, lying seemingly helpless on the travois, might have a chance, however slim. "Keep him talking, Cal," Ruth whispered urgently, backing slowly, stealthily towards the travois, hoping the deep shadows and Jed's focus on the others would conceal her movement. "Running out of time, Jed," Cal called out, his voice strained but loud, drawing attention. "You want the bounty? Then show yourself. Let's settle this like men." "Don't need to, old man," Jed scoffed, firing another shot towards Cal's voice. "I got all the time in the world. And you're running out of water, running out of luck." Ruth reached the travois. Sam's eyes met hers, filled with pain but also a fierce, burning intensity. She carefully, quickly, slipped her hand into the pocket of the worn trousers they hadn't cut away. Her fingers closed around the cool, smooth metal of a small two-shot derringer. It felt tiny, almost insignificant, but potentially deadly at close range. She drew it out, shielding the movement with her body. Sam gave a faint nod, his eyes urging her on before they slid shut again, the effort seemingly costing him his last reserves of strength. Ruth took a deep breath, clutching the small pistol. It wasn't much, but it was something, an unexpected card to play. Now how to use it? Jed was above them, out of the derringer's effective range. She looked back towards the entrance of the gulch. Retreating seemed the only option, however dangerous. They had to get out of this narrow kill zone. "Cal, Jimmy, fall back," she yelled. "Back towards the entrance. Move!" Jimmy immediately started pulling a reluctant Diablo backwards. Cal urged Sage back, the mare bumping against the walls, Mick struggling futilely against his bonds. Jed, realizing they were trying to retreat, opened fire more rapidly, bullets smacking against the rocks around them, trying to pin them down. "Not so fast," he roared. Ruth provided covering fire with her rifle, aiming up towards Jed's suspected position, trying to keep his head down as Jimmy and Cal scrambled backwards. The narrow passage was chaotic, filled with shouting, gunfire, the panicked noises of the horses and Mick. As they neared the entrance fissure, almost back to the relative openness of the main canyon, Jed fired one last, desperate shot. It didn't hit any of them, but struck Sage, Cal's mount, high on the hindquarter. The mare screamed, reared violently, lashing out with her hooves. Cal fought for control, but the panicked, wounded animal bucked furiously. Mick, tied across the saddle, was thrown clear, landing hard on the rocky ground with a sickening thud. Sage, riderless now, bolted madly back into the main canyon, disappearing from view. Cal, thrown clear himself, but landing heavily on his wounded side, cried out in agony. "Cal!" Ruth screamed, forgetting Jed for a moment, rushing towards her fallen friend. Jed, seeing his chance, seeing them distracted and disorganized at the gulch entrance, chose that moment to make his move. He appeared suddenly on a rocky ledge just above the entrance, silhouetted against the sliver of remaining sky, his rifle leveled not at Ruth or Cal, but directly at the travois, at the helpless figure lying upon it. "It ends now, Locke," Jed snarled, his face contorted with hate and greed. There was no time to think, no time to aim her own rifle. Jed was too close, his target too clear. Ruth reacted on pure instinct, driven by the fierce, protective urge that had taken root within her. She lunged towards the travois, putting her own body between Jed's rifle and Sam Locke. At the same moment, she raised the small derringer Sam had given her, pointing it upwards towards the figure on the ledge, and pulled the trigger. Once, twice. The derringer's retort was sharp, almost insignificant compared to the rifle fire, but at this close range it was effective. Jed cried out, staggering back, clutching his chest where one of the small slugs must have hit. His rifle discharged harmlessly into the air as he lost his balance on the narrow ledge. For a heart-stopping moment, he teetered there, outlined against the twilight sky. Then, with a final, despairing cry, he tumbled backwards, disappearing from view behind the rocks above. Silence. Abrupt, shocking silence, broken only by Cal's pained groans, Mick's terrified whimpering from where he lay stunned on the ground, and Ruth's own ragged breathing. She stood trembling, the empty derringer still clutched in her hand, staring up at the ledge where Jed had stood. Had she killed him? Had she, Ruth Calloway, rancher's daughter, horse breeder, taken a man's life? The thought was horrifying, numbing. Jimmy rushed to her side, his eyes wide. "Miss Ruth, are you hit?" Ruth shook her head, unable to speak for a moment. She looked down at Sam on the travois. His eyes were open, watching her, his expression unreadable in the gloom. Then she looked at Cal, struggling to sit up, clutching his shoulder. The reckoning in Rattlesnake Gulch was over. Jed, the immediate pursuer, was down. But the cost had been immense. Sage was gone. Cal was down. Sam was still critically ill. Mick was injured and still a prisoner. And Ruth? Ruth had crossed the line she never thought she would cross. The storm was not over. It had merely entered a new, more terrible phase. Chapter 19. Between Dusk and Dawn. The echoes of the final desperate shots in Rattlesnake Gulch faded into a silence that felt heavier, more profound than any that had come before. Ruth stood trembling, the small, empty derringer feeling alien and terrible in her hand. Jed's final cry, his fall from the ledge, the images replayed in her mind with sickening clarity. Had she killed him? The possibility lodged itself like a shard of ice in her chest, a cold counterpoint to the fading heat of battle. "Miss Ruth?" Jimmy's voice, tight with concern, broke through her daze. "Are you all right? Did he hit you?" Ruth shook her head, finding her voice, though it came out raspy, unsteady. "No, Jimmy, I'm all right." She looked from the empty ledge where Jed had stood, down to the groaning form of Cal trying to push himself up, then to the still figure of Sam Locke on the travois, his eyes open now, watching her with an unnerving intensity. Finally her gaze fell on Mick, the bounty hunter, lying stunned and whimpering near the entrance, his gag askew. The chaotic aftermath of violence spread around them in the cramped, shadowed gulch. "Cal!" Ruth hurried to the older man's side, kneeling beside him. "How bad is it? Did you hit your shoulder again?" Cal gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, his face contorted with pain. "Land it hard," he gasped. "Shoulder feels ripped open again." He managed to push himself into a sitting position with Jimmy's help, leaning heavily against the rock wall. "Jed?" "He fell," Ruth said quietly, unable to bring herself to say more, uncertain of the finality. "From the ledge." "And Cutter?" Cal asked, his eyes scanning the area. "Dead," Jimmy confirmed grimly. "Up on the slope where he fell." Cal absorbed this, his expression grim. "So, just Mick left." He looked towards the whimpering bounty hunter. "And us." He surveyed their small, battered group, himself wounded. Ruth shaken, Jimmy exhausted, Locke hovering near death. Not much of an army left. No. Ruth forced down the wave of despair that threatened to engulf her. Now was not the time for weakness. Decisions had to be made. Dangers still lurked. "First things first," she said, taking charge, her voice gaining strength. "Jimmy, check on Jed. See if he's alive. Be careful. Take his weapons if he dropped them." Jimmy hesitated for only a second, his face pale, then nodded resolutely and scrambled cautiously up the rocks towards the ledge Jed had fallen from. Ruth watched him go, her heart pounding. She turned back to Cal. "Let me look at that shoulder." Gently, she eased away the blood-soaked bandage. As she feared, the fall had torn the wound open again. Fresh blood welled sluggishly. It needed cleaning, rebandaging, but the supplies were practically non-existent. She did the best she could, using the last clean strips of linen from the depleted kit, and water sparingly trickled from her canteen to rinse away the worst of the grime. While she worked, her gaze kept straying to Sam Locke. He hadn't moved, hadn't spoken since Jed's fall, but his eyes remained open, tracking her movements. What was he thinking? Did he understand what she had done? The line she had crossed, potentially for him? Did it matter? His breathing seemed shallower than ever, his skin radiating a fierce, dry heat. The fever was winning its relentless battle. Jimmy returned, his face grim. "He's dead, Miss Ruth." Jed landed headfirst on the rocks below the ledge, necks broken. He held out Jed's rifle and handgun. "Found these nearby. Dead. Not wounded, not captured. Dead." Ruth felt a strange mix of relief and nausea. Relief that the immediate threat was truly over, that Jed wouldn't be coming back. Nausea at the finality of it, at the part she had played, however indirectly, in his death. Her shots hadn't killed him directly, but they had caused his fall. The distinction felt razor-thin, offering little comfort. She took the weapons from Jimmy, adding them to the small pile they'd collected from Mick and Cutter. 3 men dead, Cal wounded, Sam dying. All because of a chance encounter on the prairie, a decision made out of compassion, a pursuit driven by greed, and perhaps something darker. The cost was staggering. "All right," Ruth said, pushing the disturbing thoughts aside, focusing on survival. "Jed's gone. Cutter's gone. Just Mick left." She looked at the prisoner, who had fallen silent now, watching them with wide, fearful eyes. "What do we do with him?" "Can't leave him here," Cal stated, his voice strained. "He's hurt from the fall, maybe. Besides, can't just abandon him." Even now, even after everything, Cal's fundamental decency held firm. "Can't take him with us easily either," Ruth countered, thinking practically. "Sage bolted. We only have Diablo now, and the travois for Sam." A difficult silence fell. They were trapped not just by the canyon walls, but by their own principles, their own limited resources. We stay here," Ruth decided finally, the words heavy with reluctance. "Tonight, just till dawn. We need to rest. Cal needs it. Sam needs a miracle, but moving him again right now—" She couldn't finish the sentence. Moving him again in his current state felt like signing his death warrant. "We tend to mix injuries as best we can, keep him bound. At first light, we figure out how to get out of here. All of us." It felt like delaying the inevitable, perhaps, but it was the only humane choice, the only practical one given their circumstances. They settled into a grim, watchful rhythm for the remaining hours of the night. Ruth took the first watch near the narrow entrance of the gulch, though the immediate threat seemed to have passed. The silence felt different now, not expectant, but heavy, mournful, echoing with the ghosts of the men who had died there. Jimmy, utterly exhausted, collapsed near Cal, falling into a deep, oblivious sleep almost immediately. Cal remained awake, propped against the rock wall, his face tight with pain, occasionally shifting position with a low groan. Ruth checked on Mick, finding him conscious but dazed, likely bruised and shaken from his fall, but seemingly without serious injury beyond his previously wounded leg. She gave him a little water and checked his bonds, receiving only a sullen glare in return. Her longest vigil was beside Sam. She sat near the travois in the deep shadows, listening to his shallow breathing, feeling the terrifying heat radiate from his body. The fever was reaching its crisis point. He would either break through it, or it would consume him entirely. There was nothing more she could do medically. All the cleaning, the bandaging, the water, it felt pitifully inadequate. against the raging inferno within him. Attends her own. She found herself talking to him softly, whispering words into the darkness, unsure if he could hear or understand, but needing to fill the silence, needing to offer some connection in what felt like his final hours. She spoke of the ranch, of her horses, of the wild mustangs her mother had loved. She spoke of the wind on the prairie, the scent of sage after rain, the vastness of the sky. Simple things, grounding things, anchors against the storm raging within him and around them. "My mother," she murmured, her voice barely audible. She used to say that even the wildest heart could be gentled, not by breaking its spirit, but by understanding its fear, offering patience, trust. She looked down at his still face, pale beneath the fever's flush. "Is that what you needed, Sam? Someone to trust?" He didn't respond, drifting deeper into the fever's grip. Ruth fell silent, watching him, her own heart aching with a confusing mix of fear for his life and a dawning awareness of her own deepening feelings. This man, this stranger who had brought chaos and violence into her ordered life, had somehow become important to her in a way that defied logic, defied caution. His survival felt tied to her own, not just physically, but emotionally. Letting him die felt like letting a part of herself wither too. As the first, almost imperceptible hint of gray began to dilute the absolute blackness of the gulch, signaling the approach of dawn, Sam began to thrash weakly, muttering incoherently again. His breathing grew harsher, raspier. Ruth's heart sank. This was it. The crisis. She bathed his face constantly with the last of their water, murmuring soothing words, trying to will him through it, trying to share her own strength. Cal stirred, watching silently, his expression grim. Even Jimmy woke, drawn by the intensity of the struggle, his young face filled with concern. Sam arched his back suddenly, a strangled cry tearing from his throat, his body convulsing weakly. Then, just as suddenly, he collapsed back onto the travois, utterly still. His breathing seemed to stop. "Sam!" Ruth cried out, pressing her fingers frantically against his neck, searching for a pulse. For a terrifying moment, there was nothing. Then, beneath her fingertips, she felt it faint, thready, but definitely there. His breathing resumed, shallow at first, then gradually deepening, becoming more regular, less ragged. She touched his forehead. The burning heat was still there, but was it slightly less intense? Was the skin, perhaps, damp? Hope, fragile and tentative, flickered within her. Had the fever broken? Had he passed through the worst of the storm? She continued to bathe his face, watching him intently as the gray light filtering into the gulch grew stronger. Slowly, miraculously, the change became undeniable. The fierce, dry heat began to recede, replaced by a sheen of perspiration. His breathing eased further, becoming deeper, more natural. The tense lines of agony around his mouth softened slightly. He wasn't conscious yet, still deeply asleep, but it was the sleep of profound exhaustion now, not the restless torment of delirium. Tears of relief welled in Ruth's eyes, blurring her vision. He had made it. Against all odds, he had survived the fever's crisis. Cal let out a long, slow breath beside her. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered, a faint smile touching his lips. "Tougher than he looks, that one." Jimmy grinned, relief washing over his young face. "He's gonna make it, Miss Ruth?" "He has a chance now, Jimmy," Ruth whispered, wiping away her tears with a dusty hand. "A real chance." The arrival of dawn brought not just light, but a glimmer of hope into the shadowed gulch. The immediate threat from Jed and his gang was gone. Sam had survived the fever's peak. Cal, though still in pain, was conscious and clear-headed. They were still trapped, still low on resources, still facing an uncertain future. But they had survived the night. They had found a fragile shelter in the storm, both physically and perhaps emotionally. The period between dusk and dawn had been a crucible, testing their bonds, forcing truths into the open, and leaving them irrevocably changed. Facing the new day with weary bodies, but perhaps, just perhaps, with renewed resolve. Chapter 20. The Cost of Freedom. Dawn in Rattlesnake Gulch was less a sunrise and more a slow dilution of darkness, the gray light seeping reluctantly between the towering, oppressive rock walls. It illuminated a scene of grim survival. The still forms of the dead bounty hunters, Jed and Cutter, relegated to the periphery. The bound and sullen prisoner, Mick, nursing his bruises and his fear. Cal propped against a boulder, pale and sweat-sheen but grimly resolute. Young Jimmy, his face smudged with grime and premature weariness, checking their meager collection of firearms. And Sam Locke, miraculously breathing steadily on the travois, bathed in the eerie light, having clawed his way back from the fever's edge. Ruth felt as though she hadn't slept, though she must have drifted off for brief, troubled moments during her watch. Every muscle ached, her nerves felt raw, and the memory of the Derringer bucking in her hand, Jed's silhouette falling, was a fresh, jagged wound in her mind. But Sam was alive. The fever had broken. That one fragile fact was an anchor in the swirling chaos of their situation. She knelt beside the travois again, touching Sam's forehead. The skin was cool now, almost clammy with the sweat of the fever breaking. His breathing was deep even. His eyes were closed, but it looked like true sleep, the profound exhaustion of a body that had fought a desperate battle and somehow won. He looked incredibly vulnerable. The hard lines of his face softened, years seemingly stripped away, leaving only the bare, essential structure of the man beneath. Looking at him now, it was hard to reconcile this image with the wanted poster, with the violence that clung to his name. He's sleeping proper, Cal observed quietly from his position nearby. He had managed, with Jimmy's help, to bind his re-injured shoulder more securely, but movement was clearly agony. Fever broke clean. That's something. It's everything right now, Cal, Ruth murmured, relief making her voice thick. But it doesn't get us out of here. She stood up, surveying their grim sanctuary. They couldn't stay. Jed and Cutter's bodies would eventually draw predators, both animal and human. Their water supply was gone, save for the scant mouthfuls left in their canteens. Food was non-existent beyond a few scraps of jerky, and though Jed was dead, the overarching threat, Devlin, the law, anyone else drawn by the bounty still potentially loomed. Freedom, even the simple freedom to move, had come at a brutal cost, and securing lasting safety would demand even more. All right, she said, squaring her shoulders, pushing down her own exhaustion and emotional turmoil. Let's get ready to move. Jimmy, see to Diablo. Give him the last of the oats. Cal, how are you feeling? Can you direct Jimmy on reinforcing the travois lashings? Make them as secure as possible? I can manage, Cal grunted, though his face tightened with pain as he shifted slightly. Ruth turned her attention to Mick. The prisoner sat slumped against the rock wall where Jimmy had left him, his hands still bound, his gag removed earlier to allow him to drink the little water they could spare. He watched her approach with wary, resentful eyes. His leg, injured in the first skirmish near the cabin, was stiff and swollen, and bruises were darkening on his face and arms from his fall when Sage bolted. "Can you walk?" Ruth asked him curtly. Mick glared at her. "Where would I walk to? You killed Jed, killed Cutter." His voice was rough, laced with fear and accusation. "They tried to kill us first," Ruth stated flatly, refusing to be drawn into a debate about blame. "Can you walk? or do we leave you here?" The threat was implicit, though she knew deep down she couldn't follow through on it. Abandoning even this man felt wrong. Mick seemed to sense her reluctance, but the fear of being left alone in this desolate place, perhaps with Jed's body nearby, outweighed his defiance. "I can walk," he mumbled sullenly, testing his injured leg gingerly. Slowly. "You'll walk bound," Ruth told him. "And you'll keep up. Jimmy will be right behind you with a rifle. Don't try anything foolish." She took a length of spare rope from the dwindling supplies and the wagon remnants. Most non-essentials had been jettisoned during the desperate flight, and approached him. He flinched, but allowed her to tie a longer rope securely around his bound wrists, creating a lead. While Jimmy finished with the horse and Cal oversaw the final checks on the travois, Ruth took a moment to stand over the still forms of Jed and Cutter. She felt no triumph, only a profound sense of waste, of sorrow for the brutal finality of it all. These men had likely had lives, reasons, maybe even families, driving them. However misguided their path. Greed and violence had consumed them, and now they lay broken on the rocks of this unforgiving gulch. She quickly averted her eyes, unwilling to dwell on the grim details. Retrieving their remaining ammunition and ensuring they had no hidden identification or papers felt like a necessary violation, a task she performed quickly, clinically, finding little beyond spare cartridges and pocket knives. Whatever stories they carried were now silenced forever. Just as they were readying to move, Sam stirred on the travois, his eyes open, clearer now than they had been since the fever took hold. He looked around slowly, taking in the scene: Cal wounded, Mick bound, the preparations for departure. His gaze settled on Ruth, and there was a dawning awareness in his eyes, a comprehension of the events that must have transpired while he was lost in delirium. "Jed," he whispered, his voice weak but coherent. "Gone," Ruth said simply, meeting his gaze. "It's over. For now." He absorbed this, his expression unreadable. Then his gaze flickered towards the empty derringer she had tucked back into her belt after the fight. He looked back at her face, a silent question in his eyes. Ruth felt a flush rise to her cheeks, but didn't look away. He knew. He knew what she'd done, or at least the immediate action that had precipitated Jed's fall. We need to get you out of here, Sam," she said softly, changing the subject, focusing on the present. "Back towards the ranch. Get you proper help." He nodded faintly, accepting her decision without argument, perhaps too weak to protest, or perhaps finally understanding that his fate was inextricably linked with hers. "Obliged, Ruth," he murmured, the use of her first name a quiet acknowledgment of the changed dynamic between them. Before exhaustion claimed him again, his eyes drifting shut. The journey out of Rattlesnake Gulch was even more arduous than the entry. Maneuvering the travois, the horse, and the prisoner through the narrow, twisting passage required immense effort and coordination. Jimmy led Diablo, carefully guiding the horse and the precious burden it pulled over the treacherous scree. Ruth walked ahead, scouting the path, clearing loose rocks, her rifle ready. Cal brought up the rear, leaning heavily in the saddle on Diablo. They had decided Diablo was stronger for the travois, leaving Cal with the less steady burden of his wound on the less familiar horse, keeping a watchful eye on Mick, who stumbled along between them, tethered like an animal, his face a mask of sullen misery. Every scrape of the travois poles against rock, every nervous whicker from Diablo, every pained grunt from Cal echoed loudly in the confined space, grating on Ruth's already frayed nerves. It felt like they were moving through the belly of some malevolent beast, praying it wouldn't awaken. Finally, after what seemed like hours, they emerged from the fissure back into the main canyon, blinking against the brighter light of the morning sun. The relative openness felt both liberating and terrifyingly exposed after the claustrophobia of the gulch. They paused for a moment, catching their breath, scanning the vast, empty landscape. No immediate sign of danger. "Which way now?" Jimmy asked, looking to Ruth. Ruth hesitated. Returning the way they came felt wrong, potentially, leading them back towards other unknown threats. The ranch was generally east, but the most direct route involved crossing open prairie, leaving them vulnerable. "We follow the main canyon east for a while," she decided. "Stay within its walls as long as we can. It offers more cover than the open ground. We'll have to break for the ranch eventually, but let's postpone that exposure as long as possible." Cal nodded his agreement. "Sound thinking. Might be water pockets along the way, too, if we're lucky." They set off again, their pace dictated by the slow-moving travois and the endurance of the wounded men. The sun climbed higher, beating down into the canyon, the heat building rapidly. Their thirst became a constant, aching presence. Ruth scanned the rock walls constantly, searching for the dark stains or patches of vegetation that might indicate a hidden seep or spring, but found nothing. Sam remained mostly unconscious on the travois, his survival through the fever crisis seeming more like a temporary reprieve than a true recovery. He was terribly weak, dehydrated, and his leg wound, untreated beyond Ruth's rudimentary field dressing, remained a significant threat. Without proper care, infection could still overwhelm him. Cal rode in stoic silence, his face pale, occasionally shifting in the saddle to ease the pressure on his shoulder. Ruth worried about him constantly. An older man, wounded, subjected to this relentless heat and exertion. His resilience was remarkable, but it had limits. Even Jimmy, despite his youth, was showing the strain, his movements heavy with fatigue, his shoulders slumped. Only Mick, perhaps fueled by resentment and the fear of being left behind, kept up a steady, albeit limping pace, his eyes constantly darting around as if looking for an opportunity that never came. As the day wore on, doubt began to creep back into Ruth's mind. Was this relentless push eastward wise? Were they walking deeper into danger? Had Jed been truly alone, or were there others associated with him, perhaps alerted by his failure to return, already searching for them? And what of Devlin? Was he still out there, a patient predator tracking his quarry, aware of the chaos that had erupted around Locke? The freedom they had won in the gulch felt increasingly illusory, bought at the cost of blood, exhaustion, and dwindling resources. Now the cost seemed to be measured in miles, walked under a punishing sun, in dwindling hopes for water, in the fragile lives balanced precariously on the edge. Late in the afternoon, as the shadows began to lengthen once more, offering scant relief from the accumulated heat, Jimmy, leading the way around a sharp bend in the canyon, suddenly pulled Diablo to a halt. "Miss Ruth! Cal!" he called back, his voice hushed but urgent. "Tracks!" Ruth hurried forward, her heart pounding. Cal urged Diablo closer, peering ahead. On the sandy canyon floor, clearly visible, were fresh hoofprints. Not their own. Not the scattered tracks of Jed or his men from the previous day. These were different, purposeful. Several horses moving steadily eastward the same direction they were heading. And among them, one set of tracks stood out, oddly familiar. Ruth knelt, examining the clearest print. A wave of disbelief followed by dawning hope washed over her. "Sage," she breathed. It was the distinctive print of the buckskin mare that had bolted during the fight. "She came this way?" Cal asked, incredulous. "On her own?" Horses often instinctively headed for familiar territory or water, but for Sage to navigate the canyon system alone. But it wasn't just Sage's tracks. There were others. At least two, maybe three other horses, shod moving with her, or perhaps following her. Who were they? Had Sage encountered other riders, friendly travelers, or something else? Ruth followed the tracks forward a few yards. They led around the bend, then disappeared towards a section where the canyon widened slightly before narrowing again. Had Sage been captured? Or had she joined another group willingly? And who were they? Friends, foes, lawmen, or more bounty hunters, perhaps alerted by Jed before his death? The discovery threw all their plans into question again. Following the tracks might lead them to Sage, a welcome recovery of a valuable horse. But it might also lead them straight into another confrontation, one they were even less equipped to handle now. Ignoring the tracks and continuing eastward felt equally perilous, leaving an unknown variable potentially flanking them or ahead of them. They were at another crossroads, exhaustion gnawing at them, thirst clawing at their throats, the cost of freedom mounting with every step, every decision. Ruth looked at the tracks, then at her weary companions, then at the still figure of Sam Locke on the travois. Freedom was not a destination, she realized. It was a relentless, costly struggle, played out between the dust of the trail and the hope of dawn. Chapter 21. Ashes and Embers. The discovery of Sage's tracks, mingled with those of unknown riders heading east within the confines of Devil's Canyon, threw their already precarious situation into sharp, unsettling relief. Hope warred violently with apprehension. Finding Sage would be a boon. Another horse meant Cal wouldn't have to ride Diablo, allowing the stronger horse to remain solely dedicated to pulling the travois, and it would give them more options, more mobility. But who were the other riders, and why were they traveling with Ruth's escaped mare? The questions hung heavy in the hot, still air, demanding answers they couldn't afford to get wrong. "I can't ignore it," Cal stated grimly, breaking the tense silence. He voiced the conclusion Ruth had already reached. "If those riders are hostile, they're ahead of us now, knowing the lay of the land, maybe waiting for us. If they're friendly, well, friendly travelers are scarce as hen's teeth in Devil's Canyon. More likely law or competition." He meant other bounty hunters. Either way, walking into them blind is suicide. Ruth nodded, her gaze fixed on the tracks disappearing around the bend. "We follow, cautiously. Jimmy, you go ahead on foot. Keep low, use the rocks for cover. See if you can spot them, get a sense of who they are, how many. Don't let them see you." Jimmy's face was pale under its layer of dust, but he nodded determinedly. "Yes, Miss Ruth." He handed Diablo's lead rope to Ruth, checked his rifle, and slipped away, moving with surprising stealth through the boulders and scrub lining the canyon floor. Ruth watched him go, her heart tight with anxiety. Sending him ahead alone felt like sending a lamb into a wolf pack. But they had no other choice. Cal was too wounded to scout effectively. She needed to stay with the travois, with Sam, and manage the prisoner. "All right, Cal," she said, turning back to the older man. "Let's give Jimmy some time. Then we follow slow. Keep Mick quiet." She checked the gag on the prisoner, who glared at her with impotent fury. They waited in the oppressive heat, the silence broken only by the horse's occasional snorts and the low, steady breathing of Sam Locke on the travois. He remained deeply asleep, his body finally succumbing to the profound exhaustion following the fever's break. It was a fragile peace, but Ruth clung to it. While he slept, he wasn't suffering the agony of the journey, wasn't draining their precious water supply as rapidly. But she knew this coma-like state couldn't last. He needed nourishment, real rest, care far beyond what she could provide here. After what felt like an eternity, but was likely only 15 or 20 minutes, Jimmy reappeared, scrambling back down from a rocky outcrop near the bend, his movements urgent. "Miss Ruth," "Cal," he whisper-yelled, hurrying towards them, his eyes wide. "Found 'em. Camped up ahead. Maybe half a mile. Around the next big bend where the canyon widens out into a basin. Looks like 3 of 'em. And they got Sage, all right. Hobbled with their other horses." 3 men, Ruth clarified, her hand tightening on her rifle. "Could you see who they were? What they looked like?" Jimmy shook his head, catching his breath. "Too far to see faces clear. Dressed rough, like us. Got a campfire going, even though it's still daylight. Cooking something. Didn't look like a lawman's camp. Too untidy. Untidy. Rough. 3 men. It didn't sound promising. Could it be another bounty hunting party? Or perhaps Jed had somehow circled ahead, met up with accomplices. "Did they see you?" Cal asked sharply. "Don't think so," Jimmy replied. "I stayed low, kept to the rocks. Wind's blowing towards us, carries the campfire smoke away from them." Ruth processed the information quickly. 3 men ahead. They had Sage. They hadn't spotted Jimmy. This was their chance, perhaps their only chance, to act before being discovered, before losing the element of surprise entirely. "We can't risk going past them," she said decisively. "Not with the travois. They'd hear us, see us for sure in that open basin. We have to deal with them." Cal nodded grimly. "My thinking too, but how? We're in no shape for another stand-up fight. I'm only good for 1 shot at a time, maybe. You and Jimmy—" "We don't fight fair," Ruth interrupted, her mind racing, formulating a desperate plan. "We use the terrain. We use the surprise. Jimmy, you said they were cooking? Campfire going?" "Yes, Miss Ruth." Seemed relaxed, like they weren't expecting trouble. "Good." A flicker of cold resolve hardened Ruth's expression. "Cal, you stay here with Sam and Mick. Keep watch on our back trail, just in case. Keep Mick quiet, whatever it takes." She looked pointedly at the prisoner, who shifted uncomfortably under her gaze. "Jimmy, you come with me. Bring your rifle, bring Locke's Winchester, too, and bring rope." What are we going to do?" Jimmy asked, his voice hesitant. "We're going to pay those campers a visit," Ruth said, her voice low and intense. "Quietly. We take back our horse, and we make sure they aren't a threat." Her eyes held a flinty hardness that surprised even herself. The events of the past few days, the constant threat, the violence she'd witnessed and participated in, had stripped away layers of ingrained softness, revealing a core of ruthless determination forged in the crucible of survival. Leaving Cal propped against a rock, rifle across his lap, guarding the travois and the prisoner, Ruth and Jimmy crept forward on foot, using the rocks and shadows along the canyon edge for cover. They moved with the practiced silence of hunters, placing each footstep carefully, communicating with hand signals. Ruth carried her own rifle, while Jimmy carried both his and Sam's heavier Winchester. As they neared the bend leading into the basin Jimmy had described, the smell of wood smoke grew stronger, mingling with the aroma of roasting meat rabbit, perhaps. Peering cautiously around a large boulder, Ruth got her first clear look at the camp. It lay nestled in a relatively flat, open area where the canyon widened, near another cluster of willows suggesting moisture. 3 men lounged around a small campfire. They were rough-looking, dressed in trail-worn clothes, bearded and dusty. Their rifles leaned against nearby rocks, close but not immediately in hand. 3 horses were tethered nearby, along with Sage, who stood slightly apart, head drooping, looking weary but unharmed. The men were talking, laughing occasionally, passing a bottle between them. They looked like prospectors, maybe, or drifters, certainly not lawmen. But their casual demeanor didn't fool Ruth. Men like this could turn dangerous in an instant, especially if startled or threatened. Were they connected to Jed, or just random travelers who had stumbled upon Sage and claimed her. There was no way to know for sure without confronting them, a risk Ruth wasn't willing to take directly. "All right, Jimmy," Ruth whispered, outlining her plan quickly. "See that ledge up there, overlooking their camp on the left? Think you can get up there without them seeing you?" Jimmy surveyed the rock face. It looked climbable, offering handholds and footholds, though it would expose him briefly near the top. "Reckon so, Miss Ruth. What then?" "You get into position with the Winchester," Ruth instructed. "Find good cover. You're our insurance. If things go wrong down here, you provide covering fire, give me a chance to get clear. But only if things go wrong. Don't fire otherwise. Don't give away your position unless absolutely necessary." Jimmy nodded, understanding. His face was tight, but his eyes were steady. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "I'm going to get our horse back," Ruth said grimly, "and maybe encourage them to move along." While Jimmy began his careful ascent up the rock face, Ruth circled wider, staying deep in the shadows at the edge of the basin, moving towards the tethered horses. Her plan was audacious, bordering on foolhardy. She intended to sneak up, cut Sage free, and lead her away without alerting the three men. If she could retrieve Sam's Winchester from Jimmy first, perhaps leaving him with the lighter rifle, she might even use the threat of the recovered rifle to persuade the men to leave peacefully once she had Sage clear. But that felt too risky. Getting the horse was the priority. She moved like a shadow, her footsteps muffled by the sandy soil. The men around the campfire were still preoccupied, their voices carrying across the basin. One of them started singing a bawdy, off-key song. Ruth reached the area where the horses were tethered, her heart pounding. Sage lifted her head as Ruth approached, nickering softly in recognition. "Easy, girl, easy," Ruth whispered, stroking the mare's dusty neck, calming her. She quickly untied Sage's hobbles, then worked on the tether rope, her fingers fumbling slightly with the knot in her haste. Suddenly, one of the men by the fire looked up, perhaps alerted by Sage's soft nicker, or just a random glance. His eyes widened as he saw Ruth emerge from the shadows near the horses. "Hey, what the hell?" he yelled, scrambling for his rifle. The other two men spun around, grabbing their own weapons. The relaxed camp instantly exploded into tense confrontation. Ruth abandoned any pretense of stealth. She swung herself onto Sage's bare back, grabbing a handful of mane, kicking the mare's sides hard. "Go, Sage! Go!" Sage, startled but recognizing the urgency, leaped forward, heading back towards the narrow part of the canyon where Ruth had come from. "Stop her!" one of the men roared, raising his rifle. But before he could fire, the sharp crack of the Winchester echoed from the ledge above. Jimmy's shot kicked up dirt right at the man's feet, forcing him to duck back. "Get cover!" another man yelled, diving behind the campfire rocks. Ruth didn't look back. She leaned low over Sage's neck, urging the mare on, galloping across the open basin towards the relative safety of the canyon passage. Bullets whined past her, fired wildly by the startled, disorganized men. Jimmy fired again from the ledge, keeping their heads down, buying Ruth precious seconds. She reached the narrower part of the canyon, slowing Sage as she approached the bend where Cal waited. Relief surged through her. She had done it. She had Sage back. But as she rounded the bend, expecting to see Cal, the travois, and Jimmy scrambling down to rejoin them, she saw something else that made her blood run cold. Sam Locke was sitting bolt upright on the travois, his eyes wide, lucid, burning with an almost feral intensity. In his hands, somehow, he held Cal's rifle. Cal lay beside the travois, conscious but clearly struggling, his good hand empty. And Mick, the prisoner, was gone. The severed end of his lead rope lay frayed on the ground beside Cal. "Sam, what?" Ruth breathed, sliding off Sage's back, staring in disbelief. Had to, Sam rasped, his voice stronger than she'd heard it in days, fueled by adrenaline or sheer will. He gestured vaguely towards the canyon mouth with the rifle barrel. Mick tried to make a break for it when he heard the shooting start up ahead. Grabbed for Cal's rifle. Cal fought him, but he coughed, wincing. Couldn't let him get away. Couldn't let him warn Jed, or whoever those fellas are. So you... Ruth couldn't finish the question. Sam didn't answer directly, but his eyes, hard and bleak, met hers. He won't be warning anyone. The implication was chillingly clear. Sam, weakened, feverish, had somehow found the strength to overpower the escaping prisoner, retrieving Cal's rifle and silencing Mick permanently to protect them all. The cost of freedom. Sometimes it required impossible choices, actions that stained the soul. At that moment, Jimmy came sliding down the rocks from his perch, rifle in hand, eyes wide. Miss Ruth, they ain't following. Looks like they're pulling back, gathering their horses. They were safe. For now. The three campers, likely spooked by the unexpected resistance and the accurate sniper fire, had decided the risk wasn't worth it. But the victory felt deeply unsettling. Ruth looked from the dead prisoner somewhere back in the shadows, to the hard, haunted look in Sam Locke's eyes, to the fresh blood staining Cal's bandage, to the exhaustion etched on Jimmy's young face. They had survived another trial, retrieved their horse, eliminated immediate threats. But the ashes of the confrontation still glowed hot, and the embers of Sam Locke's violent past, fanned back to life by necessity, cast a long, uncertain shadow over their path ahead. Freedom remained a distant dawn, glimpsed through the smoke of battle and the bitter tastes of sacrifice. Chapter 22. Where Hoofbeats Fade. The silence that descended in the wake of Jimmy's report, the confirmation that the immediate threat from the three campers had receded, was heavy, thick with unspoken questions and the chilling finality of Sam Locke's desperate action. Ruth stared at Sam, still sitting upright on the travois, Cal's rifle held across his lap with an unnatural steadiness that belied the profound weakness she knew must be consuming him. The man who hours before had seemed poised on the brink of death now radiated a dangerous feral energy, his eyes burning with a mixture of adrenaline, pain, and something else, something bleak and resolute that sent a shiver down her spine despite the canyon's heat. Mick was dead, silenced. Sam had taken another life, this time not in the disputed chaos of a Kansas confrontation, but here, now, to protect their escape, to prevent a warning from reaching potential enemies. Self-defense? Necessity? Ruth's mind struggled to categorize the act, to reconcile the man she had nursed, pitied, perhaps even begun to trust, with the man capable of such cold, decisive violence, even in his weakened state. The line between survivor and killer blurred, leaving only the stark, brutal reality of their circumstances. Sam, Ruth began, her voice faltering, unsure what to say, how to react. He didn't look at her immediately. His gaze was distant, fixed on the canyon wall as if seeing ghosts in the stone. Had to be done, Ruth, he said finally, his voice low, raspy, devoid of justification or remorse, simply stating a grim fact. Couldn't risk him. Not after everything. He coughed, a deep racking sound that shook his frame, reminding her of his fragility beneath the sudden surge of adrenaline. He lowered the rifle carefully, his hands trembling slightly now, the unnatural strength ebbing. Cal pushed himself up further against the rock, his face pale and tight with pain. He's right, Ruth, Cal rasped, his loyalty extending even to this brutal necessity. Mick would have brought hell down on us if he'd gotten clear. Sam did what needed doing. The Frontier Code, harsh and unforgiving, sometimes demanded actions that civil society would condemn. Survival often trumped morality out here. Ruth swallowed hard, accepting the grim logic, though a part of her recoiled. She wouldn't look for Mick's body. She didn't need to see the evidence of Sam's desperate act. It was another secret added to the pile, another weight on their collective conscience. "All right," she said, forcing her voice to remain steady, pushing down the turmoil inside. "What's done is done. Those campers, they pulled back, Jimmy?" Jimmy nodded, still looking shaken by the swift, brutal turn of events he hadn't witnessed, but clearly understood. "Yeah. Saw 'em mount up, head back east, out of the canyon. Looked like they wanted no more trouble." "Good." Ruth felt a flicker of relief. At least that threat was gone. "But we can't stay here either. We need to keep moving. Put distance between us and this." She gestured vaguely back towards the gulch, towards the unseen bodies of Jed, Cutter, and now Mick. "Get Cal and Sam back to the ranch, to safety, to real help." The goal remained the same, but the path felt darker now, stained by the blood spilled to clear it. They reorganized quickly, the shared urgency overriding individual exhaustion and pain. With Sage recovered, Cal could ride her, easing the burden on his wounded shoulder compared to riding Diablo bareback. Diablo, steady and strong, was rehitched to the reinforced travois. Sam, seemingly depleted by his brief, violent exertion, allowed Ruth and Jimmy to help him lie back down, his eyes closing almost immediately. Though his breathing remained more regular than before, the fever's grip truly lessened, replaced by profound weakness. They set off again, moving eastward now, back through the main canyon, leaving Rattlesnake Gulch and its grim secrets behind them. Ruth took the lead on foot, rifle ready, scanning the trail ahead, while Jimmy led the travois horse, and Cal followed on Sage, his posture straighter now, his gaze constantly checking their back trail. The rhythm of their small procession felt funereal, heavy with unspoken grief and the weight of their actions. The canyon walls, which had seemed imprisoning earlier, now felt strangely protective, shielding them from the vast, indifferent prairie beyond. They moved in silence for a long time, each lost in their own thoughts, processing the violence, the fear, the impossible choices. Ruth found her mind returning again and again to Sam. His confession about Sarah and Emily, the raw grief in his voice, contrasted sharply with the cold necessity of his actions against Mick. He was a man of contradictions, forged in hardship, driven by loss, capable of both tenderness and brutality. The pull she felt towards him was undeniable, yet frightening in its intensity. Understanding him felt like trying to hold on to smoke. As the sun climbed towards its zenith, the heat intensified again, bouncing off the rock walls, creating a stifling oven within the canyon. Their water was gone. Thirst became a consuming agony, overriding even fear and exhaustion. Tongues felt thick, lips cracked, heads began to pound. Sam on the travois occasionally whimpered softly in his sleep, his body craving water it couldn't have. Cal swayed slightly in the saddle, his face pale, his wound clearly throbbing. Even Jimmy's youthful energy was flagging, his steps dragging. Ruth knew they couldn't last much longer without water. The ranch was still many miles away across open, exposed prairie once they left the canyon system. They needed water now. She scanned the canyon walls desperately, searching for any sign of a darker patch of rock, a cluster of persistent vegetation. Then, rounding a bend, she saw it. Not a spring, but something almost as welcome. A series of deep-shaded potholes carved into a sandstone ledge, relics of past flash floods. And nestled within the deepest one, shielded from the sun, was a small pool of captured rainwater, perhaps a foot deep, algae-tinged, but undeniably wet. "Water!" she cried out, her voice cracking with relief. They fell upon the small pool like starved animals, scooping the precious, slightly brackish water into their cupped hands, drinking deeply, letting it soothe their parched throats. Ruth carefully filled their canteens, then hurried back to the travois. Sam's eyes opened as she approached. Drawn by the sound, the scent of water, he watched her, his gaze clear, lucid, though profoundly weak. She supported his head gently, holding the canteen to his lips. He drank slowly, deliberately, his eyes never leaving hers. When he'd had his fill, he lay back, a sigh escaping him. "Better?" Ruth asked softly. He managed a faint nod. "Thank you, Ruth." The simple words, spoken with genuine gratitude, resonated deeply within her. They rested by the potholes for a precious hour, letting the water revive them, gathering their strength. Cal's color improved slightly, and even Jimmy seemed less weary. Ruth used the opportunity to check Sam's leg wound again. To her immense relief, while still inflamed and angry-looking, it didn't seem significantly worse. Perhaps the fever breaking had allowed his body to begin fighting the infection more effectively. Hope, tenuous but persistent, flickered anew. As they prepared to move on again, rested and rehydrated, Sam struggled to speak, catching Ruth's attention. Need to leave the canyon soon," he rasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "Can't risk being trapped again if Devlin—" The name, unspoken for days, sent a fresh chill through Ruth. She had almost allowed herself to believe or hope that Jed's party was the extent of the threat. But Sam clearly didn't believe that. Devlin was still out there, the primary hunter, the relentless shadow. And Sam believed staying in the canyon, despite its cover, was more dangerous than facing the open prairie. He feared being cornered above all else. "All right, Sam," Ruth agreed, meeting his worried gaze. "We leave the canyon at the next suitable fork. Head straight for the ranch. Open country's a risk, but maybe speed is our best defense now." They found a suitable exit point about an hour later, a wide, sloping wash leading up out of the main canyon onto the rolling grasslands. Emerging from the shadows into the full, blinding glare of the afternoon sun felt like stepping onto a vast, empty stage. The Callaway Ranch was still miles distant, a tiny speck on the horizon, if visible at all. They were exposed, vulnerable, their small procession a clear target against the immense landscape. They pushed the horses now, urging them into a steady trot, the travois bumping along more quickly behind Diablo. Sam bore the increased jolting with clenched teeth and forced silence. Cal rode beside the travois, his rifle ready, his eyes constantly scanning the horizon in all directions. Jimmy rode slightly ahead and to the flank on Sage, acting as scout again. Ruth walked beside Diablo, ready to add her rifle to their defense at a moment's notice. Miles crawled by under the vast, indifferent sky. The sun beat down. Dust rose from the horses' hooves, coating them in a fine film. Every distant rider, every hawk circling overhead, every unusual rock formation sent jolts of adrenaline through Ruth. Was that him? Was Devlin out there, watching, closing in? But the prairie remained empty. No pursuit materialized. Perhaps Jed hadn't alerted anyone else. Perhaps Devlin wasn't as close as Sam feared. Perhaps they might actually make it. As the sun began to dip towards the western horizon, painting the sky in familiar, comforting shades of orange and pink, the low outline of the Callaway Ranch buildings finally became visible in the distance. The sight sent a surge of hope and relief through Ruth so powerful it brought tears to her eyes. Home. Safety. Help. It was within reach. They urged the tired horses onward, driven by the promise of sanctuary. The familiar contours of the land, the scent of wood smoke from the ranch chimney carried on the evening breeze, the welcoming lights beginning to flicker in the windows, it all felt blessedly normal after the nightmare of the past few days. As they approached the main gate, the dogs began to bark, announcing their arrival. Old Thomas, the cook, emerged from the house, peering into the twilight, followed by Billy, the young hand, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of their battered, bloody procession. "Miss Ruth!" Thomas cried out, hurrying towards them. "Lord have mercy, what happened? Where's Cal? Oh, Lord, Cal!" He rushed towards Cal's horse as Ruth signaled Jimmy to halt the travois. "We had trouble, Thomas," Ruth said, her voice thick with exhaustion. "Bad trouble. Get Billy to help Cal down. Easy now. And fetch water, bandages, everything we have. Sam, Mr. Locke here, needs help urgently." Chaos erupted as Thomas and Billy rushed to help Cal, their faces etched with concern. Ruth turned to the travois, kneeling beside Sam. He was conscious, his eyes open, watching the scene at the ranch house, the lights, the activity, the strange, distant expression. "We made it, Sam," Ruth whispered, putting a hand on his arm. "We're home. You're safe now." He turned his head slowly, looking at her. A faint, weary smile touched his lips, a fleeting warmth in his gray eyes. "You're home, Ruth," he corrected softly. "Not mine." His gaze drifted back towards the darkening prairie behind them, towards the vast emptiness where dangers still lurked, where hoofbeats might still echo. "Safety, is a hard thing to hold on to." His words tempered her relief with a lingering unease. They had reached the physical sanctuary of the ranch, but the cost had been immense, measured in lives lost, wounds inflicted, lines crossed. And as Ruth looked from Sam's haunted face towards the fading light on the horizon, she knew that while this battle might be over, the echoes of the storm and the price of the freedom they had fought so hard for would linger long after the hoofbeats faded into silence. Epilogue. Under an open sky. Spring came late to the high grasslands that year, hesitant, as if reluctant to commit after a winter that had mirrored the lingering chill in Ruth Calloway's own heart. Patches of stubborn snow clung to the north-facing slopes of the foothills, but down on the ranch, the creeks ran full and noisy. The prairie grasses showed vibrant green, and the first shy wildflowers dotted the thawing earth, Indian paintbrush, lupine, the pale blue of camas lilies. The air smelled clean, washed by recent rains, carrying the scent of damp soil, new growth, and the distant promise of warmer days. Life on the Calloway Ranch had settled back into its familiar rhythms, yet nothing felt quite the same. The events of the previous fall, the desperate flight, the siege in the Box Canyon, the bloody reckoning in Rattlesnake Gulch, lay just beneath the surface of the daily chores, an invisible layer of ash enriching the soil of their lives, changing its texture forever. Ruth stood by the sturdy rails of the large breaking corral, watching a handful of yearlings circle within not cattle, but mustangs, descendants of the wild herds her mother had so loved, born here on the ranch, offspring of the few mares she had managed to gentle over the years using Elena's patient methods. They moved with a fluid grace, their spirits still carrying the echo of the open range, but tempered now by familiarity, by the slow offering of trust. Diablo, her steadfast black gelding, stood quietly beside her, occasionally nudging her shoulder as if sensing the complex currents of memory and emotion swirling within her. She looked different now, months after their return from Devil's Canyon. The ordeal hadn't broken her, but it had weathered her, carving new lines of experience around her eyes, tempering the youthful defiance with a quiet, watchful gravity. The weight of leadership, once a simple inheritance, now felt heavier, imbued with the knowledge of its terrible costs. The memory of the derringer firing in her hand, the image of Jed falling these things visited her, sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, ghosts she couldn't entirely banish, reminders of the line she had crossed. She had acted to protect, to survive, but the taking of a life, even indirectly, left an indelible mark. Cal Brody moved stiffly among the yearlings, his left arm still not fully recovered, but usable enough for the gentle work of familiarizing the young horses with human presence. The bullet wound had healed slowly, leaving a puckered scar and a permanent ache that worsened in damp weather. But he never complained. He carried himself with the same quiet loyalty, the same steady competence, but his eyes held a new depth, a shared understanding with Ruth that needed no words. He knew what they had faced, what they had done, what secrets they kept buried deeper than the bodies left behind in the unforgiving wilderness of Devil's Canyon. They had never spoken directly of Mick's fate, nor of Jed's or Cutter's. Some truths were too heavy for words, best left undisturbed beneath the dust and silence of the canyons. No lawman had come asking questions. No further bounty hunters had appeared. It seemed Jed's network, or his luck, had died with him. The prairie kept its secrets well. Jimmy Evans worked alongside Cal, his movements deft, confident. The gangly youth had vanished, replaced by a young man whose eyes held the steadiness of someone who had faced fear and found courage he hadn't known he possessed. He was quieter now, more observant, his admiration for Ruth mixed with a protective concern that touched her deeply. He had shot a man, seen death up close, and it had forged him into something stronger, more somber. He rarely spoke of their time trapped in the canyons, but Ruth saw the memory flicker sometimes in his gaze when he looked towards the distant, jagged outline of the Badlands on the horizon. And then there was Sam. He stood leaning against the far fence of the corral, watching the mustangs, his posture deceptively casual. Months of slow, painful healing lay behind him. Returning to the ranch, tended by Ruth with unwavering diligence, aided by old Thomas's surprisingly adept knowledge of poultices and wound care, he had hovered near death for days before slowly, stubbornly beginning to mend. The shattered bone in his leg had knit imperfectly, leaving him with a permanent limp, a constant, physical reminder of the fall that had thrown him into Ruth's life. The fever was long gone, but the ordeal had taken its toll, leaving him leaner, quieter. The haunted look in his gray eyes softened somewhat by weariness, but deepened by memory. He didn't talk much about his past, not beyond the fragmented truths revealed in delirium and exhaustion back in the canyon. He wore the tragedy of Sarah and Emily like an invisible shroud, a grief acknowledged but rarely spoken of. He kept the small silver locket, Ruth having quietly returned it to him once he was stronger, tucking it away in a worn leather pouch he kept close. He worked around the ranch now, taking on tasks that his leg allowed mending tack, repairing fences, helping Thomas in the garden, earning his keep with a quiet intensity, asking for nothing, expecting less. He moved like a man testing the unfamiliar ground of peace, wary, watchful, unsure if it was real or merely another illusion. His presence was a constant, complex chord humming beneath the ranch's daily rhythm. The initial suspicion from Thomas and Billy had gradually faded, replaced by a grudging respect for his quiet competence and his obvious, unspoken connection to Ruth. They saw the way she looked at him sometimes, the way he watched her move among the horses, a silent understanding passing between them. They sensed the shared history, the invisible bond forged in fire and fear, and wisely kept their distance, allowing the fragile thing between Ruth and Sam the space it needed, or didn't need, to grow or fade. Ruth turned from the Mustangs, her gaze meeting Sam's across the corral. He offered a slight nod, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. It was a look that held volumes, shared memory, unspoken gratitude, the complex weight of all that lay between them. There was no easy label for their relationship. It wasn't the fiery passion of storybook romance, nor the simple comfort of long familiarity. It was something quieter, deeper, rooted in shared trauma, mutual respect, and an undeniable, magnetic pull that neither fully understood nor dared to fully explore. Too much lay between them: his past, her actions, the ghosts of those they had lost or were forced to harm. He limped slowly towards her, stopping a few feet away, leaning against the fence beside her. They stood in comfortable silence for a long moment, watching Cal and Jimmy work with the young horses, the familiar sounds of the ranch, the nickering of horses, the distant lowing of cattle, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer from the barn wrapping around them. "They're coming along well," Sam observed quietly, his gaze on the Mustangs. "Got your mother's touch, seems like." He knew the story, Ruth having shared it during the long hours of his recovery. Ruth felt a warmth spread through her at his words, at his acknowledgement of Elena's legacy. "Patience," she murmured. "That's the key. Understanding what they fear, not forcing them." She glanced at him, then quickly away. The parallel was too obvious, too potent. Sam seemed to understand her unspoken thought. He looked down at his own hands, calloused from ranch work now, covering the older scars beneath. "Some things, some fears, run deep," he said, his voice low. "Hard to gentle." Was he talking about the horses, or himself, or perhaps both? Ruth didn't ask. Some truths remained safer unspoken, some wounds too deep to probe. "Doesn't mean you stop trying," she replied softly. He looked at her then, his gray eyes searching hers, holding a depth of emotion. Gratitude, sorrow, a flicker of hope so tentative it was almost painful to witness. "No," he agreed quietly. "Doesn't mean you stop trying." A rider appeared on the track leading to the ranch house, young Billy, returning from the weekly supply run to the nearest town, miles away. He waved as he approached, pulling a folded newspaper from his saddlebag. "Got the mail, Miss Ruth, and the paper," he called out, dismounting near them. Ruth took the offered newspaper, her eyes scanning the headlines automatically, a habit formed from needing to stay informed about cattle prices, weather patterns, territorial news. Usually it was mundane. But today, a small article tucked away on an inner page caught her eye. It was dateline from Cheyenne, Wyoming. "Notorious bounty hunter found dead." The brief article detailed the discovery of the body of Silas "Deadeye" Devlin in a remote cabin, apparently killed during a dispute with another hunter over a shared bounty claim unrelated to Locke. The name leaped out at Ruth, sending a cold jolt through her despite the spring warmth. Devlin. The name Sam had whispered in his delirium, the relentless hunter Sam had feared most. He was dead, killed by the same violent world he inhabited. She felt Sam stiffen beside her, sensing her reaction, his gaze fixed on the newspaper in her hands. She slowly folded the paper, her hand trembling slightly, and met his questioning eyes. "Devlin?" she said softly, her voice barely audible. "He's dead. Killed in Wyoming. Had nothing to do with, us." Sam stared at her, absorbing the news. The phantom that had haunted his steps for so long, the ultimate reckoning he had always expected, had simply ceased to exist, dispatched by random frontier violence. Relief washed over his face, profound and palpable. But it was quickly followed by a complex shadow, the anticlimax perhaps, the realization that the end of the hunt didn't erase the reasons for it, didn't bring back Sarah or Emily, didn't undo the years spent running. It was just over. Another ghost laid to rest, but the scars remained. He looked away, towards the vast sweep of the prairie stretching eastward the direction he had once fled. He took a deep breath, the first truly easy breath Ruth had seen him take since she'd found him, broken beneath his horse. "So," he murmured, almost to himself, "it's done." "Yes, Sam," Ruth confirmed gently. "It's done." The external threat, the one that had shadowed him for years, was gone. The bounty likely remained, a forgotten notice on some distant sheriff's wall, perhaps, but without active hunters like Devlin or Jed's gang pursuing it. It faded into insignificance. The danger had passed. He was, finally, free from pursuit. But freedom, Ruth was learning, was a complicated thing. It wasn't just the absence of bars or bounty hunters. It was the freedom to choose a path, to build a life, to confront the ghosts within. Sam was free from Devlin, but was he free from his past? Could he ever truly be? He turned back to her, a newfound quietness in his eyes, the haunted look replaced by a deep, weary clarity. Reckon I owe you more than my life, Ruth Calloway." "You don't owe me anything, Sam," Ruth replied softly, meeting his gaze. We survived. Together." The simple word "together" hung in the air, filled with unspoken meaning, with shared history, with the potential for a future neither had expected nor dared to hope for until now. He didn't reply, just held her gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. The path ahead wouldn't be easy. Scars remained, both visible and hidden deep within. His limp would always be a reminder. Her memory of the firefight would never fully fade. His grief was a landscape he would likely always carry. Her responsibility for the ranch, for her people, remained paramount. But as they stood there, bathed in the warm light of the late afternoon sun, watching the Mustangs circle peacefully in the corral, a tentative sense of peace settled over Ruth. It wasn't the naive peace of her youth before the dust and blood, but a harder-won version, tempered by loss, informed by sacrifice, grounded in the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring beauty of the land. The hoofbeats of the past, the wild thunder of the Mustangs, the frantic drumming of pursuit, the final fading steps of fallen men were finally beginning to soften, replaced by the steady rhythm of life rebuilding itself, of hearts, both wild and tamed, finding shelter under an open sky. The ending wasn't simple, wasn't perfect, but perhaps, Ruth thought, watching Sam turn back towards the quiet work of the ranch, perhaps it was enough. Perhaps the embers left flickering amidst the ashes held the promise of a slow, steady warmth, a quiet kind of freedom found not in forgetting, but in enduring together.